Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Oh my goodness, Brew is still down here? Like, does that dude... That dude doesn't slop over here, apparently. He just sits there and... Every day. Every day. I mean, whatever. That's what he enjoys. As long as he's having fun, I guess. But how are we doing today? What's happening? Let's hope that YouTube connects today. It has not been connecting lately. And I also want to, yeah, nice, 1080p source. It's actually working today. Oh, it's 50. A 50 fighter. $50. All right. I got 55 minutes on my Sal, so we're going to start running here. Oops. Wait, is it not? Is my live not working? Again? Okay, no, it's working. Ah, there we go. No more Nick stream updates? No, I didn't know if it was working over on YouTube. No, we're going to be doing Nick stream updates. He played AOA yesterday. I don't know if he did something else after he stopped playing AOA. Did he do more? I could check that. But yeah, I didn't watch him because it was just playing AOA. That's literally all he did yesterday, from what I understand. Let me go check real quick. I'll do a quick double check. But like, yeah, it was just AOA stuff. Oh. Wait, what? Hang on. Hang on. All right, what are we talking about? I missed the drama. Oh, you're talking about like because he played AOA yesterday? There's other things going on with that? No, I'm sure. He posted this morning? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? Hang on. I did not read stuff from last night, no. I did not read stuff from last night. Let me... Where is this at? Check the news section. Not game and news. Especially to inform you that Nick is no longer a part of Monster Memories development team. We appreciate his contributions to the project and wish him well. Beta testing and development towards early access continues as planned, and we will continue to share updates related to both of these in our usual manner. We see no immediate impact on our post to target dates, but we will assess things. Okay. Out of consideration for the team, please direct to Sean, Loving Robot, or Ali. Please understand that this is a matter involving personal, and we will not provide information beyond what's stated above. Okay. Please understand that speculative discussion on the situation will be moderated. Oh, wow. We ask that you be respectful. Okay. Well, I will be respectful of that, and I'm not going to say anything. That's between them. That's crazy. All right. All right. Hang on a second. That's you know, Nick Hotz. Apparently, yes, that would be Nick Hotz. So I guess he's not on the team anymore. He's doing his own thing. Whatever's out, whatever's going on with that. You know, and I, as per Sean here, you know, be respectful of it. They're gonna consider the team. You know, questions to Sean and Ali. Please understand, you know, speculative discussion about the situation will be monitored. I'm not even going to speculate. I'm not going to talk about it. We're going to move on. And you guys know me. I'm like apparently drama queen USA over here. Like super drama. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it. Not going to speculate. It's the worst thing that could happen. I mean, was it? We don't know. Like, I can't say it was. I can't say it wasn't. Let's see. I think it can be good if the team thinks it's good. I mean, that's how I'm going to go with it, right? If the team, if Sean, Ali, and other people on the team, you know, let them deal with it. That's between them. Whatever the reasons were, it could be personal reasons. It could be a lot of different things. It could be their viewpoint on the game. It could be, you know, a lot of different things. And you know, sometimes it's just not a good fit. Sometimes it's just not a good fit. Sean is too dry and Ali has been the face. They need to hire a PR front person. Ali's been the face. What? I would go the opposite with that. I think Sean has been the face. Sean's the front man. He always has been. So yeah. He was streaming AOA yesterday. Yes, he was streaming AOA. Nick was streaming AOA yesterday, and he was doing that. I saw him play that yesterday, and I was wondering, this is not speculation or anything like that. I was wondering why he was playing AOA when there were so many issues going on with the servers being up and down, and like the servers they took the servers down like 7 times yesterday. And then they also shut down or restarted several zones yesterday. So I was wondering what the heck was going on with that. And then I saw him playing AOA and I was like, I don't know what's happening here. Like, what is happening? This is weird. Oh, has not been the face. Sorry, I read that wrong, Brewski. Yeah, I read that wrong. So yeah. What are we talking about, Raw Sick? Apparently Nick is no longer with the team. So that's the news. We don't know what's going on with it. I'm not going to speculate. I'm not going to get into it because I don't know. Like nobody knows but the team and whoever was involved and whatever was happening there. Nobody knows. So that's it. Sounds like a huge loss. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. We don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say that it wasn't. I'm not going to say that it was because I don't know. It might have been a difference, created difference of, you know, whatever. Who knows? Creative differences, you know, that could be another thing. It could be a lot of things. Again, Sean asked people not to speculate. I'm not going to speculate. I'm not going to make assumptions because who knows? The game is the same to me today as it was yesterday. Back to the grind. It's exactly. Same thing. Same thing. Same old for me. Nothing has changed in my front my side of the fence or whatever. I still love the game. I still think it's great. I wish Nick the best in whatever he gets into. And yeah. We're working hard to resolve some major networking and back-end issues. Sorry for so many server restarts. And exactly, TwitchGo better do this stuff now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know what was going on yesterday. There's some back-end issues in Crypt. I was talking with my friends last night, and I'm like, man, there are so many server resets. Like, what is going on? It was a lot yesterday in Crypt. It was a lot. I kept seeing announcement after announcement after announcement, and I'm like, oh, geez. So yeah, anyway, I'm hoping you guys are getting those resolved. You know, like I always say to Sean and anybody else, I'm here to help you all out. If you need me to test something, I'll test it for you. As a user, tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. So yeah, that's all I can do for you all, and hopefully it's gets you what you need. By the way, I put a post yesterday. Let me go look at it. I put a post yesterday in the bugs. I don't know if you guys saw it. Bug report. I died out of nowhere. This one right here. Literally, look at this. I had 30% health or so. 25, 30% health. And I'm laying dead on the ground. Like, what? And it happened right when a server announcement went out. And I was like, oh, geez. What's going on here? And I was in Tells with somebody down here. This guy down here, Groove War, was like, hey, I appreciate your live streams. And I was chatting with him, and I was like, yeah, I don't know. Like, this is actually just after I was chatting with him. So I appreciate him sending in this message saying that he enjoys the streams and the conversation. And I was like, yeah, some people don't like my take on things, and that's okay. You know, nobody's perfect. But yeah, a whole lot was going on. You have a clip of that on Criddle Games? I was not streaming. No, I was not streaming last night in Crypt, unfortunately. I was actually just hanging out, playing with my friends, and we were fighting, and all of a sudden it just went down. So I wasn't streaming or recording or anything, and I was like, man, I could have used that. But literally, like, the mob that we were fighting was, what was it, the immolated or whatever. I think he might have been casting Moonburst. But yeah, I just, like, my character just straight up died. Like, out of nowhere, just died. And I'm like, what the heck? But GM Tam came to my rescue. Luckily, we also have a cleric in my party. So I got the 50% res from the cleric. And then GM Tam, I think, was really busy yesterday. I sent in a petition, and the petition probably took 20 minutes or maybe 30 minutes. I don't know. It took a while. It took a lot longer than it normally does yesterday. But I did get GM Tam came in and was like, here you go. Gave me gave me the other 50% of the res. And, you know, I was just like, yeah, I just want to make you guys aware of what was going on. Just so you have data on it. I don't know what it was. Current staging development is looking good. We have a patch coming through tonight or tomorrow. Nice. I like it. I like it in Crypt. I like patches. Even when they're not necessarily to my favor, I like them. I've been nerfed a couple times. And I'm okay with it. I am absolutely okay with being nerfed if it needs to be nerfed. And I did feel like that the DPS, this, you know, nerf stance on that a little bit. You know, some of these things are good. What's a con flag? What are you talking about, Brewski? I don't know what it was. I have no idea what happened. It could have been a hiccup in the server because of the server announcement. It could have been a lot of things. So I have no idea. But anyway, I survived it. We got through the evening. I was like, what the heck happened? 1200 nuke you got for the game did not update your health bar. I mean, maybe. I don't know if it was casting like I was saying, it could have been casting that Moonflare or Moonfire spell, which is a really big nuke. It could have been casting that, and that potentially could have been what killed me, and it didn't update. But Like, it was on my end, and everybody in my party was like, yeah, you had 30% health when you died. I have no idea. I have no idea what happened. It came out of nowhere. The thing is, I had 2 healers in my party, and both of them were watching my health. The shaman and the cleric were both watching my health and casting heals and stuff. Like, did I even have a heal? Did I have a heal on me? Let me look. Yeah, no heal. No, all my buffs are gone. Like, everything's gone from up here, so we can't even see what was going on. But yeah, it was weird. It was really weird. But yeah, I wish I would have been streaming last night when it happened. Nick was a huge part of the transparency of the game. Who will fill his role for that now? You know, Sean. Like, I would say if you had questions for Nick, or if something was going on with Nick specifically, I would defer those to Sean for now, and then maybe they'll get somebody in to kind of like talk to the community about updates. Like Zillith, I think, is going to be your next go-to. And I'm not saying don't send messages to Zillith, but what I'm saying is Zillith was working on a lot of the class updates and skill updates and all of that. So I know that Nick was doing a lot of that, and Zillith is doing a lot of that. So I think going forward, if you have class discussion questions and things of that nature, Zillith is going to be your go-to. The GM checked the logs for why I died. No, I didn't send logs to anybody, but well, the GM may have. Yeah, GM Tam on their end, she may have checked the log. Is GM Tam encrypt? Is GM Tam a she or a he? I'm assuming a she based on the name Tam, like Tammy or Tamra or something. But I don't want to make assumptions. I don't like to do that. But anyway, GM Tam, I assume, looked at the logs, did not say they did or did not. Just said, hey, sorry that happened. Thanks for testing. And gave me a quick, 50% more res, since I only had a 50% res last night. Our cleric is almost 48. So we get 75% res at 48. We're close. We're close. That's going to be a nice change. She is 48. Oh, so she did get a 48 last night? Got it for her last night? Nice. Perfect. Awesome. Well, it's actually a he that plays a she, but yeah, cool. Yeah, it's a dude. It's one of those dudes that plays female characters. Which is whatever. That's why, like, I don't know, just because you have a female character or a male character, you don't know what the other person is on the other side of that. But yeah, Kazora is a dude. He's a good friend of mine. We've been playing games for a long time together. We don't always see eye to eye on everything, but yeah, I'm glad that they're 48 now, so we got a 75% res. Woohoo! Who did you play with last night? It's a big XP recovery. It's huge, yeah. It's huge. At level 55, they get a 95% XP recovery. I think that Paladins should get a higher one. It shouldn't be 50%. I think it should be the 75% one that they get at level 56 or something, whatever it is that Paladins get it. But, whatever. Hang on, sorry. I had to do an update for my phone today, so it's still in the process of updating. Are clerics the only healers that have that? Yes, clerics are the only healers that have resurrect, period. So clerics and paladins can resurrect people. Paladins can get up to a 50% res. Clerics can get up to a 95. So, feel like it's a little too much, but just my thought. Again, it's a carryover from EverQuest. EverQuest had a 95% res at about level 48 or something. I don't remember what level they got it in the early days. Then they got a clicky epic weapon that would do a 95% res, or I think they even got up to like a 98% res in EverQuest. Nick is out. Apparently, yes, Nick is out. He is no longer part of the team for whatever reasons. Again, I'll probably have to say this a few times today, so if you get tired of it, I apologize. We're not going to speculate as per Sean's requests. No speculation on it. They're going to be keeping a close eye on that. If you guys talk about it and want to talk about it, that's fine. Try to keep it civil. I'm not going to police it super. Like, I'm not going to be crazy with it. But, you know, no bashing of Nick or the team in regards to that situation is all I'm going to say. Just, you know, leave it at that. Let the team handle it. You know, people leave companies and people get fired and whatever happened. I'm not gonna speculate, but whatever happens, and it happens all the time in companies. So, you know, it is what it is. Has there been a statement at all saying anything? The only statement was posted. It's right here. If you guys want to see it, if you want to see what it is, the only official statement that we have on it is under the news section, Monsters and Memories news, posted right here by A Loving Robot, aka Sean, that Nick is no longer part of the Monsters and Memories development team. So that's it right there. And then, you know, the rest of the information if you want to read it. This is it. That's it. And that was posted an hour and 30 minutes ago. I'm actually, out of respect of that, I actually am going to change something. Because before I saw that, I posted this and I said no Nick stream recap as he was playing Eminem. I'm going to actually delete that because that was before I read that update. So we're just going to delete this out of respect for the team and what's going on with that. We're going to delete that update. Done. We're done. I'm done with it. That's it. That's how easy it is, guys. That's how easy it is. Whatever it was, very sudden. It was, I don't think it was sudden. I'm not going to speculate, but I don't think it was sudden. I think it was something that may have been going on for a little while. But again, no idea. I think it's crazy, but I have no idea why. I'll leave it at that. Exactly. That's the thing, right? We don't have a reason why, and they're probably not going to give us a reason why, and they don't owe us a reason why. You know, on Nick's side of things or on the business side of things, you know, they don't owe us anything. We have not given them money. We have nothing to do with any of that. You know, like we're not board members or anything. So it's part of business. Exactly. It's part of business. What the heck? Oh, shoot. Well, that's not good. How do we get a slime-covered skeleton all the way out here? I gotta zone that. That thing will wreck me. Do they not allow reactions on the news page? They don't allow reactions on a couple of pages. Yeah. They better tell us the truth. Yeah. Yes, Sean posted the only official statement this morning in the news section of the Discord. Yes. Yes. Even if we had consumers don't get to know details about departures. Depends on the departure, but yeah. Like if in this case, right, it was like it was a high ranking person in the company, being that he was part owner. A lot of times some companies will give out a statement and other companies won't, you know? Depends on the situation. It depends on a lot of things, but you know what? It could have been personal reasons. It could have been developmental reasons. We don't know. And that's why, pretty sure that's why Sean is just, you know, leaving it at that. Most of these statements are bull. A lot of them are. Yeah. I would agree with that. You know, this person was let go for whatever, you know, artistic differences or differences in direction or whatever, you know, whatever it may be. So, yeah. Keys delayed too. Were the keys delayed this morning? Oh, bummer, guys. I wish that we could do something about that. I would be happy to give away some keys if the devs want me to give away some keys. I would be happy to do that. That would be playing some sort of favoritism, though, and I don't think that that's fair to other content creators and stuff. Oh, due to the server instability stuff? That totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. The server instability yesterday was crazy. Crazy. We didn't need tin anymore, right? I think I'm done with tin. I think I just need silver. So we can keep the silver. We get rid of the jagged ore, and we're getting rid of the tin. Yeah, the servers yesterday went down. They took them down like I think 7 times. I stopped keeping track, to be honest. They took them down a bunch. Ooh, a rich silver vein. Yes, please. Give me that rich silver vein. Give me some skill ups. Come on. No skill ups off a rich silver vein? What's wrong with you, game? I'm at 136. Golly, I've got 14 to go. I got some Dr. Pepper today. I don't drink a lot of soda. Like, well, I like soda. I'll drink like 1 Coke a day or something. But since I've been down here visiting Mom, I have not been drinking that much soda. So yeah. Sad day though. I hope Nick is doing okay. I hope it was truly, it's yeah, exactly, Dolce. I hope everybody is okay. Like, whatever happened. That is between all of them, and I hope that whomever is affected by that, by Nick's departure. Whoa, shoot! I almost fell right off the edge. Whoever's affected by it is okay. That's all I can say. Thank you for hooking me up with those wisdom bracers on my druid a couple weeks ago. Yeah, no worries, Occupy. No worries. Yeah, absolutely. No worries at all. We got some more stuff. If you guys get any items from like we get items sometimes in our group, especially in the evening time. Last night we got some plate bracers and some chain bracers, and I wasn't going to use them. We couldn't disenchant them, and yeah. So anyway, I just give them to the party. Sometimes I take them and give them away. You know, we've been giving a lot of stuff away lately, so that's where a lot of that stuff comes from. Wondering if some other studio gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. Guys, I'm not... Yeah, Goonie, I don't know. You know, like, who knows what happened. You guys talk about it all you want. I'm not going to read any more of this Nick stuff. If people ask, my statement on my end is I don't know what happened, and I'm not going to speculate on it. You all can talk about it all you want. Yeah, I'm not gonna police it, you know. I'm not gonna police it. Good morning, how are you? Looks like we're already on the big news. Yeah, we're already kind of... We know about the big news. We're not gonna discuss the big news. I'm not gonna discuss the big news. I'm also not gonna police you guys from discussing the big news, because that's, you know, that's what the internet's for, in my opinion. So curious how much in-game is in Monsters of Memories. Play Pantheon, and it was pretty barren. So I know for a fact, and about all I'm going to say about the in-game. So first and foremost, prior to beta happening, so in the alpha, I did literally every bit of content that I could find in the game. From level 1 all the way to 60. Did every single bit of it that I could find and do. The end game content in this game is there. There's at least at least 5, I believe. Yeah, 5 in-game raids that I know of in the game that are built for 2 to like 4 or 5 groups, depending, right? They're made for multi-group content. They had at the time very good drops to them. They were of varying different difficulties. Some of them were not hard at all, and some of them were very challenging. So there is in-game content. It was fun. Some of it was just not, it was kind of broken. Like you could easily cheese it in some ways. And then others of it was tuned okay. So it's there, right? Expeditions are going to be probably the main in-game content, I would say. I actually had a dream about raids in this game last night, like a Vishan's Peak dream, and I was like, oh, that would be so awesome. But that's just me, you know. Like I know some people don't want that kind of stuff. I would love that. Like I'm a big raider. I love raids. But anyway, what am I trying to say? So yeah, the raids in this game though, they're interesting, they're fun. They need to be tuned a little bit more, is the best way to put it. They're just not very well tuned at the moment. News on Tau, explain what happened. Yep. Nick Hotz, not in the project anymore. Yep. Not reading. I'll read you guys' comments. So I'm just not going to talk about it. Maybe Charm will put a non-removal buff on the mob, bring back the balance DPS player. We'll see what happens with that. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. Like I think that the Charm thing was not 100% a Nick thing. It was a team thing, and I think that it was a part of the balance. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. The Discord, yeah, Discord's not going to give any information. Definitely a major blow to the project with Nick out. Yeah, I mean, did you lose HP from the patch where stamina? No. Overall, Mr. Green, from the stamina change, excuse me, I think I gained a total of 2 health. So the balance changes were about right, I would say. They were about spot on. I overall gained, I think, 2 health, because I was at, well, when the balance change actually happened, I was level 49 and I had like 2019 health or 18 health or something like that. And well, that's with the Berserker Frenzy buff, which gives stamina, gives 15 stamina. So I had some amount of health, and I think I went up by 2 health total. Something around there. So overall, it was not that much of a change because I have been gearing up, right? Had you not been gearing up properly and not been getting some decent gear, then yes, absolutely would have been a bigger change. I also changed a couple of items. I've got the Onyx Van Bracers, and I have these Van Bracers here, the Iron Trail Van Bracers. So these are giving less stamina. I do have, or I could get some other bracers that I gave away to a bunch of people that are 5 stamina each. So overall, I could gain some stamina, but they were also 25 AC. I don't know what's better, 25 AC with more health, or 30 AC with less health. So we're kind of still trying to figure it all out. I think it's going to be a mixture of those things. Let me turn up my gamma. Holy moly, is it dark. Wink. Now it scares me. Hopefully everything stays on course. My favorite dev to follow. Yeah. And I think some people are going to miss Nick, and you know, it's understandable. It's going to give me less content to give out to you. We're going to have to change up my weekly schedule, man, or my dev stream updates. I'll still be doing Sean's. Maybe what I'll do now is patch note updates. Since I know that Nick did those, we'll do patch note updates where I just do like I talk about the patch notes. Yikes. That's going to be a fun thing. I'll talk about the patch notes. We'll pull them up the day of the patch and just kind of do an overview video and talk about, you know, what's changing and what's not changing. I was trying to see if there was anything in his stream last night. He seemed a bit different at the end of it. Yeah, I will say that. I watched some of his stream from last night. He was playing AOA last night. I'm not going to speculate or anything here, but I was curious why he was playing AOA last night with all the server hiccups that were happening. That was definitely a topic of conversation, and I was going to talk about that this morning. Despite him not being part of the team, I was like, why is he playing AOA when all of these server hiccups are happening? So there's that thing going on. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, who knows? I know nothing. I know nothing, Jon Snow. Left months before WoW shipped. I think it'll be okay. Yeah. I think it's gonna be fine, guys. Like it is what it is. Whatever the reasoning may be, personal reasons, political reasons, you know, whatever. In hindsight, it felt like like a goodbye. Yeah. I mean, Monsters and Memories, if anything, you know, if whatever Nick does, he can fall back on streaming at this point. Monsters and Memories kind of kicked off his streaming thing again, and it really, you know, put him up, so. We need more silver. Silver. Sorry, I'm getting some text messages. I think Isar is getting on soon. What the heck is this? No, I don't want any of that stuff. Close. Yes, close that. All right, sorry. I'm texting Isar. He's going to try to get on here soon. And we're going to try to go do some stuff. Can tell you're trying hard not to go further into this. I'm trying really hard, yes. You know me, like, people have dubbed me like the drama queen of Monsters and Memories. You know? I'll own it. I'll own it. I get it. Just hope we can get some clarity in the direction of some of the classes, the balancing. I think that's going to be a Zilith thing, Mr. Green. I know that Zilith has been working with Nick on the balancing. Well, not necessarily the balancing, but on the creation of abilities and the direction and stuff. Zilith was doing some wizard stuff recently. Yeah, Zilith was working on a lot of that stuff. So I think that's where we're going to go going forward, at least for now. Zilith is going to be taking over that role, is my guess, is what's happening. And then Runoff and Ali or Ali, I think I'm saying it right. I apologize, Ali, if I'm not saying it correctly. I believe those are still the balance side of things. And then maybe some other people, I don't know. You're not a drama queen. You're just no worry about speaking controversial topics. Oh, yeah, that's true. I have no qualms whatsoever with talking about controversial topics. Zero qualms with it. Like, it doesn't bother me one bit. I probably should bite my tongue more often sometimes. But I don't. Was there some sort of announcement? We're just speculating. No, there was an announcement, Craft. So I'll pull it up. Actually, I'll bring it up in the background. This right here is the announcement, guys. You can find it on the Monsters and Memories Discord under News. Right here. And that's it. That's all we have. We have no further information other than this right here. Can I zoom that in? I probably could. I think there's a way to zoom it in, but I don't know. But anyway, that's literally all we have. You guys go check it out. And I'm sure if you start posting, they're going to delete it. I don't recommend that. Where's the second post? I don't know of a second post. Holding your tongue is much less painful than biting it. That is true. Yes. Yes. It is much less painful than biting it. I'll hold my tongue. But yeah, does anybody know about the wizard changes of what's going on with that? How you liking the beta? I'm loving the beta, Payne. I'm loving it. I absolutely love this game. I love the team. I love what they're doing with it. I disagree with some things that they're doing with it, but overall, absolutely love this game. You know, and I'm looking forward to playing it in early access. And I'll be here for early access, at least the start of it, and we'll see where we go from there. Is it going to be open beta before launch? There's going to be an open beta weekend at the last weekend of this month. So March 27th, 28th, 29th, something around there. That's going to be the open beta weekend. Is this game already in beta? It is currently in a closed beta. Exclamation point beta for more information on that. But it is currently in a closed beta. I have a screenshot of the second post at 7:54 a.m. by Loving Robot. The direction of the game isn't changing. I'm not going anywhere. We'll clarify what we can, but understand that these sort of changes are governed by specific rules on what we can and cannot say. Okay. I mean, it sounds to me, if that is the second one, I didn't see that personally, so I'm gonna take you at your word for that. If that's the second post, it sounds to me like, you know, it's part of contracts, right? There's probably contracts that were written up between the devs. You know, as a part owner of the company, I'm sure it's part of a contract that if anybody's let go or if anybody leaves for whatever reason, that neither side will talk about it as like an NDA kind of contract. That is very common in business, that neither party is allowed to talk about it. And if either party talks about it, they are, subject to fines and regulations and all that kind of stuff. That's what it sounds like. Your link above is the post? Yeah. I don't allow linking. If Burl is here, he could probably find it and post. He's my my only mod that I currently have. And sometimes he's here, sometimes he's not. Sometimes I have to mod things myself. It's in general chat. Okay. Is there already issues with team or launch? There's always going to be issues with everything, right? There's always issues. But Sean, who is the head of the team, like he's the number one guy all the way at the top. He's not going anywhere. Ali is still there as another part owner of the company, and he's still there and still part of the team. So I don't see anything changing. The direction of the game isn't changing. All of that kind of stuff. I don't see a lot of changes happening outside of Nick not streaming and then that kind of stuff. So people change jobs, let the poor guy live his life. Exactly. People change jobs. They move around. Whatever happened, and it's behind us, and it's not our business, frankly. It's not our business. For whatever the reason may be, it's literally not our business. We're here to play a video game, ultimately, right? We're here to literally play a video game. The impact of the game is definitely our business. I don't think it's our business, right? Sure, we can be concerned about it. We can talk about it and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, we have no skin in the game here, as they say. You know, if the game does well, we have a video game to play. If the game doesn't do well, we just move on to another video game. Just weird to leave without an official message. Seems to be a legal problem. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, we could be interested in it for sure. Everybody's going to be interested in it. This is definitely going to be a topic of conversation. You know, I'll say this about it. I'm glad that we're not talking about Charm. I'm glad we're not talking about Charm for once. We got something else that has everybody on their mind, right? Like, Nick's stream last night was very warm and fuzzy about a Drulin or something. Yeah, he was playing a Drulin online last night. And, you know, he seemed to be enjoying it. Charm's fixed? Yeah, you think so, Brew? I don't know, man. I don't know if Charm's fixed. In my opinion, Charm is not fixed. But that's a whole other topic. I am going to do exactly what I said I would do right here about Charm. Come join me. Today, we are not debating Charm. Feel free to chat about it amongst yourselves in chat. I will refer anyone to Discord and Reddit going forward. If you want to talk about Charm, there's a great, this right here. As expected, Charm is out of control. This thread has almost 2,000 comments in it. By all means, go there and discuss to your heart's content. Go discuss to your heart's content, guys. Like, I don't know what to say about Charm anymore. I'm done. Cost of charisma gear went up. Oh, did it? The cost of it went up. Charm 100% has been taking a hit as of the patch, though. Yeah, I'm not going to debate it anymore. You know, I still think Charm is too strong, but that's all I'm going to say about it. The day Nick started reviewing the classes channel on Discord Live, taking random notes and trying to player pressure was a warning that something might happen. I don't know if it was burnout. Yeah, not professional handle like that. Yeah, I would agree with that. I even made a comment in his chat. Again, not going to speculate, but I made a comment in Nick's chat when that happened, and I said, hey, I don't think this is the best thing for a stream, like live on stream. I don't agree with that. On a business standpoint, right? Like, I disagreed with that. And I made it clear in his chat. Like, you can see me at some timestamp in his chat, and I said, I don't think this is the best thing to be doing live on a stream. Reading comments, answering them, locking threads, all of that. I disagreed with it. But, you know. Yeah, there was a lot of that happening. 100% there's a lot of that happening. And I 100% disagreed with it. I made it clear that I disagreed with it. And then I moved on. I didn't harp on it. I just said, you know, Nick, I don't agree with the approach here. But that was 2 days ago, or whenever it was. Yeah, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, whenever that was. You know, that's how honestly I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna tell you something, or I'm gonna say something. Do as I say, not as I do, kind of thing, right? Make your voice heard, say what you're going to say, and then move on. I know I don't do that very often. But I also, people come to my house, right? You come to my house, I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and I'm going to harp on it all day. But in the Discord and public spaces, Reddit, whatever, go in there, give your feedback, give your opinion, whatever you want to do, say it, and then move on. It makes it so much easier on everybody. I'm very bad about it myself. Okay, there's somebody over there. There's people over here stealing my nodes again. This guy running around stealing my nodes. How dare you? I got 6 minutes left on Speed of the Wild. Yikes. Wait, is he stealing nodes or is he getting wood? What does he have? Looks like he's just got an axe in his hand. I think he's just getting wood. That's pretty much all of his streams went through regarding discussion balance. Let's see. If the guys in charge need their customers to dictate changes, the guys in charge needs to firm up their understanding of their vision. Yeah. He made a few changes I didn't agree with. He made a lot of changes I didn't agree with. Yeah. And I'm very vocal about them. I'm very vocal about the changes that I don't like. It's concerning. I mean, everything's concerning, right? Everything's concerning, but I still have faith in the team, and I hope they move on, and everything's good. You know, Sean has been my go-to for a while now. Like I'm like a Sean fanboy, to be honest. I'm a big Sean fanboy. Charm broke on Nick. Jeez. What's going on, Houdini? How you doing, bud? Yeah. Like I'm not gonna speculate, guys. But yeah, there was definitely some class direction that I disagree with. And yeah. I did not like the fact that Nick giving out keys, and I thought that was mishandled. I did too, Brew. I did too. That's why I didn't talk about it, right? I didn't talk about it much. Rooting for the game to succeed. Yeah, I'm rooting for the game as well. I'm definitely in the games. I'm on the side, the team side of the game, the development team side. So yeah. I think if it were an issue with, I think if there were more of an issue with things on the development side, the team side, I think it would have been more than more things would be happening, right? Let's put it that way. More people would have left, or whatever happened. So that's. I think the game is going to be okay. I don't think it's falling apart. I don't think anything like that's happening. Let's see what else. All right, we're just gonna keep playing. You guys speculate, do whatever you want. I don't care. Big question is who's gonna replace him? You know, right now Zillith. So if you have questions regarding classes and that kind of thing, I would defer those to Zillith. Right? I would defer those to Zillith, because Zillith's been working on the class direction quite a bit. The class balances and changes and all that. Again, if you have questions regarding the departure of Nick, talk about it amongst yourselves. I don't care. I'm not going to police that in the chat. But defer those to Sean. I think is the best course of action at this point. Don't ask about it, right? I'm not trying to tell anybody to go talk to Sean about it. Don't do that. But if you were talking to Nick about something regarding the game already in DMs, your best bet is to go to Sean. Sean is obsessed with the wizard. You think so? Maybe. I understand why Wizard has dual wield class and then changed to staff only offhand, because I love Lord of the Rings. So who has played the Wizard? I want to know what's going on with the Wizard. Does anybody know what's up with that? Who's played Wizard, and how do you like the new staff changes? Because you can still dual wield. You can still do that with the Wizard, or you can do the staff. So you can either melee as a wizard, or you can use a staff as a wizard, and they're supposed to be comparable. You dislike it? Ooh, that's not good. You play a wizard? But I'm mostly solo? Okay, so you mostly solo. Are you quad kiting? Is that your preferred method of play? I hope Zillith. Zillith, by the way, is with an X, but not to correct you, Nova. It's XIL. Does not stream. Working on class balance, reducing transparency. Oh, thank you so much. Who did that? Thank you. Yo, I said good thanks. Bargain Bob. Thank you so much, Bargain Bob. I appreciate the sow, buddy. Transparent. I don't think we need a bunch of dummies dicing up their design and direction. Yeah, I did disagree with that. I didn't talk about it much, but that is kind of the topic of today. I did disagree with going into Nick's stream and people just being like, I think you should do this. And then Nick literally going, okay, and doing it. I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. Again, didn't talk about it much. I didn't want to step on people's toes with that, but I did not think that was a good direction. Are you able to speak in the direction of the game, how it compares to Classic EQ, the amount of content coming out and such? I see the zone a lot, but not much else. Are there a lot of other zones? So, Zoid, there are approximately 25 zones currently in the game. Yes, this zone is one of them. People are here quite a bit. This is Sungreet Strands, but there's approximately 25 zones in the game. They currently have a desert biome, which is the one you probably see 99% of the time. They also have a forest biome, which make up like 3 zones. So you got Evershade Weld, you have Scarwood, and Keeper's Bite. So that area is kind of a forest zone. They also have like a water zone or like an island zone, which is Shallow Shoals. And they're also going to have an ice zone or winter zone. These are things that are announced that are coming. There's going to be deep zones, so basically things that are underground, kind of like your Underdark from D&D. Think of it that way. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of different zones. The idea for 1.0 is to have over 100 zones in this game. Right now, like I said, there's about 25. By early access, there's going to be like 5 or 6 more. And then every few months after that, 3-4 months or so, every 3 or 4 months, there's going to be a module. Modules are going to basically be their added content with a lot of new content, new zones, etc. And that's all going to be adding in, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional zones every module. So up until they get to approximately 100 zones for the release of 1.0. Hopefully it answers your question. Let's see. Late to the party. I already discussed the big news. Don't need to. Yes, we already discussed the big news, Haas. And I'm going to repeat this a lot today, so I apologize for anybody that is going to get in the channel. I am not discussing Nick. You guys can feel free to discuss Nick and the departure. Whatever happened. I'm not going to be discussing it. And no, I don't have any further information, and I'm not going to speculate and discuss it. Random question, but has anyone been able to do the shadowy, the castle up in the sky? No, the one. So there's 2 different castles that you could be referring to, but the one that you're talking about is the one that's floating up in the sky, Vale of Zintar. You can get directly underneath it. There's a pyramid that comes up right underneath it, and then these rings, like Stargate rings, right? I think my speculation on that is that we're going to have to somehow key to that dungeon, like flag our characters for that dungeon, get up underneath it, and go up the Stargate rings into that castle. I don't know it's what we're going to do, but that's my speculation on it. But yeah, you can't get to that dungeon right now. I look at level character, that area, open last playtest, very curious about it. Yeah, nobody's been in there. No worries, Criddle. Thanks for correcting me. Yeah, no worries, Nova. If he's in charge, was overridden, I can see. Let's see about discussion in chat. Criddle prefers to not discuss it anymore. Yep. Moving on. I will read all your comments though, guys, so don't worry. On his stream, yeah, I may discuss things off stream with my friends and stuff, but yeah, I'm not going to discuss things on stream. Chuck Norris died today? Oh, man. I thought I saw something about Chuck Norris, Atomic Frog. I thought I saw something, and I didn't know what it was, but it was something about Chuck Norris. That is sad. That's very sad, dude. I loved watching Chuck Norris movies when I was younger. Chuck Norris, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Like, I was huge into karate when I was younger. I loved karate, and any type of that martial arts was just like so cool. I watched a lot of like Bruce Lee as well. Loved all that kind of stuff. First like 5 zones or sandy desert, depending. If you start over in the Phalandraw side of the world, everything you're going to see is green. So yeah, if you want to see green and you don't want to see sand, create a wood elf or a halfling, and start on that side of the world. 50 is the max level on beta. No, 60 is the max level on beta. Currently, nobody is level 60 yet. I think the highest level is still 55, 56, something around there that we know of. There could be people that are anonymous or role play or whatever. So, appreciate the breakdown. Super helpful. Yeah, no worries. Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the earth down. Yes. I love the Chuck Norris jokes, man. I haven't heard those in a long time. Oh my goodness. I love it. Like, dude, I haven't heard a Chuck Norris joke in like 20 years. Ah. Nick was Chuck confirmed. Yes. Yeah. Nick was Chuck Norris confirmed. No, he didn't have a beard. He didn't have a beard, so different people. Unless, wait a minute, maybe Nick was the guy inside of Chuck Norris's beard. That's a possibility. Missing in Action was an epic movie. Dude, Chuck Norris has so many epic movies. Chuck is probably backhandling St. Peter, call him Charles right now. Nice. Chuck Norris died? Yeah. Yeah, apparently. Like, man, it's so sad. Chuck Norris, Bruce Lee, Careless Whispers. I don't know that I'm going to do that right now, but I'll check it out later. I'll check it out later for sure. Chuck doesn't die. He tells or Death when he wants a vacation. There you go. Yeah, Chuck Norris didn't die. He just went to beat up the bad guys, in another realm. Death had to come for Chuck Norris in his sleep. If he wakes, it would have been a fight, right? Definitely. Dude, the Chuck Norris jokes are going to be coming back, and I love it. I love it. He's going to be remembered. That's what's crazy, is he's going to be remembered for being like, earmuffs, kids, earmuffs. He's going to be remembered for just being a badass, right? He's one of the few people that is going to be remembered for that. Not because he was the strongest man in the world. Like, he's not like an Arnold Schwarzenegger where he's, just super strong or buff or whatever. He's going to be remembered for just being a badass. Earmuffs, kids. Don't repeat. Sorry. That's about the only time. I try not to cuss. I try not to swear. But, I mean, how else can you describe Chuck Norris? I'm done for now. Back to work. Back to those spreadsheets. Enjoy your spreadsheets, Atomic Frog. He was ahead of the game. He was definitely ahead of the game, man. Yeah, Chuck Norris, good guy. Good guy. Never met him, but... Texas Ranger. Oh, dude. I remember Texas Ranger. That was out when I was in high school. Probably my junior year in high school. There was this girl that I had a huge crush on in high school. And I would pick her up from on my way to school because she lived literally on my way to school. I would pick her up and drive her to school every day because she was 15 when I was 16. And so she couldn't drive yet. And I would swing by her house and pick her up. And at 7 o'clock in the morning, I'd knock on the door, and she would open the door. Her parents would be sitting on the couch. I have no idea what they did for a job, but they would be sitting on the couch watching Walker, Texas Ranger. Every morning. It was like that was their morning ritual. Maybe they recorded it the night before. I don't know. But every morning I picked her up from school, Walker, Texas Ranger on the TV. It was crazy, man. Yeah, her name, I remember that girl's name too. Her name was Elise. I had a huge crush on her. Huge. She ended up, like, I think she was a military family. I'm pretty sure her dad was, like, retired military or something at the time. And I think her mom may have also been military. Anyway, my understanding is she moved to Germany. And she was gone. Just like, yeah. Just gone. Anyway, was always on after school. Yeah, maybe they recorded it and then they watched it the next morning. It was in the mornings. It was always, because after school I would take her home and I would drop her off, but I didn't get out of my car when I dropped her off. She just got out of my car and went inside. But in the mornings I would get out of my car and knock on her door, and I would see them in the living room watching it. It's so weird. When the boogeyman goes to sleep, he checks his closet for Chuck Norris, right? Absolutely. Was probably on in the mornings too. Limited content then? It was limited content, yeah. You look at Crimson Desert thing, all the hype is about right now. I haven't looked at it. So I have looked into Crimson Desert. It's a single player MMORPG, I believe, from my understanding. So it's not an MMO or anything like that. It's a single player RPG, not MM. I don't know what I said a minute ago. Oh, look at that sunset. Look at that. That looks amazing. Hang on. Let's get the lighting right. Let's get the lighting right. That looks awesome. Oh my gosh, dude. Let's get rid of the... Look at that. I love the sun coming up in this game. We're going to watch the sunrise this morning. On this beautiful morning, Friday morning, we're going to sit here and we're going to watch the sunrise. Oh, man. This is what I love about this game. Look at it. It just slowly comes up, and you'll start to see, like, the reflection in the sand, and the sun just, like, the light comes up, the glare, the glow in the background. The transitions are pretty good. You know, like, they're not perfect. They're not perfect transitions, but they're pretty good transitions. But, dude, look at this. Like, people say that the graphics in this game aren't good. I love the art direction of this game. I love this. And then you'll just see, like, the sun, how it just bathes the sand, right? Oh, really grew on me. The water is beautiful. Yeah, they did a great job with the water. The music, yeah, music is good. You can't hear that over my terrible voice, but so I apologize for that. Look at that. See this, the sand is starting to lighten up. You're starting to see the sand get light, a little bit lighter and lighter. Yeah, now's when you start putting on your sunscreen. Absolutely. Love it, dude. I love it. Oh, Deep Gnomes are going to get out their sunglasses. I don't know what they're going to do with Deep Gnomes. They're going to get, like, Ultra Vision, right? And then, but with the Ultra Vision, you have, like, day blindness. So, like, your screen turns white instead of completely black. And I don't know what they're going to do. All right, that's starting to get too bright for me. We're going to go ahead and move on. But that was a beautiful sunrise. Oh, my gosh, dude. I love watching the sunrise or sunset. Golly, I just love it. Nature, that's another really good shot. Oh, dude, if we would have moved up a little bit, that would have been a good shot too, with the water in the background and everything. Anyway. They should have a special headwear for it. I don't know what they're going to do. Yeah, I think that they could get a special, like, headwear kind of thing. That'd be cool, yeah. I climbed a tower and was looking at Night Harbor. Yeah, dude, I can't wait till we can get in the big green castle or the other castle in Vale of Zintar. And if we can get to like the top of those towers or castles or whatever, and you can look out over the world and see everything, I can't wait to see that perspective. That might be what I go for as a world first, right? Get high enough level to get to the top of those castles to be able to just hang out there and look out. Although somebody's going to beat me to it with like invisibility or IVU or stealth. Somebody will get there and take screenshots from up there. But dude, that would be awesome. Tinkering goggles? Yeah, tinkering goggles would be cool. The only issue with that is, what slot would you put the tinkering goggles in? Would you put it in a helmet slot or a face slot? And then those are like, those are statted slots. So you would lose out on stats, you know? It'd be rough. Face for sure. Yeah, I mean, that would be cool to do that. But yeah, I wouldn't want to lose out on the stats, you know? All right. I think Easter's going to get on here soon. We're going to do this last lap, and then I'm going to run to town. Oh, there's a mining guy over there. We're going to cut him off and go this way. Goggles can have stats. They could give goggles stats. Yeah, they could absolutely do that too. But like, I wouldn't, as a non-deep race. Ooh, let's turn on our HUD here again. As a non-deep race, I wouldn't want to put on the goggles. So I would hope that the best stats weren't on goggles that would change the way my screen looks. I think that's part of what the reasoning is, that why they don't want to put goggles or something like that into the game, is because they don't want to change the look of the game for everybody. You know, they want that to be kind of a choice, I guess. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with that. Goggles with lights. That would be awesome, yeah. Like a headlamp kind of thing. That'd be awesome. There's a second post. Doesn't give much info, but mentions they have legal requirements. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just like every business, they're not going to go into detail. I'm sure that on Nick's side, he's not allowed to talk about it either. There's probably like legal arrangements for what's going on. That's why we're not speculating. We're not talking about it. We're just moving on from it. Yeah, I would love to see goggles or something. I would also like to see the face mask. Speaking of that, so like the sandstorms, how do you all feel about the sandstorm change? With the duration being shortened like a quarter of the duration that what it used to be. I personally like it. We had 2 sandstorms last night while I was in Glass Flats. And I still like the sandstorm. I like the idea of the sandstorm, but them lasting for upwards of 16 in-game hours. So every in-game hour is about 3 minutes long. That means sandstorms could last upwards of 48 minutes previously. That was way too long. Like nuts, dude. Be fine as long as there's a way to help mitigate it, especially if there's unique spawns. There are unique spawns. I'm not going to go into detail of what those unique spawns are, but yes, there are unique spawns associated with sandstorms. There's going to be, like they've talked about this a lot, there's going to be unique spawns associated with different weather effects. So yeah, absolutely be looking out for those sandstorms, man. Depending on where you are and what you are doing, you might run into something that you do not want to run into. Only issue I have with shorter storms is it gives you less of a chance at the special mobs that can spawn. Well, maybe, but like yesterday in Glass Flats, we had 2 storms in like 3 hours while we're XPing over there. So maybe it's going to give you more of a chance. The storm could go away and then come back and respawn it again. But yes, it does give you less of a chance. lucky for those special mobs that may spawn, because the duration of them gives you less of a chance to go do that. But I don't think it's going to be much of an issue. Like, I think when those sandstorms hit, people are going to learn about them, learn about what spawns with different types of storms in the game, and they're going to immediately go and do those things, like, very, very quickly. So, would be fine with being long. I got that. AC storms could just spawn the mob, and they could stay after the storm. Yeah, they could do that, too. They could stay after the storm for a little bit. You know, it depends. Depends. A couple ways you can go with it. All right, we're going to go to town here. I'm dropping stuff on the ground. Anybody's welcome to pick it up if they want to. I only gained like 2 mining that whole time. Ugh, gross. That's gross. I was fine with the storms. That was my time. Oop, hang on. Is this is a harvest node, right? This one, right? Nope, none of those. Oh, wow. Okay. Normally those are harvest nodes. Someone will make a website like M&M Stormwatch. Yeah. Track the storms. Maybe, but they're random. So, like, there might be a storm. There might be a site that does that. But it would have to actually be reading the game files to know when they pop up. Because they don't pop up at the same time. Will you do dedicated trade skill characters? I'm going to do it all on my main character, M. Clark. If I make alt characters, which I probably will, once I level up my main character to 60, and I'm, you know, basically not doing anything else on my main character, I will make alt characters for different classes. So I will be doing that, but yeah. Maybe astrology could give some hints in the upcoming weather. That could be cool, yeah. Astrology would be really neat for that. You know, you could say, oh, a storm's coming, you know, like, could give kind of hints towards things. What? What is that? Okay, you're just going to put it in the garage? Okay. No, you're good. I was just confused. I was like, why do I need to know that? I get it though. Yeah. Yeah, put it right inside. That's fine. My trick knee is acting up again. Storms are coming. I feel you there. You can smell it in the air when you know when like a good rainstorm's coming. At least I can smell it. Can you smell what the storm is bringing? That's like that'd be like a wrestler named The Rain instead of The Rock. They should do that. Somebody needs to make a spoof about that. Holy moly. Maybe hearing voices, but my eyes don't deceive me. Yeah. All right, let's get to town. We're going to convert all this money to better denominations. So that we're not carrying around so much weight. Do we have bones? We do have bones. Let's break down our bones. The bones. Did we fix it where items automatically stack in their bank? Is that fixed yet? Because they were not stacking automatically. Let's see if they got that fixed. If not, we're going to do a bug report, because I don't know if I bug reported that. Is kite soloing a thing or killing guards for XP? Both of those are a thing, yes. You can, so kite soloing is a thing for several classes. Even quad kiting for wizards is a thing. And then killing guards, yeah, people kill guards all the time. I would not necessarily recommend doing it all the time, but you can. There are some guards that that drop gear. Some named guards in the game that drop gear in town. So it's definitely a possibility. I don't like how they've done that though, kinda, because some named guards drop gear, some named guards don't drop gear. Okay, good. That stacks. Good. Look at that. Things are stacking again. So awesome. Let's go ahead and do this. This. There we go. So we need 3 limestone, or let's do it this way. Does it stack other way? Yes, 7 limestone, and then we have 7 bone ash, which would do 6 bone ash. And 7 limestone. Okay, so we do that. And then what else do we have? We have silver, ghost poppy. Those can go over here. Oh, there's a cauldron right here. Look at that. Thank you. Perfect. Make flux out of there. Boom. Good morning, Milos. How are you doing? Murder hobo is the only real class. Yes, absolutely. We truly are just a bunch of murder hobos. We are. We really, really are. I actually, there was a guy on, there's a guy on the closed alpha for a while. And it was funny because he got on the closed alpha and he was killing literally everything. And then he would get on the closed alpha forums and he would kind of complain. He would complain that killing certain monsters was really, really hard. Or, sorry, killing certain things in the game was very difficult. And then he would be like, they're undercon. So, like, it would be a green con mob to him, but it was hitting for, like, 500 health. And he's like, it's a named enemy. It should drop items, and it's super duper hard. Like, why is this? And it was just like, oh my gosh. It was a quest NPC. It was literally, you know where you teleport in for the, you teleport in for the, druid rings in Sungreet Strands? That's literally what he was talking about. Like, you're killing that NPC and you're complaining about it? It's just a quest NPC, dude. Stop killing everything. Okay, do we have a smithing, right? There's a smithing anvil around here. Is that correct? There's that. There's this. Oh my goodness, subs coming in. Isar coming in with the gifted subs. Thank you so much, sir. All of the gifted subs, all the love. I appreciate it. The only one I know is by Night Market. That's the only one I know of, too. Somebody said there was one over here, I think. So I was going to look to see. Esar's just gifting subs because he's late to the party. No, he's not late. He was working out or something this morning. He'll join here in a second. You did. Uh-oh, Brewski didn't get one. Wah, wah. Is that font big enough now? I increased the font size, but I could probably make that bigger, couldn't I? It's still not big enough. I should probably make that bigger. I see some names in there, though. I see some good names in there getting subs. So, thank you so much, Easter. Thank you so much for everybody being in the chat. I really do appreciate it, guys. And gals. There's probably gals in the chat too. I don't want to call you out. You didn't get one either? You already had one. Milos has been around for a long time. Back in the Fortnite Save the World days. I can't get rid of that guy. I've been trying to, don't worry. I've really been trying to. By the way, if you want to buy a house, this is who you come to. Night Market Realtor. Okay, we need silver bars. Silver bars. Sturdy ingot. Sturdy ingot. We need 18, 14. I just saw something about Save the World. What was that? I thought that the game was dead and gone. Actually, it's going free to play, Milos. Save the World. Fortnite Save the World is going free to play. So it's about to be dead and gone? Got it. Yeah. Yes. It's about to be dead and gone. Hey, there's Gith. Everybody hit up Gith if you want free gear. Because that's where my stuff goes. If we can't disenchant it, I give it to Gith. So everybody, send him tells. It's already gone? Dang it. Hey, Vor, thank you so much. You sold it for wood. Hey, that's smart. That's smart. Yeah, if I don't disenchant something, I don't take it usually. I try not to. If I take it, it's either going on my character or being disenchanted for later use. Otherwise, I try to give it to everybody else in the party to sell for money or to give away or whatever they do with it. I don't know what they do with it. All right, you want to put me on follow, Isar? And we're going to go to whatchamacallit today. We're going to try out the Drakes. That's what Isar said he wanted to try to do today, so we're going to try to do that. Holy moly. You got all this wood. That's a lot of wood. Hopefully I have enough inventory space for this. And weight. Woo! That put me nearly, well, it put me overweight, but I can manage. Oh, wait a minute. Before we do that, hang on. I need sharpening stones. I ran out. That's so I need rigid sharpening stones, right? Rigid, yes. There's nothing above rigid, correct? I think rigid is the highest. So we're gonna do. We'll do 40 of them. Hang on. Let's do this. Craft all. Have they updated housing prices yet? Or is everything still 5 gold? They've updated housing prices for different areas. That's still a work in progress, but they have updated it, yes. Vor, thank you so much for the sub. I think I said that, but just to double check and make sure. What's your take on Nick not being part of Eminem anymore? So, Kat, I'm not taking a stance on that. I'm not discussing it too much. I appreciate the question. I appreciate you coming in and asking me. We're not going to speculate on it. If you guys want to talk about it in chat, feel free to do so as much as you want. I'm not going to police any of that. That's on you, not on me. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it. I have no more information than you all do. But, you know, I wish everybody the best on all ends. Anybody that may be involved in that, I wish everybody the best. I hope that works out. You know, that's all I can really say. As far as the game is concerned, though, if you were in DMs with Nick about something regarding the game, refer those to Sean. If it has to do with class skills and anything like that, the things that Nick was working on, like the class skills and the builds and the balance of the classes, that would be a Zilith thing at this point, I believe. I'm just guessing there. So that's all I can say. You know, my take on it, just the quick version of it is I don't know what happened. I don't really care what happened. That's none of my business. But according to Sean, the game is going to continue moving the way that it is moving. They have a vision. They have an idea. And it's going to continue going that direction. So, all right. We ready? Cool. We got Gith on auto follow, and we are moving. You benefit from for Nick not being part of Eminem anymore? Awesome. Well, thank you, Vor. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the sub. And going forward, not that I'm trying to take over Nick's job or whatever he was doing, but since Nick is no longer going to be streaming and I will not be covering his streams because they're not going to be Monsters and Memories related, I will probably... Oh, shoot, I lost Isar again. Isar, I lost you. Gith. I don't know what happened there. I probably jumped. Reported for botting, right? So I'll probably do like, what do they call it? Patch note overviews and stuff. When they send out the patch notes, I'll probably read through those myself instead of going to Nick's stream and watching his patch notes overviews that he did. So I'll probably do that for YouTube content for those that that want information on that. I heard rumors. There's lots of rumors, I'm sure. I appreciate your PG-13 stream as well. Thank you so much, Vor. I appreciate that. I try to keep things very very PG around here. I'm stoked for Monsters and Memories. Are you loving the game? I am absolutely loving the game. Yeah, 100%. Like I am all in on this game. I think it's fantastic. I enjoy playing it. I disagree with some of the direction that they're going, but I think a lot of us disagree with some of the direction they're going. But yeah, you know, we're not all going to agree on every topic. I heard a rumor I'm having a sandwich for lunch. Probably some lettuce on there. Uh-oh. Did anybody watch that show with Ellen/Elliot Page? Oops, wrong one. What was that called? And the girl in it though that's like, I had a rumor. That was her superpower. That's the only thing I can remember. What was that called? I totally forgot now. That's what that reminded me of. Lettuce, ooh, rabbit food. Man, I like a good salad now and then. Umbrella Academy, yeah, Umbrella. Thank you, Feisty. Feisty's always got me covered. Yeah, I enjoyed Umbrella Academy. Did you guys like that show? I enjoyed it. Based on the comic? Yeah, it's based on the comic, Umbrella Academy. I enjoyed that show. It was great early, got a bit odd. It did get a bit odd, you know. That's something that I don't like to talk about politically. Like, I'm not going to talk politics on this topic, but I don't like that some shows, you know, push certain agendas on you. And I feel like that show kind of did a little bit because it was right around the time with the Ellen Page thing happening. But I feel like they did it a little bit more tasteful than some other shows do. But overall, on the show, I liked the show. I thought the show was fun to watch. But I agree, it did get a little bit weird. Did get a little weird at the end there. Never watched season finale. The story was just repeating itself, so opted out. Yeah, I would agree with that. Slam Bits. I would agree with that. Yeah, Feisty Corgi. She is a feisty Corgi. She owns a feisty Corgi. Actually, that Corgi is not feisty. That Corgi will attack its little stuffed octopus for about 5 seconds and then go and lay down in its bed. How important is the beginning of making the character, what you pick, stats, etc.? So would you recommend for a warrior? Well, it's not super important, Bashneer, but it will make an effect on your character. But not a lot, not like a huge effect on your character. So you're going to have a total of 10 stat points that you can choose. So at the biggest difference is going to be like 10 stat point difference, right? But your primary stat, you're still probably going to be able to max it out no matter what race you're choosing. Based on your class, you should still be able to max out your primary stat that you want to max out. So there will be almost zero difference there. Your race could affect some of your other starting stats, but it'll probably only be like 3, 4, 5 at the most of a difference. But I would say the biggest thing is going to be your racial trait, because some of the traits are definitely better than others for certain classes. For example, I am playing a dwarf fighter right now, and the reason I chose dwarf was a very specific reason, and that is because they have stone form, and stone form is a very good tank ability, but it is not necessarily a good ability for other classes. So that's why I chose that. Wood Elf also has the hide ability, which is a very good ability for several classes. So it's going to make a little bit of a difference, but overall, in the grand scheme of things, I wouldn't say any one of the traits or the starting stats is going to be a huge difference. If you are a min-maxer, then yes, it will make a difference for you. That's the reason I chose dwarf over the other races, is because of the min-max side of me that wanted to have stone form specifically. Criddle won't give his opinion on the Iran war because this is Good Vibes gaming stream, not a yes, exactly, not a Doomer news stream. I will not be talking about the Iran war. I don't talk politics. Like, no. My only opinion on politics is that they all suck. I just don't like any of them. Just don't like them. Nobody's in on our side, on the little person side, right? We are peons compared to all these other people. And that's my entire take on it. And that's all I'll say. She's an old lady. She is an old lady. She takes after her mom. Ooh. My girlfriend thinks that I'm the oldest person in the world. She picks on me all the time. Like, he's so old. Because 1 week out of the year, she's 3 years younger than I am. For 1 week. And that's coming up in June. This game's going to launch, and 2 weeks later, my birthday. That's a big week. It's a very big week. Racial traits are the most important, like tenacity. I mean, tenacity can be pretty important depending on your class. Yeah, tenacity is pretty big. I mean, that's a reason to go human, right? It is definitely a reason to go human. I'm looking to play Fighter, Paladin, or SK. I don't know what I want to play. I want to get in play test so badly. So all three of those are good for different reasons. I would say right now, SK is probably the go-to tank for most players for a couple reasons. One, it has really good survivability. It can solo, and it can tank fairly well, so you're going to be welcome in a group, and you're going to be welcome as a solo, and you'll be able to solo as well. Is Isar in here? Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I assumed you were miming IVU, so we can run there. Trash Can Dwarf is epic. Well, that's true too. Yeah, the Trash Can Dwarf, you get full plate armor, and you just look like I'm like Oscar the Grouch over here. I'm just like sticking my head up so I can see with my little beady eyes. Okay. Wait, what the heck? Oh, See Invis isn't working. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, See Invis. Any devs in the chat? See Invis still not working after the changes. Wait a minute. I can see GIF. Maybe it is working. Is it working? Maybe it is working. It's just the name tag, I guess. Like I see your name tag, but I can't see you. I see like a, oh, whatever. We'll figure it out. Did it break? Oh. We just have to watch this one Drake. Hang on, I got to pay attention where I'm going right now, because if I don't pay attention, we'll get an undead Drake, and we just have regular Invis on right now. Yes, all the Chuck Norris jokes. Definitely bring in all the Chuck Norris jokes. I love those. So we're gonna be chatting about Chuck Norris today. I used to have an actual slash joke thing in my. I need to see if I can get that added back in. But slash joke used to be a thing in my chat, and if you do slash joke or dad joke or whatever it was, it would give you a joke. My bot. Oop, you faded. Oh, I need to probably turn on my warnings. Let me do that real quick. Filters. It's under warning or error? It's under warning, right? Solo with TTK is not very good. I can solo, but it's one mob, sit for 10. Yeah, I mean, but it's still better than a fighter, still better than other classes, right? So it's the best soloing tank, I would say Shadow Knight is. Not saying that it can solo well, but it is the best tank that can solo. I can't solo at all. Well, I mean, I might be able to kill one like blue mob, maybe. But anyway. I wonder if now that Nick is gone, there will be racial changes. Maybe. There's going to be some things happening, I'm sure, that are going to be different. Yeah, as far as the game is concerned. You know, Nick's direction with his class balancing and all that might be different than what Zillith wants to do, but we'd have to see how it plays out. Who knows? Holy moly, it's dark. There we go. Issa's got a light. I'll read chat in a minute. I can't read it while I'm running through this very dark tunnel. Oh, those are light blue, but those are the lower level ones, right? Uh-oh, slaying time's going up there. I wonder if they're camping it. Oh, these are light blue as well. Okay, yeah, those are even con. Where do you want to go for that? Maybe, I don't know. I'm lost. Oh, I'm appearing. I'm appearing. All right, I'm good, but yeah, I'm appearing. All right, so was it up this way? Ah, yeah, I remember now. Okay. Appearing again. Chuck Norris. Yeah, apparently Chuck Norris died. They were always terrible jokes. They were terrible jokes. Golly, I cannot see. Yeah, slaying times. Or somebody's up here. Oh, somebody's charming. I mean, they might be okay with us camping here. We can ask. Not talking about it today, but all I'm saying. That's literally all I'm saying, guys. I don't even need to say anything, right? I don't need to say anything because we all know what's happening here. I was referring to Criddle's joke command. Chuck Norris jokes are legendary. Yeah. Say it. I'm not saying it. I said I wouldn't talk about it. I said I wouldn't talk about it. And I'm not gonna. I'm not saying the word. I'm not gonna do it. Do you want to fight here, or do we want to try to go in that other corner around the other side and just be out of this dude's way? Well, I don't want to go down this way because there's 3 mobs that spawn back there. But we could go around the corner. I know there was another spot over there. Too bad that he's never cried. Wait, Chuck Norris, tears can cure cancer. Too bad he's never cried. Yes. I don't know. I'm lost. Uh-oh. Don't be lost. Be found. All right, I'm appearing again, but we're safe here. Allure too powerful? Yes. Yes, Nova. Yes, Nova. Oh my goodness gracious, guys. My goodness gracious. I can't do it anymore. All right, we're gonna figure out where we're gonna fight. So yeah, we could set up here in the corner. I don't think he's gonna mind that much because it's not. Yeah, we can ask him. I'll send him a tell. I'll send him a tell and ask him. All right, he said knock yourself out. He's testing charm timers is what he's doing. So we want to put the campfire here so we have the shelter, right? I'll put it right here at the top of the ramp. Yeah, I said the same thing. That I'm not talking about it anymore. I'm done with it. All right. All right, so I'll pull the ones behind us, and then I'll go around the corner and pull some of those. Yeah, you just let me know when you're ready. Nice. Kids wear Superman pajamas. Superman wears Chuck Norris pajamas. Nice. Love it. I like it. I love it. Do 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 do. All right. Ooh, I got pre-approved for a game. Ghostmaster Resurrection Core Edition. All right. You ready to try one of these? I want to see what I can pull. Yeah, but if I remember correctly, they didn't hit very hard. I'm gonna try to pull this one right here. Oop. Maybe not. I don't want to pull two here. All right, we're trying it. I haven't seen any hits yet. I see him. Oh, 50, 35? I don't remember. It was just scrolling too fast. 61. Yeah, they're not hitting super hard, and when debuffed, it's not bad. What do they con? These con white and dark blue to a 50. So these are going to be like level 40, 48, 49, 50, if I remember correctly. This particular one is dark blue. These would probably be good for you to solo, Brewski. Like, not trying to, you know, give up our camp spot here, but these are probably good for you to solo. You're not going to get, and they're undead as well. You're not going to get, you know, much in the way of gear or any loot. But they have money. And they drop coin. But you're what, 53 now, I think? So you could probably You can probably solo these. Yeah, I need to put on my buffs as well. I didn't put on my sharpening stones yet. Won't increase my DPS a lot, but it'll do a little. Good. So yeah, we'll pull these 3, and then I'll pull from around the corner. Shaman, yeah, debuffs and slows, they're very good, yeah. Makes these fights so easy. So easy. Like, a shaman with any type of melee class is just like win game, basically. Duo, it's great. Unfortunately, Duo is like some of the best XP you can get right now. I really hope they lean into that higher, bigger groups for better XP. But we'll see. We'll see how things change. They're also confused as to why I interrupted them to announce that I'm sure they understood the importance of what? Just broke the news to my wife. The other people that she was presenting to or in her meeting are confused with subset news. Oh my gosh, Milos. You just like barge in. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt this board meeting. You all aware that Chuck Norris has passed? Good. They're higher level too, so they should be better XP. I am a little worried about pulling around the corner, though. I have to be very careful with that. I came through the door like Kramer and announced it. Like, hey! Dude. Oh my gosh, man. I don't know if I could live like that in real life with somebody just busting in my... Like, my front door, right? Like, if I lived in an apartment or something like that, and somebody just literally walking in my front door. Like, come on. Those were different times, though. Back in the 90s, they were different times. I'm surprised that Jerry Seinfeld didn't lock his door more often. If Kramer kept barging in on my door, I would definitely lock the door. Yeah, it might be dying slower, but it's probably more XP, so it's probably worth it. And we're out of the way of a lot of people getting over there in that glass flats area. Yeah. They will now. Watch an episode of Seinfeld sometimes with a laugh track. Those people were crazy. They were, yeah. Well, you're kind of a younger person, aren't you, Enoch? Aren't you younger? Yeah, that was fun times to watch Seinfeld back then. 38? Okay, so you're not too much younger. You were around when Seinfeld was around. I remember watching Seinfeld a bunch. back in my teen years. One of my best friends, like, lived off of Seinfeld. Like, that was his thing. Every night after dinner, old man put it on. There you go. Yeah, I watched it quite a bit. A little older than you, but not much. I remember watching it a lot in high school, though. No, he's over here charming stuff. I'm just waiting for him to pull something. I just don't want to pull through him, so I'm making sure I taunt it. I mean, if he's charming the one that's like going around the big rock here, that'd be perfect. '80s and '90s, back when people actually scheduled time to watch shows. Yes, I remember that so much, man. Watch like, oh, Family Matters is coming on. 8 o'clock. Let's go. What are some other ones that I watched? Family Matters was Urkel, right? I remember a lot of people would call it the Urkel show. They like didn't know it was called Family Matters. I always like, it was funny to me. Was it Family Matters or was it Family Matters? Which are two different things, right? Because family matters, right? They matter. But it was also just like, oh, these are the family matters. Like, what are you putting more emphasis on the family, or are you putting more emphasis on the matters of the family? TGIF, all those. Oh, dude, TGIF, that whole, yeah, all night on Fridays. Golly. Friends and ER, my parents always watched. Friends was big when I was in college. I didn't watch it a lot then. I watched several of the shows, but yeah. Is it intended on using a steel two-handed axe from level 20 to 38? They need more weapon drops. Yeah, you should be getting something different, Young. What I recommend, Young, are you level 38 now? If you're level 38 now, try to get a group together. Go over to Shallow Shoals and go to that island that I made a video on, and you can get this hammer right here. It's a really good hammer for that level. And yeah, go get this. It's a rare drop. But if you can get that hammer, it's really good. You try that out. Yeah. Those mobs should be around level 40. So if you can get a solid group, you should be able to do it at level 40. Oh, goodness. Wait a minute. What happened? Did he die? He mezzed a couple here. I'm going to see what he's doing. Let's see if he wants me to grab these. I don't want to mess with this guy and what he's doing. Yeah, he had two mezzed over there. So I grabbed one. Every two-handed drop is insanely rare. They are, yeah. I'm 46, still using a steel axe. Ooh. Yeah, try to go get that implicit. Like, there's some good ones out there. Not all of them are super rare, but most of them are rare. Yeah, they're like the rare drop for some reason. Family Matters is the show. Family Matters is what they say in Fast and Furious movies. Yes, exactly, Milos. You know what I'm talking about. My dad always watched the evening news at 6 p.m. and Wheel of Fortune. Well, my girlfriend still watches Wheel of Fortune. And Jeopardy. And what are some of the new shows? She watches all of the game shows. She just puts it on like the Game Show Network, and it's just like all day long. I can't stand, like, it's not that I can't stand them. I don't mind the game shows. They're fun to watch every now and then. The Chaser is another one that she's been watching lately a lot. And she calls you old? Exactly, Milos, right? She says that I'm the old one. I'm hip. Ducka, 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 ducka. What's next? She watches Murder, She Wrote? Well, let me tell you, Milos. Her favorite type of show or program or movie or whatever is basically Murder, She Wrote. She loves those murder mysteries. I come downstairs and she's watching some show and it's like, how this woman killed her husband and got away with it. And I'm like, what are you watching? And why am I dating you if you're just going to be killing me in my sleep? And like, what the heck, you know? I'm taking notes. I know you're taking notes. And then her daughter watches the contraband shows. The shows where, like, How to Smuggle or something. I don't know what the name of the show is. I think it's called How to Smuggle or To Catch a Smuggler or something along those lines. And I'm like, you guys are going to be murdering people and smuggling drugs across the U.S. border? Like, what the heck is going on here? Between the two of them, I'm in a world of hurt. Like, I think I'm in trouble. Cartel member wives? Yeah, something like that. I could definitely see that. Gotta love a good Dr. Evil reference to prove you're old. Right, Lucky? I'm hip. Dude, I love Dr. Evil. Man. Oh. So, something that's always made me feel weird is like, I grew up watching horror movies. A buddy of mine and I, we loved horror movies like Halloween and Friday the 13th and all those, right? And Michael Myers in Halloween, and then you have Mike Myers, the actor, and I was always like, every time I watched a Mike Myers movie, I'm like, wait a minute, are we going to get murdered here? Like, what's going on? I could be watching Real Housewives. I'm surprised you don't. I'm surprised you haven't gotten into, what is it? The Housewives of Charleston or whatever? 2 days trying to get Blade of the Witch Guard so far. 3 days Face Smasher. 5 days Overseer's Filthy Mall. 2 days Chain Splitting Axe. None of them have ever dropped. Oh, man. Yeah, it's rough implicit. Getting two-handed weapons is getting a good two-handed weapon is definitely tough. So we shouldn't be surprised if you end up streaming from Antarctica, locked in a yes, exactly. Slam bits. If I probably should have a code with you guys. I should probably have a code. Like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, call the cops. I have been abducted by my girlfriend. You got Posh Blade at 35 and then got Salt at 50. Nice. You got Salt Lash? Awesome. Like I would give you a computer. That's true. You probably wouldn't give me a computer. That would be your first mistake. I started watching Evil last night, though. Code Charm is great. Yes, exactly, kid. Charm is great. Dude, guys, they fixed Charm. It's great. It's fantastic. You know something is wrong. You're like, wait a minute. This is not Criddle. This is somebody else for sure. You're trading the Pasha Blade? Nice, yeah. I want to get back over there on the Surgeon. I want to get the dagger that the Surgeon has. I never dropped. We tried to kill it a little bit here and there, but whatever. It's probably beyond. It's past now. I got to replace my dagger. Yes, I finally need to replace this dagger. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge to anybody. I'm ready to replace it. You want one too? Yeah, that's been kind of rare. But, you know, whatever. Is what it is. Well, I'll get stuff eventually. There's another weapon that I kind of want to get. Dagger from a quest? Yeah, the dagger is from a quest. It is so dark over here. Yeah, there's some other weapons. There's actually a blue steel weapon that's a quest that I want to do. That's pretty good. Weird news to wake up to today regarding Eminem. It is weird news, yeah, Dharma. Absolutely, you know. You know, it is what it is. Things are changing. Don't go changing. Anybody watch Out Cold? Is anybody that old where they enjoyed Out Cold? That was one of my favorite movies in college. Oh, I love that movie. Golly, it's hilarious. The movie was a classic. Bull Mountain, don't go changing. Used to think you were crazy, and now I see you're nuts. I miss Austin Powers, right? Dude, I love Austin Powers. You have to watch that now? We watched that movie probably, you know, once in a blue moon. My girlfriend and I will put it on going to sleep. It's one of our favorites because that movie came about when we first met. Which was, what, 2000 whatever? 2005 or something? 2003? Somewhere around that range. Totally forgot about that movie. Dude, it's so good. It is such a good movie. He loves that bench. Oh my god, I could quote that movie all day. Austin, no, we're talking about Out Cold. We met, yeah, we're talking about Out Cold now. Feisty. Is that the one where he's like, I don't need a test to tell I'm on, yes, yeah, he's sitting in the back of the car. I think that's when he's doing that. It's like, I don't need a test to tell I'm on drugs or something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the movie. Movies from early 2000s don't make you old. Please, it does make you old. It absolutely makes you old. You got to think about it. You know, early 2000s, those kids, if they came out then, they're like 26 now. You know, they were 1 year old back then. They didn't watch those movies. You have to be at least in your 30s. You're like mid 30s right now if you watch something like Out Cold. Otherwise, your parents were just probably not the best parents if they allowed you to watch Out Cold when you were 13 years old. You refuse to think about it? Oh, you can refuse to think about it all you want. I love that that scene in when he's stuck in the hot tub. And he's like, they only got 8 words for snow. So good, dude. What was that guy's name? He's like he's like the best actor. Like, he does really stupid comedy, but he's hilarious. Like, just, I love that guy. Watching South Park in 6th grade. Had good parents, though. They just didn't know. Yeah. I was watching South Park in high school. My mom would have probably not approved of it, but I was also old enough to where, you know, I could watch South Park. and not completely think like, oh, I'm gonna go do the things they're doing. Beavis and Butthead was probably the biggest one for me. I watched Beavis and Butthead in 7th grade, I think. And yeah, my mom would not have approved of that. Or didn't approve of that. Ah, crap. I got 2, Isar. Can we do 2? I didn't. Okay. I'm going to take him right down here. Okay, good. David, how do you pronounce his name? Kochner? David Kochner? I grew up watching comedies like Airplane. Oh, dude, Blazing Saddles, Airplane, those were all good. Revenge of the Nerds, that was good, yeah. Revenge of the Nerds is a bit controversial, I think, now. Just watched Airplane again the other day. Yeah, we were watching Monty Python. I put that on the other day. Robin Hood Men in Tights. I put that on pretty recently. Monty Python and the Holy Grail is the one that we put on the other day, specifically. Man. So many good movies. Good memories. Movies and memories. Joe Dirt. Oh, jeez. Joe Dirt was so dumb. It was a fun watch, but it was so dumb. I could talk about those movies literally all day. Love them. We gotta be careful for that one. Yeah, we gotta be careful. It's gonna aggro another one. Yep, there it goes. He just had. Yeah, I knew this spawn was happening. I got it. Yeah, that one down there, it was too far down the hill. Holy Grail defined my childhood. It did, yeah. I gotta focus here, guys. We're getting a little in on over our heads. Hopefully he pulls those back so those don't spawn. More spawn on him. Yeah, we talked to the enchanter a minute ago. We're kind of helping each other out. We gave him buffs. He gave Isar clarity, enlightenment, whatever. We're kind of helping each other. Good luck, man. I've got a few hours of meetings to get through. Oh, no. We're going to go back to lurk mode. Appreciate you, Milos. You're awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Love your dad jokes. Not a big fan of you teasing me all the time, but, you know, that's okay. I'm used to it. Take care, bud. Enjoy your meetings. Don't work too hard. We'll take a break for a second. We'll just wait for the respawn down here. Oh, it already respawned, but let me know when you're ready, Isar. We'll wait a second. He has more people to upset by telling him Chuck Norris passed. Yes. He's going to have to get on his work calls and be like, guys, before we start our work call today, let me tell you the sad news. What's that? Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, part of it was because there's respawns and things happening because he was killing stuff and they were out of rotation. Yeah, just let me know when we're ready. This one's the third one from down here, so we're good. Nothing else should be spawning on it right now. You're doing that 100%? Forced moment of silence? Do it. You should totally do it. I'm gonna probably, like, that'd be hilarious, Milos, if I get, like, my girlfriend sends me a text in a minute and it's like, they just gave us a forced moment of silence in our work. And I'm like, wait a minute. Are you? Wait, what? Y'all work for the same company? $370 armor, is that good at your level? I would say it's probably a little low for my level. I definitely need to get some new gear. I haven't geared up in a little while. Does she work for me? I can't remember all these people. Right? That'd be hilarious. Okay. Yeah, we just have to make sure we pull these three down here as they spawn, and we should keep them separate or split. Yeah, we'll pull the roamer, and then we might be able to pull one more, or may not. I'll have to check. I think 5 is what we're doing safely. But if we can use, like, pull one of these down here, then the roamer around the rock, then another one down here, then one around the corner, then another one down here, and then keep that rotation going, we should be good. Well, take care. Have a good one, Milos. Yeah, my 25 SK is 265. Yeah. You see the announcement? I did see the announcement, Dax. Yeah. I'll talk about it again since we haven't talked about it in a little bit. I am not discussing Nick. You guys feel free to talk about Nick as much as you want in chat. I'm not going to police that. I will read the comments. I'm not going to discuss it myself. As far as things that need to be done, if you were talking with Nick in DMs about something pertaining to Monsters and Memories, take those to Sean. If you have questions and concerns with classes, their role, their abilities, all of that stuff, that's going to probably go to Zillith. Outside of that, I'm not discussing it. I'm respecting the wishes of the dev team to not discuss the topic. It's the first we've heard about it, right? Yeah. It's big news. It's big news. It's gonna pop up quite a bit today. You know, honestly, it gets us away from talking about other topics. So I'm all for it right now. First time checking out the stream. High level Eminem gameplay. Any pros and cons you want to highlight? There's a lot. Yeah, I'm more of like a ask me specific questions and I'll give you answers kind of guy. So if you have specific questions, but as far as high level gameplay is concerned, yeah, I want to kind of split those up a little bit. So I'm going to try to pull one of these. All right, I found one that's solo, so I'm going to pull it, then pull that one. I want to make sure that we don't get one of these. When did he kill the one of the rock? Is that his pet? All right. Well, we'll kill this, kill the one down there, and then probably the rock will spawn. So yeah, I have lots of information. I also played on the alpha. We got to level 60 on the alpha. I literally did everything you can do in this game that I was aware of in the alpha, from level 1 all the way to 60, and then now we're doing it again at level 50. So yeah, I got tons of knowledge on it. Happy to answer any questions. I like the high level gameplay. It's basically the same as the low level gameplay, just more difficult. Level 50 to 60 is about the same time-wise. Like if it takes you 200 hours to get from 1 to 50, it'll probably take you 200 hours to get from 50 to 60. So it's about the halfway point. What's that? Yikes. High-level quest, Gandalf soloing, the Balrog shows wizards are OP and need nerfing. Discuss. Yes. Yes. Absolutely, that is a true statement. Wizards, no. Actually, it's kind of funny you say that, because during the alpha, the Spellblade was very much an overpowered class. And Gandalf is kind of a Spellblade in a sense. I'm going to pull that other one immediately so the other one doesn't spawn on it. Apparently. Seems like it. We need to bug it. I just pulled this one immediately so we don't get another spawn on us. That should break them up perfectly. Any devs in stream? These are running again. I'm gonna report it. Oh shoot. We're gonna bug report it here in a second. Wizard is probably my second favorite class behind Shaman so far, and the ones you tried. Nice. I would say Shaman's in a really good place. Wizard needs a little bit more love. And I think the recent changes to Wizard are good. So, like, I just want to see a little bit more love to him. Do you feel agility has a meaningful impact on mitigation from what you played so far? So yeah, in fact, we got to a point where we were tanking, because I was main tanking some of the raid content on the alpha, and then some other people in my guild, Shadow Knight, was also main tanking. We also had an Inquisitor that was also main tanking some raid content. We were testing out different things. And one of the Shadow Knight specifically was testing out agility a lot. Got a bunch of agility gear. And people were saying that they felt like agility made a big difference. I personally didn't test it, but the Shadow Knight in our guild did test it, and they were like, "Yeah, man, you're taking less damage." They could, like, the healers could tell, the Shadow Knight could tell. So we're gonna bug report. These are what, Elder Plagueborn. So we're gonna do NPC spawn issue, behavior issue, combat. Untargetable, aggro issue, wrong table, incorrect combat behavior. We're gonna do that. So a Plagueborn, Elder, Drake, Undead runs when HP is low. Alright, I'm a little afraid that we're gonna get a respawn here. All right, so I'll pull another one around the corner then. Yeah, I'm going to pull one from around the corner, and then we'll get the other one that just respawned behind you. Then should be the rock, I guess. After patch, mana pool really tanked. Should I build strength, int, plate on SK? That's a tough one, Young. That's a tough one. I don't know, like, for sure. I know that a lot of Shadow Knights that I've talked to have complained about not having enough mana. But I will say this, that if you just take a Shadow Knight and you use their martial abilities that they have, it's the same thing as a fighter using Rend and Frenzy. Basically the exact same thing. They just use Slam and then their class-specific one, which is Restorative Smite, Shadow Strike, and Dispelling Strike, I believe. So those are all about the same. So really your mana pool is just bonus on top of that. But, of course, that bonus is important, right? Int might be a little bit more important. That said, you do have items like this right here. The Iron Trail Bracers, they give you 1 stamina, 4 intelligence, and 5 mana. This is a huge item for Inquisitors and Shadow Knights. Gives you a lot more mana for those classes. And it's still really high AC. So I think we're still fighting, figuring out. Yeah, TTK changes definitely is making a difference for sure. Go with Charisma, Fear build for SK. You could do that, yeah. Wonder how the Cleric Undead Nuke feel on these Undead Dragons. So the Cleric Undead Nuke is a very mana efficient spell. It's not going to be doing crazy amounts of damage, but it's very efficient in its mana to damage ratio. So you can sit there and nuke a lot with Clerics. I had 1 Charisma, Sophir, we bad or good in current build. If you have 1 Charisma, it should be bad based on the patch notes. You're supposed to have higher Charisma is going to help you with Fear, Pacify, and Charm. Supposed to be. Now, previously, Shadow Knights and Necromancers were the opposite of that. Their Fear and Charm and those things were based on lower Charisma, not higher Charisma. So, assuming they made the changes properly, then it should be higher Charisma. I typically enjoy Dex-based Archer range type classes. How are those in Monsters and Memories? They're very good. Archer is a very, very strong class right now. Ranger is a very high utility class. It does good damage, but it's, I would say, mid A tier damage with crazy high utility, and the ability to off tank is a Ranger. Archer is going to be high A tier, maybe even low S tier damage, with some utility and 0 ability to off tank. You had been talking about Paladins needing something added. I was thinking about that and thought they could add Fast Cast Undead Holy. Yes, that would be another good one, Lucky. I think that they need, Paladins specifically, need faster casting, less mana efficient heals, and nukes, undead nukes, I think would be a really good thing for Paladins. Because right now, if you're playing an Inquisitor, Paladin, or Shadow Knight, you can't use some of your abilities unless they're like I would say less than a 2-second cast time. 1.5 second cast time is doable. Anything over that, it's hard to get off because you take damage and then you get interrupted. So like channeling doesn't work very well for those classes. So I think they need to look at that some. It's hard to tank and cast at the same time. All right. I kind of want to wait for this rock one to spawn. Yeah, it should be spawning any second now, I hope. I don't want to wait too long because split up the mobs down below, but it should be spawning. Hey, Criddle, can you ask Gith how much mana he has at this level? Hey, how much mana do you have? I can ask him, yeah. Like, max mana. He says 1900 and like 1914 or something like that. Yeah, 1914, you said? Yeah, 1914. With the AC changes, I imagine True Strike Aura from Ranger is really good. It's always been really good. Yeah, it's always been very good. When more demon mobs are in the game, paladins should have extra damage on those as well. I mean, they have the crit chance on undead, and they have the undead nukes. You know, I think it's a good idea, but I also don't think that paladins should leverage that too much, because then they're gonna. We don't want them to feel weak when they're fighting other monsters, and they're only good at fighting undead. I would rather them be good at fighting everything, but exceptional at fighting undead. All right, I may end up pulling that one down there. This one's taking forever to respawn. Yeah, I just don't want it to respawn while I'm pulling from the other direction. Here, we'll just pull this one down here for now. It's fine. I got a little split in there. Just waiting, you know, a second. Split them up. The undead is a cleric thing. Paladins are smiters and evil. Well, I mean, yeah. That's a lore thing, Dolce. You know, I'm not disagreeing with you, but that's a lore thing. I don't know what direction they're actually going with paladins and lore in this game. That would be a question for, like, Nicodemus. Or probably a really good question for him is, what's the lore behind the undead? You know, why is there so much undead walking around? And, you know, I'm sure there's lore behind it. I don't know what it is, though. I think we're going to find out, though, when they add in the castle. Wherever the castle may be. Right there. This castle right here. There it goes. It just respawns. That'll work out. We'll pull it next. Paladin lore, turns out they're the most murder hobo of all classes. There you go. That big green castle probably has our answers. It probably does, yeah. That big green castle is definitely undead based, and it's supposed to be, from my understanding, the culmination of the storyline thus far, right? That's where the storyline is going to end up for the area that we currently have of the world. So, like, your big bad monster is going to be in there. Probably a raid target. I'm hoping there's a raid target inside of that dungeon. Or at very least, a very hard, level 60, challenging single group target. Or it could be, like, take 2 groups in to do it at level 60. And then, you know, later on, once you've geared up some, you take, where the heck is this monster at? It must be this dragon. Yeah, it's this guy. Using Debt Carver in offhand. What's the quest like to get it? Yes, I'm using Debt Carver. I want to get rid of it. It's kind of getting to be an older weapon now. I need to get something with a better ratio, but I haven't gotten a one-hander that's better. But the quest to get it is basically kill some poachers until the named poacher spawns. The named poacher has a chance to drop the quest dagger. Take that dagger to a cave. Get a wrist piece from the cave, turn it into a skeleton in the cave. I have a walkthrough, the Poacher Quest walkthrough on my YouTube if you want to check that out. Tells you how to do the whole quest. It's like a 1 a day drop rate. Which one is the dagger? Yeah, the dagger drop rate is now pretty rare. It's pretty rare. But I'm trying to get a new weapon. I need to upgrade my weapon. There's a couple that I have in mind, but they haven't dropped for me yet. Did they nerf the Shallow Shoals magic item drop rate so you can't farm 1,000 of the arcane dust? I don't know. I don't think so, Lucky. They need to nerf that, but I don't. To my knowledge, you guys can still get a ton of arcane dust, and I recommend going to do it before it's nerfed. We were out there for 2 days. I got 2 daggers, 18 hours apart from each other. Wow. Yeah. It's pretty rare now. Pretty stinking rare. The long sleepless grind, but the maths had to be math. Yeah. So you were there for like 36 hours straight, like without leaving the camp? Or did you guys just do 2 18-hour camps of it? I gotta pull this quickly before respawn. Nailed it. Yeah, this is working out okay. This is working out okay. Brutal, trying to get my fighters some weapons. Notice people have stopped really crafting, selling steel weapons. I was trying to see if someone could sell Dark Harvest. Yeah, Dark Harvest is, if you're around level 30-ish, you could probably get a group together and go get that from the grain seller. It drops off of random trash in there. It's just a rare drop off of trash. But it's a very challenging dungeon. I don't recommend going in there with like a small group. Absolutely recommend having at least one enchanter, or like having an enchanter, somebody to CC, or a necromancer to CC is helpful as well. I ended up winning the role on the Debt Carver. My poor rogue friend is still angry for me. Oh, bummer, dude. How much are people selling steel weapons for anyway? I have no idea. They're not hard to make, though. Like, a lot of blacksmiths, they leveled up very quickly. Leveling blacksmith is not hard. You also want to have at least one party member with Dispel in the grain cellar. Yeah, for fear. Absolutely, Haas. So if you want to take an enchanter or a necromancer, both of those should be able to mez and dispel. So daggers are going for 20 for steel now, last I saw. Well, you can also get this weapon right here, the Eclipse Cleaver. I've shown where this is a couple of times. I didn't make a video on this, but this is 100% drop rate. So go farm that. If you're level 40 and you do not have this weapon, go get it. It's 100% drop rate. It's in the Pale Tower inside Night Harbor. So many drakes over here flying around. All right, we're going to try to grab this one. There's some other good weapons out there, though. Dark Harvest is one. The Eclipse Cleaver is one. I'm still working on trying to get the Another one that's got a life tap proc on it. There's a club that I want to get. I'm hoping we can get the group together. I want to go get that club, but I don't know if we're going to actually go camp it anymore or not. We'll have to see. But it's a blunt. It's a one-handed blunt weapon that's got like 10 AC on it. So really good for a tank. You know that one? Yeah. You want to? Yeah, it's going to be really good for the monk too. Is Druid or Shaman more active gameplay? Shaman is more active as a healer because you want to use Consume pretty much every 12 seconds. You'll be using Consume. But Druid is probably going to be more active if you're trying to solo. Where does a giant tree fell or two-handed axe drop? Trying to think. I don't remember. Isn't that one only usable by ogres and trolls, though? Yeah, Bard is very active gameplay, yeah. But they specifically asked between Druid and Shaman. Is the Scarwood Giants? Yeah, I was going to say it's probably Scarwood Giants, but I think that's the... I think it's Ogre and Troll only. So double check that before you go get it if you're not an Ogre or Troll. It hits so hard. Yeah, it does hit hard. It does hit hard. It's like a over a 0.5 ratio, I think. Like my two-handed weapon is this one right here, and it's almost a 0.5 ratio. I'm pretty sure the tree smasher cleaver, whatever it's called, is over a 0.5 ratio. It's like a 0.55 ratio or something. Really good. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about items that are exclusive to certain races. I mean, I'm kind of okay with it, but I'm kind of not okay with it. Because it could potentially make certain races better than other races. You know, for certain classes. You know, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm kind of torn, to be honest. Do Shadow Knights ever get dual wield? No, they do not. Shadow Knights are two-handed or sword board only. The only tank that gets dual wield is the fighter. Which gives them a little bit of an advantage in certain ways. Sorry to bother you. Maybe this is already discussed, maybe not. You know about Nick left? Yes. I really liked him, and I asked you because you usually have more accurate information. So, yeah, on the Nick topic, Nick is no longer part of the team. According to the dev post, and I'm not discussing that topic. You all can feel free to discuss it as much as you want in chat. I'm not going to police that much. Be respectful. That's all I'm going to say about it. And that's pretty much it. If you have questions, if you are in DMs with Nick about something Monsters and Memories related, take those to Sean. If it was about armor, or sorry, not armor, if it was about class skills, class balance, that kind of stuff, then take those to Zillith, I would say. But yeah, outside of that, I don't have any more information than you all do. And yeah, I'm going to not discuss it and not speculate on it or anything like that, as per the wishes of the dev team. Don't bards get dual wield? Bards do have dual wield. And they may or may not get double attack back. But they're looking at that. Bards do have dual wield, though. Are you more helpful about the path of this game with Nick removed? Or more hopeful with Nick removed? I'm not more or less hopeful for the game. You know, I'm not gonna talk poorly about somebody, you know, or anything like that. I think that Nick's vision of the game was definitely a little bit of a different take than some of the other team members. So that's kind of where I'm going to leave that. Is I definitely think that Nick had a different direction with certain things than what the overall game felt like. But I'm not more or less hopeful. No, I'm still very hopeful for this game. I still think that the team is going to continue to do a great job. And I think that the vision of the game is remaining the same as it always has been. I don't think that the vision of the game is going to change much, if at all. Yeah, no worries, bud. Perfect. Yeah, we can do this in the mornings. It's fine with me. Yeah. As long as we break them like we've done, and this seems like I seem to have gotten them broken pretty well here. I'm a little nervous about the 3 spawn down there. Yeah, I just don't want them to spawn while I'm pulling them. Because I can't see it, and if it takes them a second to get up here, that could be where the issue is. But as long as we keep pulling them, like one out here, one in there, then one out here and one in there, it should keep them split up. Yeah, I agree, Young. I agree with you. It was a little bit odd yesterday when that happened. I was like, what's going on here? My friends and I were talking about it. But, you know, again, that's a bunch of speculation. We have no idea what was going on with that. I hope some of the in-game systems like expeditions and stuff still stay as components. I like low-man stuff. I do not want to return to 40-man raiding. Yeah, I like bigger raids, right? I like bigger raids, but you know, I don't know. I'm kind of torn on it. Like I want there to be 40-man raids. I would love to see. Well, 40-man raids won't happen probably because it's got to be divisible by 6, right? But it doesn't really have to be. Like that's the thing about this game. The way they have it set up right now, you could have 100 people go into a raid. As many people as you want to bring to a raid because the game is not instanced. So there is no maximum and there is no minimum to any content in this game. Literally, there's none. You can bring the entire server if you want to kill one mob. I don't like that because it trivializes content. It basically makes it a Zerg fest and it trivializes content. So that's the only thing I would say about that. Mogged Nick so hard he quit his job. Some of you may have, Zerg. Absolutely. How many people did you need for the raid you did already? The raids that I have done in the alpha, I'm not going to tell you specifics about them, but the raids I did in alpha were anywhere from, well, some of the raids we were able to duo. And some classes could solo them in alpha. So there's that, right? But raids were anywhere from 2 groups to 4 groups were really what you needed. There was one raid in particular that you kind of required 3 groups in a sense without giving much detail. The other one, we took like 4 groups or so, or 5 groups worth of people to it. But that's just because it was a really hard raid. But it could be done with fewer if you knew what you were doing and you were well geared. But we didn't know what we were doing. We were learning it. So it just depends on the raid. It really depends on the raid and the content that was there. Some of the raids were not very well balanced. They're at the end of alpha, they were still not balanced. You could actually kite them around sometimes. You could not fear kite them, but you could literally kite them around. Like an archer, for example, could kill some of the raid bosses by themselves using caltrops and range damage. They fixed some of that, but not all of it. So I'm hoping to get to a higher level in beta, or if they bring back our alpha characters, to be able to test some of that prior to early access hitting, because the raids, some of them were in kind of a bad place. Let's see, what else? There should be a good mix of raid varieties. Some can be handled at 10-man, some 20. Then you have which are 40-man raids. I mean, I agree, Baron, but the thing is, what's going to end up happening is you're going to bring as many people as you need to bring to the raid. Because there's no limit to the number of people you can bring. So people that are talking like these 10-man raids, 20-man raids, 40-man raids, this isn't World of Warcraft. There's no instancing whatsoever. So if a raid is too hard for you, bring more people. That will make the raid easier. Most players will play single box server probably. So there is going to be a boxing server and a no boxing server. Or box and no box servers. No box servers means you can play one character at a time, period, end of subject. There's no debating it. That's it. One character, that's it. Don't be like, well, can I have another character for a buff bot? Blah, blah. If you think if there's a second character being played by a single person, you cannot do that. That is against the no box rules. Then there is the boxing server, which there's no limit to. I'm waiting on these to move around. Yeah, they're kind of stacked. And it's nighttime, so it's hard to see. Well, my regen spell, it's gone. My buffs. Yeah, you can rebuff me. I've lost it. Have they said how they will enforce True Box? Not really. Yeah, we got the respawn behind us too. Dang it. I'm just gonna split those so we don't get more respawn back there. They are watching the boxing. They have tools to see things like IP address. They have tools to see all of that information. So they're going to be watching it, is all I can say. I felt like they were straying away from some of their core tenets in regards to class homogenation, leveling time, TTK. Hope the new class lead brings... I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that, Vicious. I do agree, and I've made it very clear that I disagree with certain directions they were going with some classes. But I'm not going to speculate if that was the reason why Nick's gone or anything. But just on the class side of things, I felt like there was a lot of that happening. I made it very clear that I disagreed with some of the direction on things. People don't realize with no instancing, 80% or more of the population will never see these raids in person. That's true as well. Yeah. Very, very true. Like, you're not going to see... If you are not a dedicated raider, you're probably not going to see a lot of the content until way later. Now, if they do it right, well, in my opinion of what would be right, would be have raids that are easy to get into the next tier raids, and move up. And then once the top end raid guilds or whatever are doing the top end stuff, there should be some lower end raids that they no longer are doing. And if there's enough content out there, then that is exactly what will end up happening. All right, let me pull one of these. Cannot see to save my life right now. All right, we're good. I've seen bards using charm kiting very successfully. Yeah, it is, yeah. All right, I could try to make sure I use abilities for those. P99 has shown us the top-end guilds would continue to sock the lower-end raids. They will, yeah. I mean, I plan to be in a top-end raid guild, whatever server I'm on, and I will be competing for that, along with anybody else that might be competing for that. My take on it is this. Those top-end guilds are competing with each other for the top-end spots. They're not necessarily trying to stop the lower-end people that are not the top-end guild, from getting the content. They're trying to stop the other top-end guilds. That's how they compete. There is a very big PvE competitiveness that happens in these games, and I think they're going to continue to do that. So it's not that they're trying to prevent everyone from getting it. It's the competition. If they don't kill it, somebody else is going to come in and kill it, which is still going to prevent you from seeing it if you're a casual player. So you're just not going to see the content if you are not a hardcore player, because somebody inevitably will come in and do it. It's probably not going to be you because you're a casual player, you know? That's just how it is. They're not trying to be jerks about it. They're not trying to be like, oh, I'm preventing these lower level people or these more casual. They're not doing that. That's not the intent anyway. A lot of the classes have a lot of similar buffs, but just one tier lower, which doesn't really... Yeah, exactly. If anything, it stops you from bringing other classes, because if one class does something better than the other, yes, 100% Baron. Yeah, you don't ever want to say, like, you don't want to have those situations where it's like, oh, well, why would I bring you when I could bring this other person that does the exact same job, but then they also do the other job better. Like, if I can DPS higher, but I have the exact same utility of another class, why would you bring the other class? Right? So they need to you know, mix and match that a little bit better. Yep. My skills are broken again. Are we allowed to pass our beta key to someone else? I mean, if you get a beta key, I mean, there's nothing against the rules that I know of. You can give that information to anybody you want to. Yes. Like, you're allowed to share account information. However, if you share account information and one of those people gets you banned, you have no recourse. And they can see if you know, logged in from different locations, etc. So just know that if you share account information with anybody in the game, and the other person, one of them does something bad and gets the account banned, they're not going to fix that for you. They're not going to resolve that for you. Don't forget that 80% of the content hasn't come out yet. Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's not out. Once an earthquake hits, there's no way for them to get to every target. That's a thing that I don't like, Lucky. The whole earthquake thing, to me, is bad. Because right now, at least, the way that it currently is set up, earthquakes happen around 6 p.m. Eastern. That's prime time for Eastern. So every single raid spawn happens at prime time Eastern. Well, what about people that are Oceanic or EU or West Coast or whatever, right? People that all around the world play this game. That's not fair to them. It's 2 o'clock in the morning for them, and every raid spawn happens at the same time, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Seems pretty unfair. So I think they need to vary that. They need to spread that around a little bit. Why wouldn't it be random? Well, that's the way that they chose to do it. They chose to make it like every single raid spawn. So if you've seen the game, in this game, there's an earthquake that happens. When the earthquake happens, everything respawns. Every raid mob respawns. I think it needs to be a little bit more randomized. I'm done with 3 a.m. Login for dragons. Yeah, and I know a lot of people are. People already have level 20 alts camped out at the Bone Construct. Not having instance content is awful. I think that's a whole other topic, right? I think the level locked content is a bad idea. Always have thought it's a bad idea. I think they need to get it out of here. Just that level lock 20 content, level lock 25 content, level lock 40 content. What's going to happen are you're going to have poop sockers that have level 20 alts that they super buff, give amazing gear to them, and they take down the content as soon as it spawns. It's going to happen, and it's going to be a problem. It's been happening already. It's going to happen more. The more players that play this game, the more people that get their eyes on it, it's going to happen more and more and more. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. Thanks. I'll give the devs a heads up. My brother has way more time to proper beta test. Yeah. If you give it to your brother, yeah, that's fine. They want it all to spawn at the same time. So, yeah, the reasoning that they're giving is fine. But having all of the earthquakes happen at primetime Eastern is a silly mistake. It's an idea that was not well thought out, is the best way that I can put it. Because it's primetime Eastern, people are going to benefit from that. Anybody else around the world is going to have less of a chance of getting those mobs because of that. But the idea is that if everything spawns at once, then everybody goes after the raid target that they want to kill. But what's going to end up happening is this. You have the top-end raids that know, hey, we're the only guild that can kill this top-end content because we're the only ones that are prepared. We're the only ones that have the gear to do it, etc., whatever. So they're going to be like, okay, well, we're going to go kill the lower end content first. Then we're going to move up to the higher end content. So we're still going to lock it down, right? You're still going to have those top end guilds that are locking down the content. They're just going to kill the easy stuff first. Now, that's going to mean that they're leaving the harder stuff available for the other guilds to try. But if they do raid progression properly, those other guilds are not going to be geared enough to do that higher end content. So, you know, it's not going to fix the problem. Exactly what happened in Alpha? Yeah, it's exactly what happened in Alpha. I didn't realize that the earthquakes were locked to a single time. I thought they were already random. They are random, but it's not like they're random for primetime Eastern. I have never seen an earthquake happen outside of like 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. That doesn't mean they can't happen, but I have never seen one. Have you guys? What are the times that you all have seen an earthquake happen? I have never seen one outside of that time frame. I've been watching some content on YouTube. Enjoy it. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the follow as well, Enduro. Appreciate that. I logged in at 3 a.m. to try to farm one of the names so I can actually level enchanting and jewel crafting, but literally every named 10 to 20 or 10 to 12 was camped. Yep, absolutely it is. It's going to be an issue. Like 80 people online at that time. Yeah. Seems like it should be a static 5 p.m. server time, depending on where the server is, maybe. I mean, they could do it that way, but I don't think it should ever be at the same exact time every day. Or when an earthquake happens, should not be predictable. It should not be predictable. If they want everything to spawn all at the same time, which I disagree with as well, but I get their reasoning for it. I just disagree with it. They should make the earthquake a plus minus 12 hour. I would say plus minus 24 hour. The thing is, you got to also think about it this way. There should be different raids that have different timers. Right now, the earthquakes are like every 3 days, right? But should we not have an earthquake, or should we not have certain mobs that are easier mobs with more common loot that spawn every 3 days? The harder mobs spawn every 5 or 6 days, and then have those times be varied. It spawns every 3 days plus minus 24 hours. So it could spawn in 72 hours, or it could spawn in 72 times 2 hours, so 144 hours, right? It could spawn anytime in that frame, so it gives it plus minus a 72 or a 48 hour window. So it gives it like it could spawn in 48 hours, or you kill the mob, 48 hours goes by, it will not spawn. The next 48 hours it could spawn, or the next 24 hours it could spawn. You know, something along those lines. And then you have other raids that are 5 days, minimum 5 days before they can respawn, and then a maximum of 7 days. So you know it's going to spawn within this 24 to 48 hours. That's what I think that they should do with the raids. Having them all spawn at once and be predictable is going to be the problem. Like then, it's still going to be those 2 a.m. raid calls. No matter what, it's going to be a 2 a.m. raid call, right? If it's predictable, the raid guilds are going to literally go, we just killed this. There's nothing up. We know there's nothing up until the earthquake happens at this day, time, whatever. So then all they have to do is have somebody sitting in the game waiting for an earthquake to happen. As soon as an earthquake happens anywhere in the world, you know, oh, raid spawn. We don't have to watch a specific named. You don't have to go to a specific area. None of that needs to happen. You just literally everything respawned, and you know the time that it's going to happen. I don't know. I think it's a bad idea, but whatever. If you make earthquake statics, you'll have people ready to go at those times. Exactly. That's 100% what's going to happen. What is the solution to camp locking? More worthwhile camp areas? Yes, I think the solution is having more named and more itemization in the game to spread the player base out. They're still going to go after those big items, the big ticket items. But I think one of the reasons you see a lot of the low-level camps being camped so much is because, A, there's not enough loot out there, not enough cool loot to go after, and B, people are leveling disenchanting and enchanting, so they need that low-level stuff, and it's just easier to farm that. And so I think those are two reasons. The treasure maps, that's another good one, yeah. Expeditions and treasure maps are another good way to do it, but they are still contested in a way. Treasure maps are less contested. So think about it this way with the treasure maps. If I kill mobs and I just find these treasure map pieces and it spawns a raid boss, well, I can spawn that raid boss anytime I want to for my group or guild or whatever. So we can just be like, hey guys, on Friday, we're going to do all of the treasure maps that the guild has collected throughout the week. So every week, we're just going to do a treasure map Friday. Starting at 6 p.m. on 6 p.m. Eastern Friday night, we're going to get together and we're going to do one treasure map at a time and do them all. Right? That could be what your guild does for content. And I think that's a great way of doing it. That allows those guilds to have higher end raid content or whatever they want to do, where they're not competing with other guilds. But you have to also think there's going to be some people that are doing that content, but then there should also be content that is just spawns, right? That's just contested content, because there's players that are going to want to do that. So there should be a mixture of both. Definitely a reason to put Agents of Change, TLP, and EQ. Now the player base desires and expects that. Availability to raid. Yeah, that the Agents of Change was the instancing of stuff, right? All name spawns will be camped by one guy with 10 VM. Yes, exactly. I see that happening too, Tortoise Wizard. I see that happening too. Having that much problems with camps in closed beta. It's gonna be wild. Yeah, it's gonna be a Wild West over in early access. Absolutely. It's gonna be a Wild West. How they manage the competition regarding who will take the raid boss. So raid boss is going to be first come, first serve, first to engage, specifically. If you are the first to tag the boss... Okay. If you are the first to tag the boss, it is yours until you wipe. The problem with that is, let's say you are in a raid, you're fighting, and you get it down to 1% health, and then you wipe. Raid mobs or any enemy in this game does not reset and like gain all of its health back quickly. Another group can come in, nuke it literally one time, and take credit. I mean, it's kind of a silly situation. So I don't know what they're going to do about that. I think that raid mobs, once you engage it, it should be locked. And then it stays locked for like 5 minutes after the group wipes and the mob fully resets. Right? It should stay locked until the mob fully resets. And nobody can engage it again until it fully resets. Because you should actually have to do the content. Alright. Let me know when you're back. Yeah, I don't like... and people were doing this on the alpha server as well. People were cheesing... They were cheesing a lot of content. Trigger spawns are good, but you have to be careful because over time you'll end up with so many maps in game. That's true. You got to make them rare. There's a lot of things you got to do with those triggered spawns. Like they actually have that in this game. They have triggered spawns. There's triggered spawns for single group content. There's triggered spawns for named content or for raid content. They have it in the game already implemented, and it is already there. You have to find it, but it's already there. There's been a lot of private servers that have caught multi-boxers who did exactly that. Don't know what to tell you. They can find you, yeah. And it's going to be an uphill battle for the devs in this game. For them fighting multi-boxers, them fighting people that are using third-party applications, macros, bots, all of that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, people that are just arguing over camp disputes, people that are training each other. People, they have an uphill battle going for them. Very much an uphill battle. And it's going to be a struggle going forward. And I hope that they can do it. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard. Cheesing content is classic EverQuest. It is. It is. I think, though, that like to some extent, having those really cool, overpowered abilities can be fun. But you got to be careful with how you do it. You got to be very careful. You ready? All right, we got two behind us. Let me see if I can split them. Yeah, we're good. The ones behind us are easy to split. Wizard cheesing could be interesting. Nuke once, evac, run back, nuke, evac. Yeah, I mean, that could happen as well. Yeah, I used the cooldown just to save a little bit of mana. Wizard mana burning dragons back in the day was classic cheese. Yeah. Yeah, we got, I think at one point, you remember the dragon that was outside of Temple of Ishan? The kind of guardian dragon that you had to kill to be able to go inside. That dragon, we got like 100 wizards on the server to cheese it. And just every wizard just were like, 1, 2, 3, nuke. And everybody just started nuking at the same time. Mana burn. And it was just like, mana burned it down. That was a lot of fun. But it was super cheesy. I actually think griefing raiding should be 100% allowed. That is the closest you get to PvP. I don't think it should be allowed at all. No. Because it's too easy to do. Like, you're going to end up having people that are training mobs to a raid party, feign deathing, just to kill those people so then they can go in and kill them, and then you have somebody else feign death. It's just constantly pulling and training on people. It's just... It's terrible. Yeah, I don't like it. Don't like it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, that mob. Yeah, Santalak or Santalak or whatever it was. Yeah, that's the mob. We mana burned that thing down with like tons of wizards. My preference is PvP server, but people won't play it. I won't play a PvP server because of that reason. Because of people that are just going to constantly just, like, grief other players because they think it's funny. So I refuse to play a PvP server because of that. FTE is already enough for sweaty poop soccer, Deborah? Yeah. Yeah, the whole FTE thing, I could see, you know, first to engage, most damage done, you know, all of that kind of stuff. There's positives and negatives to every single way they could do it, right? So they just have to choose which one they want to go with. 1000% agree on the reason not to play PvP. Exactly. I won't do it because people think it's funny to grief you. Like, I just want to have fun playing a video game. I'm not here to deal with all the silly shenanigans that people, like training people and stuff. Like, that's just dumb. That's childish. In raiding, how does holding the boss pan out? Can one person sit there and it's considered claim? Does it require 5 people? I think, well, that's going to be an issue, Baron. Yeah, like the first to engage. If I'm sitting there as a tank and I have 5 healers that are able to keep me alive, let's assume indefinitely, and we all come up to it and engage that fight, then do we own it? And then we just have to wait for more people to engage the fight? Is that how that's going to work? That is a possibility right now. And that's something that they're going to have to look into. I almost say like what they should do is you have 30 seconds. Once you engage on a fight, you have 30 seconds to get on the aggro list. And then it locks it to all those people. After the 30 seconds, no more people can add to the aggro list and do any type of... They cannot affect that mob or anyone in the party, in any of the parties that are on that aggro list going forward until that mob is dead and defeated. That's what I would say, but I don't know if they can easily program that. You know, who knows? Who knows? Okay. I came from EVE Online. Griefing is part of the game. I get wanting to relax and play a game you love. Interrupted. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But griefing, I don't think that griefing is part of the game. I think griefing is what ruins the games. You know? I really do. I think gruing absolutely ruins games. People they think it's funny. Like, it's not funny when I'm killing something, I'm trying to solo a mob, and I get down to 10% health, but I win the fight, and then somebody comes in and just backstabs me and kills me, and then loots me, and then loots the mob. Like, it's just, come on. Like, that kind of stuff is just, it's awful. It's just mean. Also designed as a PvP experience. That's another thing, yeah. The games that, if you want to have PvP, open world PvP, you design a world around PvP. This game was designed around PvE, and then it has PvP kind of slapped onto it. The idea of PvP in this game is more roleplay, oriented. You have guilds that are part of a certain faction. You have another guild as part of a certain faction, like realm versus realm. But it is open world, right? Anybody can fight anybody, but the idea behind it is that you're not a murder hobo, right? You're not supposed to be a murder hobo in this game. Just kill anybody for the sake of killing them. But of course, people don't do that. Yeah, there's definitely better games out there for PvP. And I think if you want to play a PvP game, go play that. Because they focused on that. Factions will improve some of the random craziness. Yeah, like a realm versus realm thing would be kind of cool. But I don't know if they're ever going to do that or not. I have no idea. Back in the early Ultima Online days, they added a bounty system. If player killed you, turned into a scoreboard. Yeah, I like that. I thought Ultima Online did a great job of PvP. Again, though, Ultima Online was built around the idea of PvP. Because everybody could do everything. And it's a matter of how you built your character. That was a choice on your side. In this game, you have classes, and those classes dictate what your class can do. And certain classes are just going to be really good at PvP, and other ones are not going to be good at PvP. And there's a very clear discrepancy between them. So it's not a balanced game in that sense. Yeah, DAOC did a very good job of PvP as well, with realm versus realm and all that. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly, Nova. Yeah. When you're griefing people back and forth, it doesn't become a PvP game. You're not in the world. You're not killing the other player for a reason in the world. You just have an out-of-game grief with another player. And you're just like, oh, I don't like that person, so I'm going to pick on that person. Rather than, that's a different, faction than me in game, so I'm going to defeat them because they're in a different opposing faction in game. Those are two very different things. I don't like that person out of game, therefore I'm going to ruin their life in game. That's literally called bullying. Like why would you grief somebody like that? That just seems silly. I thought WoW PvP, good versus evil. That was fun. That was kind of realm versus realm. Same kind of sense. Golly, it's so dark. These mobs need to split up. Waiting for him to split a little bit. Go. All right, ink. Yeah. Oh, where'd you come from? What is this? Where'd you go? wanted to get him out of the way. I got some lunch. What are we having today? Ooh, a cheesesteak. Did you go to that Ryan's place? Okay. Yeah, I was going to say that's too far. Yummy, yummy cheesesteak for lunch. Use your lantern. It doesn't help over here where it's super dark. It's not going to help much at all because there's around the corner over here, right around here, you get this castle. This castle has like a curse around it, and it darkens everything. All right, I'm gonna eat my cheesesteak. Try to eat my cheesesteak. Oh, that's good. I'm gonna move my mic for a second so I can eat this. The fighters have a current weapon speed. I mean, I would say fighters want to go dual wield, but no, as far as a speed or anything like that, I haven't done enough of the meta to really see faster, slower, whatever, or if ratio is really what matters. I haven't looked at all that. I will say this though. Ah, shoot! I right-clicked it and got rid of it instead of looking at it. Frenzy does damage based on your weapon. Some abilities do it based on your weapon ratio. Some abilities do it based on the damage of the weapon. I'm not 100% sure. So, yeah, I haven't done the math on it. But I would definitely say that fighters want to dual wield over anything else unless you get a really good two-handed weapon. Yeah, Grim. I think that I think ratio matters more than anything. Like ratio of your main hand weapon, more so than the damage of the weapon. At least it seems like in all of the things that I've tested. Because Rogue is the same way. Their ambush or backstab damage is based off of the ratio. So yeah, Frenzy. This right here. Put it back on. So Frenzy is this ability right here, and it says eviscerate your target with attacks dealing 20 to 40% of weapon damage. Specifically says weapon damage. So I'm not 100% sure if it's weapon damage based on ratio or weapon damage based on the weapon itself. I think it might be based on the weapon itself. we could easily test that by putting in one-handed weapons versus a two-handed weapon and test and seeing what the damage numbers look like. But yeah. But if you want big, fat, chunky hits, does top end matter? Yeah. So if you want to have big hits, it's going to be your damage number. The damage in front is going to give you higher numbers. Absolutely. It surprised me when I was expecting to see a spear or trident. Monster Hunter for rogue use a dagger. Yeah, or main hand. I said MH for Monster Hunter. I was like, Monster Hunter? Main hand for rogue. Yeah. It's based on the ratio. The raid two-hander was beating the raid one-handers at in-game, but just had a better ratio. Yeah. In some ways, yes. That is true. Yep. Yeah, Nick is currently off the team. Yeah. Tulsa. $57 minutes. So guys, now's a good time again. Talk about Nick real quickly. As per the request from Sean, I'm not personally talking about Nick. I'm not speculating. I'm not doing any of that kind of stuff. If you guys want to talk about it, you're welcome to talk about it in chat. I'm not going to be policing that too much. Be respectful of Nick. Be respectful of the team is all that I ask. You guys can talk as much as you want about it amongst yourselves. I will read the comments, but I'm not going to be responding to them. If you are in DMs with Nick about something related to Monsters and Memories, you need to contact Sean, DM him, and talk to him about that. If it had to do with class abilities and things like that, and you were talking to Sean or Nick, then I would recommend trying to talk to Zillith about that. Zillith is the next person that I know of that deals with class abilities and stuff. Outside of that, yeah, you know, you all can speculate all you want. I'm not going to be policing that, but I have no other news other than what you guys know. The patch had some crazy lag. Yeah, the patch had some crazy lag. There was apparently some back-end stuff going on. Back-end netcode, something, dark side. I don't know. Something bad going on with that. Encrypt was here in chat early this morning and basically said that they're still continuing to work on it. There were some issues there. And hopefully they're going to get that worked out. I won't speculate on it. Yeah, I mean, I don't care what you guys do. Like, I'm not here to police you all. Like, y'all speculate, don't speculate. I don't personally care. The dev team might care, so just know that. But I'm not gonna badmouth anybody. I'm not gonna badmouth the team. I'm just not gonna do that. Like, you know, I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know what happened. Okay. Right, we should be good. Yeah. What zone? This is in Fallen Pass. We're very close to the tower, to the green tower. It's right here. So we're very close to the green tower in Fallen Pass. All right. All right, that was a really good Philly cheesesteak. Holy moly, that thing was delicious. I don't know where that was from, but it was good. Those mobs glow when it's nighttime. Their eyes glow. The mobs do not glow, but their eyes do. I miss it. Who do we lose? Nick is no longer with the team. Arthuan. Nick Hotz. Not Nicodemus, but Nick Hotz. If you want to check it out, it's on their Discord. So go here to Discord. It was announced up here in the news. This right here. Yep, no worries, bud. What's the next stone after Rigid Stone? To my knowledge, there isn't one, Young, unless there's one on Mithril. But I believe the Mithril nodes were taken out of the game. So I don't know of any Mithril nodes that are still... does anybody else know? Maybe somebody else knows that I don't. But you can't get Mithril nodes anymore. They might... I think they're waiting and saving Mithril nodes for expeditions. So when they do expeditions, maybe we'll see them there. I suppose even with high weapon damage for most classes, a better ratio damage wins outside, because outside of fighter, most classes have limited strike abilities with long cooldowns. Yeah. So no Mithril and no Cobalt then. To my understanding, Fizwick, yeah, there's no Mithril or Cobalt. Like, Cobalt was completely removed from the game. They moved Mithril, like Mithril weapons and armor drops. They moved those up to level 60 or higher mobs, so you can still get Mithril weapons and armor, like rusted versions of those, from level 60 plus mobs. But as far as the nodes to harvest nodes, I don't know. I know you can get up to platinum, but I don't know if you can get over platinum. And I believe platinum gives you the rigid stones. But I do think that Mithril will be a thing. If it's not currently a thing, I think it will be a thing in the game, you know, with the expeditions or maybe very high-end content. You're ticked that this game looks so good. Why are you mad about that? Why would you be upset about that? I think it looks great. Got to turn the Mithril into Tarnish with some stones, maybe? Yeah. Thanks for the info, as always. Yeah, no worries, Fizwick. I'm going to let you med up for a second after this. I'm going to grab a drink. I don't know when he's going to be back now. Yeah, we can. We can log in. So log in his account and just make him whatever. He only, to my knowledge, can only make gold right now. But if we get him, yeah, it's good. It's +5. But if we get him a little bit more stuff, like we could harvest some stuff or whatever, give him the gems, and we could make probably better stuff. It's not hard to do. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick while you med. 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna grab a drink out of the fridge, and I'm gonna use the restroom too while I do that. Be right back. All right, I'm back. You ready? Okie doke. Okie doke. Dude, you look like Chuck Norris. I don't know if that's a good thing. Do I look like Chuck Norris, like, recently? Or do I look like Chuck Norris from 20 years ago? No, Chuck Norris, man, he aged really well. He aged really well. So I'm going to take that as a compliment. I appreciate it. I can only hope to look like Chuck Norris when I'm his age, when I, you know. How old was he? Like 80s? He was like late 80s, wasn't it? Wasn't he pretty old? He's getting up there. All right. '86. 86. Wow. I can only hope to live that long. I can only hope. I guess I'm in my midlife crisis right now, if that's the case. I am 45, so if I can live for another 40 years, I would be okay. He didn't age, he leveled up. I like it. I like it. He probably did roundhouse kick the gates of heaven open. Is it Peter or Paul? Who stands at the gates of heaven? I don't remember. I don't. Religion is not my top thing, and I'm not going to debate religion and all that. But anyway, whoever stands at the gates of heaven is like, oh, let's see if you're on the list. He's like, I'm on the list, and he just walked in, you know. Chuck Norris is like, I'm on every list. Okay, I go where I want to go. Okay, we're not going there, Thunder. We're not going there. That's where I do draw the line. Chuck Norris doesn't get a flu shot. The flu shot gets a Chuck Norris shot. There you go, Cage. I like it. I like it. How you been? I've been great. Cage, been great, yeah. Hopefully not, oh gosh, no, Young. Yeah. I'm not going there either. Nope. Next, how's the Warrior coming along? It's coming along great, yeah. We're halfway through 50. I'm like 99.9% sure that level 49 was a hell level, by the way. I'm almost, like, I can't be 100% sure, but I'm pretty dang sure. So, any devs in the chat that can check into that, I think that it's a hell level. Or it's a heck of a level. I need to make an emote for that. We should make a heck level emote. Just do fire. I've got a rage emote. That one's kind of fun. Oh, wait, are people on YouTube just not chatting, or am I not seeing chat again? I need to check on that. My YouTube chat's been kind of bugging out lately, so... And I don't see much chatter over on the YouTube side, so I apologize if you guys are chatting and I'm not seeing it. Test, are you on YouTube, Grim? It says that you're on Twitch. It shows me that you're on Twitch. So maybe it's just a bug on my end. You try YouTube. I opened up YouTube. YouTube chat here. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing any of this YouTube chat. Holy moly. Okay. I will do a pop out. My YouTube chat is messing up a lot of times. So I got a new pop out of YouTube chat. I'll be able to read that now. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Game shutting down in 10 minutes. Not again. I hope we don't have another day like this. I hope we don't have another day. Okay. No worries. I know you probably answered this a million times, but just joined. Know anything about what happened to Nick? So, yeah, I don't mind talking about it. Questions like that. I don't know any more than you all know. As per the request from Sean, I am not going to chat about it or speculate on it. I will give you my opinion of things, but I'm not going to chat and speculate about it. You all can feel free to chat about it and speculate and do whatever you want in the channel. I don't care, as long as you're respectful for both Nick and the rest of the team. I don't want to see anybody flaming anybody. that will get you kicked out of the stream. But y'all can debate and whatever you want to talk about. I don't care. That said, if you were in DMs with Nick about something Monsters and Memories related, refer to Sean for that going forward. If it was about the class builds and balance and all that kind of stuff, and you were talking to Sean or talking to Nick about those things, Zillith would probably be your next go-to person, as Zillith has been working on the class abilities and such a lot as well. So that's where I'm going. Like I said, I will read your comments and I will look through those. I am not going to make any comments or anything regarding speculation towards what may or may not have happened, because I don't know. I know nothing. But I think the team is still going to continue pushing forward with their vision. I think that they still have a solid team in place. And, whatever happened with Nick happened with Nick. That aside, I think the game is still in a good place, and I think we're going to still see something amazing happen with this game, and they're going to keep pushing forward. So that's my official response. They're at over 40 devs. They were at 41 devs last I heard from Sean. So out of Sean's mouth, this was his like 1 or 2 streams ago. So within the last week, Sean said 41 devs were currently working on the team. So now it would be 40 devs, if Nick, now that Nick is gone. I'm just going to pull one from around the corner here. Maybe not. Yeah, they're all stacked on top of each other too. All right, ink. It's just what was posted on Discord. Yeah, they said they're working on fixing some stuff, more beta. Yeah. So what I understand of what's going on and the reason the servers have been taken down like 7 times yesterday, a lot of zone restarts and a lot of lag and things. Apparently there was a netcode issue and they are trying to resolve that. This is coming from Encrypt this morning. Encrypt came in the channel, said hello, and said that they were having some netcode issues. They are currently working on that. So hopefully we will see some resolution to that soon. Hey, what's going on, Van Goose? How are you doing, bud? I hate us. You're okay? Yeah, I don't hate you guys over on YouTube. I love you guys over on YouTube as well. I don't know why my chat sometimes just doesn't populate the YouTube side of things. So I apologize for that. It's odd for fighter. Some of the enchanted blacksmith armors seem to vary between strength and intelligence. Yeah, I kind of wish that they would go a different route with that. So right now, if you get enchanted armor for any of the armor classes, you get in the enchanted pieces, they have a set stats to them. It would be nice if they could do something like take a gem, like a gem inlaid armor, and have different stats based on the gem you put in, kind of like you have with jewel crafting. I think that would be really neat, But would that be a jewelry thing? Would you make, like, maybe have the blacksmith make the armor, but then actually have a jewel crafter be able to take the piece of armor and inlay it so it's a enchanted gem inlaid, like enchanted sapphire inlaid breastplate. Something like that would be really cool. But I don't know if they're going to plan on doing that in the future or not. That's just a thing on my end that I think would be kind of neat. All right, 5 minutes. We can kill one more probably. I mean, we could probably do 2, but we'll do 1 more and then wait. The most replication pink bug. Those tripped me. Oh, dude, yeah, the mount, yeah. That was hilarious, dude. The pink thing came from when they zoned. So, like, you would have the mount replicated multiple times, and then if they zoned, it turned pink. Do you think the game is at a point where it's fair to ask $15 a month for early access? $180 for a year of gaming seems like a lot for any game. Well, no, Rob. I don't think it is at all. I think $15 a month for the amount of time, the amount of entertainment you get out of it is fair. Like, I get, if you say, $180 for a year of gaming, well, how much do you spend on going to the movies, going out to eat, getting some drinks, buying other video games, $60 every time you buy a video game. I think that adds up much, much, much faster. The amount of entertainment that I get out of Monsters and Memories is 100%. It's thousands of percents worth it for me, because I would spend, if I go to the movies with my family, we spend $100 to $150 to go to the movies. Every ticket is $15 to $20 per person, plus your candy, plus your popcorn, all of that. It gets expensive. So I think $15 a month is a very fair price. Also, MMOs have been charging $15 a month since 1999. So it hasn't gone up in price in 26 years. Everything else has gone up. So personally, I think that $15 a month is fine. That means I pay right now $60 to $70 for one game. Any video game that I normally buy, right? I just bought the new Pokemon game. That was a $70 game. How many hours of entertainment am I going to get out of that? Am I going to be playing it for, 4 or 5 months? Probably not. I mean, we'll see. But I totally get it that, some people are going to be like, hey, $15 a month, that's Netflix, right? Netflix is however much, I don't even know how much Netflix is these days, but, I get it. It's not a trivial amount of money, and it depends on your personal income and your disposable income. For some people, they don't have $15 a month, but I say to those types of people, maybe gaming is not something that you should be doing with your money if you don't have $15 disposable income. Maybe, and I'm not, this is not trying to be mean to anybody, but you probably should be looking for different things to spend your money on. If $15 in a month is hurting you, because I mean, how much you pay for a cup of coffee? You go to Starbucks, you get a latte. That's $6. You go to McDonald's and get a Happy Meal. That's $10. So that's how I look at it. And I'm not trying to tell people to not play the game or anything like that. And I totally. I can sympathize, and yes, I'm using sympathy rather than empathy. I can sympathize with you. I have been in a situation in my life where I have very little extra money to spend. In fact, in some months, I was negative money. My life right now is, I don't have a lot of expendable income in my current life. I just don't. So I totally can sympathize with you. And but I do think that $15 a month is a fair price. Now, is it a fair price for early access? That's a different question. Should you wait till 1.0? Maybe. Hey, what's up? I wish more games would take the approach rather, the free-to-play model with pay-to-win and pay-to-whatever. I don't like that at all. But, a professional sporting event will cost you $120 a ticket. Oh, easily. Last time I went to I went to a UGA game, University of Georgia football game. The last one of those that I went to, we paid at least $100+ a ticket, and that was years ago. I haven't been to a UGA game in a long time. Plus, you got to pay for the expense of getting there and all that. Yeah. So, let's see. I'm trying to read. You have high stats. Is a lot of the high level enchant on gear? I mean, I don't feel like I have high stats. I've got stats appropriate for my level. I could have better stats if I were to go out and get better gear. At this level, I should probably have platinum jewelry. Right now, I've got gold jewelry, so like these right here. I should have platinum jewelry, which is +7/+7. Even the iron jewelry, I think, or steel jewelry is +6/+6. So I should probably have slightly higher stats than what I currently have. So if you are not sitting around the same amount of stats that I currently have on your character, you're probably behind the curve. You probably need to go gear up some more. You didn't go camp enough mobs. You didn't get enough jewelry, etc. All right, let's go ahead and close this out. And update. There we go. Look at that. Update immediately. So make sure you log out, update. There's a very small update, so make sure you do that. And then we might be able to get right back in. It might have just been a server restart. Subscriptions also add to the streamer community because those who can't or won't pay a sub will watch streamers. Maybe, yeah. I mean, maybe. I appreciate you all being here, hanging out, watching. If you can sub, I appreciate that. If you donate, I appreciate that. If you don't do any of those things, you know, that's okay too. I totally understand. You know, money is tight these days. It's very tight. So I totally get where everybody's at, you know. We're all kind of struggling. Price of everything is all over. I'm trying to log back in and I can't, so stuck on the load screen. So my guess is it's not back up yet. Yep. So yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you all being here. Like, you know, I know it kind of sucks when you come into the stream and there's commercials. You know, there's ads when you're watching YouTube videos. There's ads when you're on Twitch. I understand that, and I appreciate you guys being here to watch that, because those help me and allows me to continue doing what I'm doing and try to be informative for you all. So, yeah, that's all I can really say about it. Yeah, I don't know. Does the server list auto-populate when the servers come back up? Or do we have to refresh this somehow? Because there's no like refresh on this page. I'm wondering if we have to go back out and come back in to be able to refresh it. Or if it just auto refreshes. Andy, we're over at Drake's if you want to join us for XP. And if you're not, unless I don't know what you're doing, but that's where Easter and I moved to. Yeah, Easter said to restart, so we're gonna restart and see if it populates. Server's up now. Okay, so it doesn't refresh automatically. Cool. We learned that. All right, sorry. Andy, you gonna come over or no? Well, I guess if you show up, I'll invite you. Yeah, we were gonna go maybe camp that. Do you want to go do that? There. Which one are you checking? Yeah, so there's that one, but there's also the other one over in Glass Flats if we want to try to start doing that. I mean, you guys tell me. Like, I'll go wherever you guys want me to go. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, I'm a police sir. Yeah, it's exactly. I think a lot of the charisma items are kind of common drops. All right. Check drop down on launcher. Is there a drop down on the launcher where you can refresh? Hey, thank you so much, Rob, for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. That's popping up, right? Do I need to make that bigger, by the way? When it pops up right down here at the bottom of the screen, I've been trying to adjust the font size on that to make it bigger. So, yeah. Can't type or think. Uh-oh, what's going on, Westmort? How you doing, bud? I have to go in the background, and if you check the Discord, there are fixes on the way. You have to exit out completely, the update. Okay. Thank you so much, Westmort. Appreciate it, bud. Curious if this, excuse me, this issue with the latest patch, the increased server pop, or both. I think it's an issue with the latest patch, Helter Smelter, but I don't know that for a fact. I don't think population is the issue because there have been more people on the servers. I have heard though that they're pushing back they're delaying, I guess, the beta invites for this week. So until they get this netcode set up. But that's not from an official source. That's just an unofficial source that I've heard. And somebody said they may have posted it or something on Discord. I didn't read it myself though. It's on Discord, the beta key delay. It is on Discord? Okay. They planned for Saturday, I believe. It's posted on Discord. Cool. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I've actually, to be honest, I try to avoid reading too much stuff on Discord and Reddit because I don't know how to say it. I gets my blood pressure up. I just get so annoyed with some of the things that people are saying and doing. I do try to read those. I used to try to read them as I was going to bed at night. But then it would keep me up thinking about them and wanting to post and wanting to talk about it and all that. So I stopped reading them at night. And then usually when I wake up in the morning, I would get up and maybe peruse through it for an hour or so to see what's going on there. But this morning, I was chatting with my mom about some things. So anyway, it was an official post. Cool. Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you keeping me informed so that I can inform other people. Finally got Druid back to a level she can charm since the new changes. 22 charisma should make it difficult. Yeah, 22 charisma is going to be difficult to charm with now. My understanding is around 50 to 60 charisma, and it feels about the same as it did prior to the patch. Anything over that would feel better than prior to the patch. So that's what I've heard from charm people that have been charming and stuff. So definitely get more charisma, and in fact, you could actually charm better if you get enough charisma. It's on the news. They aim for invites tomorrow. If they get the issues fixed, perfect. Yeah. Seems like 60 charisma is about there. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing too from a lot of people. So we're working on getting our necromancer Stein. You've probably seen him in the group and charm stuff here and there. We're working on getting him some gear. These silly drakes. Spread out, drakes. All right, they're not wanting to spread out. We're gonna go over here and pull something. Oh gosh, I can't see. See how dark that was? It's pitch black. Holy moly. So Charm broke 3 times during a fight between Bone Carver bugs. Ate up my mana at 22 charisma. Wasn't worth it. Root rotting would be much better. Yeah, 22 charisma is not going to be good. Yeah, 22 charisma is going to be bad for charming. 50 to 60 charisma is going to be like it was prior to the changes. Anything over 60 is going to be better. That feels right for 22 charisma? Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you have low charisma. But the problem is if you get like 100 plus charisma, you're now charming better. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to be discussing charm. I said this earlier. I'm not going to be discussing, debating, and all that with charm. I'll give you my opinion on it like I just did. But anything past that, I'm going to defer you all to the Discord. Chat about it there. Talk about it there. There's a big discussion. Huge discussions on it over there. I think there's any solution to high levels camping low named every camp I see. That's an itemization issue. I think that they need to add more items to the game. They need to add more things for the lower or for the higher level players to go get. I think part of that problem is because prior to some of these changes that were happened the other day with stamina, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma not being great stats, I think that the need for items has gone up And a lot of these people were not camping items. They were not going after items. They were just leveling without getting gear, without gearing up. And I think that's starting to change. We're starting to see the need for gear more and more and more, which is a very good change. I think gear and itemization is one of the worst points of this game that needs to change, and is currently changing. But yeah, they need to work on that. That's part the balance of the game and everything as well. Partly why like why solo is so good versus grouping, because solo classes, they don't really need to gear up to be able to continue to solo. Now they're going to start to have to gear up a little bit more. You need wisdom charisma jewelry set. I don't know if there is. Is there a charisma wisdom charisma intelligence set or gem that gives both of those on the same stat? I don't know that there is. There is? What is the gem? Fire opal? Or carnelian? There is? Okay, I couldn't remember which one it was or if there was one or anything, so yeah. If there is one, then that's going to be really strong. If you decide to focus on charisma and get to 100, you better be good at charm. Well, that's true too, Kel, yeah. But that's the thing, is if you can get charisma and intelligence or wisdom, then you just get that gear, right? And then it makes you best at both. So that's kind of an issue that I see with it, is depending on how they do itemization, they need to make itemization one or the other. That's kind of like saying, oh, as a fighter, we're going to give you tons of strength and tons of stamina and tons of agility and tons of dexterity. We're going to give you all 4 of your main stats. Well, should they do that, or should they only give you like tank stats and a little bit of the other stats? Or you could go a lot of strength and a little bit of the tank stats, right? I think itemization is going to play a really big role. Wisdom mana makes you way better healer than Wisdom Charisma set. Well, as a healer, yeah, but only one healer needs to have Charisma, which is the Druid, for charming. So, okay, these must be an 8-minute. All right, that tells me that. I think there's an 8-minute respawn timer. But yeah, Wisdom Mana Jewelry is very good for Necromancers. Like Stamina Int Jewelry was really good, but now they're probably going to have to go Int Charisma is my guess. But yeah, anyway, the whole thing is itemization. I think if they keep going in that direction and they make items better and they make, they add into the itemization, I think it's going to be a good way to do things. Very good way to do things. Topic change is wondering how you feel about people wanting Sal to not work when you have aggro and regen not work unless sitting. I don't know. Like, I'm okay with Speed of the Wild working the way that it does. I mean, it was the same thing in EverQuest. Not that I want this game to be the exact same as EverQuest, but I think it makes for a need to have certain classes. It gives them definitely, a big boost for sure. And right now, only 4 classes in the game can actually cast Speed of the Wild. So that's 4 out of 18 classes. And I think that's about right. I think when you have more than 4 classes that are able to do something, it's a bad thing. And if you have like less than 3, it's a bad thing. So 3 or 4 is good. But it is kind of like a mandatory thing. But that's why I feel like potions should also be able to make up for that. So potions can give you things like Speed of the Wild. They can give you things like mana regen. So I think I think those are good things, personally. Like I'm okay with Speed of the Wild working the way that it does. But I totally get that it does feel overpowered at times. It allows kite classes to kite. But like if you have a really good kite class, like a really high DPS, like an archer that it is able to cast Speed of the Wild, that feels kind of bad. Because it makes that class really, really strong. So you got to be careful with who can cast what. Somebody brought it up earlier today, the homogenization of classes. There's too much homogenization happening where too many classes can do everything or the same things, and it doesn't feel good. Like you don't feel special anymore. I've been saying that for months. I've been saying that for a very long time, that you need to make different classes feel special, because that uniqueness is what makes this game fun and interesting. Everybody will have Sal because Sal pots are so easy to make. They're changing that, Tortoise Wizard. Sal pots are not easy to make anymore. Sal pot slightly slower than Sal. So they're changing it up. Last I heard, they're changing it up. The Sal potions are going to have two versions. There's going to be a 20% Sal version at the lower end and a 40% Sal version at the higher end. And it's going to require more mats and be more difficult to make than it was previously. So that is changing. Sometimes lag make me believe I'm typing a numerical input in the vendor field, but I hit attack and you attack the vendor and die. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, I've attacked the vendors too many times as well. If I hit my 0 key while targeting a vendor, no bueno. Uh-oh. My kiddo's report card. Let's see how he did. I'm going to log in and look at it. I'm not going to log in so you guys can see it, but I'm going to log in and look at it. What? Am I putting in the wrong password? What the heck? Oh, okay. I am putting the password wrong. Okay. Suspense, yeah, it's killing me. Let's see, how do we do? Got a 98, an 83, a 100, a 98, a 91, and 95. Good job, kid. Very, very, very proud of him. His lowest grade is an 83. Awesome. Loving it. No belt today. No belt today, yeah, right? I do almost wish devs would ignore the request to change classes. No offense, but to us, but we are no devs and we have vested interest in our class. I mean, yeah, I agree, and I also disagree. All your base, like I understand where you're coming from. I don't think that they should drastically change the classes, but they need to look at, you know, what do they want this class to be, the underlying class. What's the foundation of this class, and then build on that. Unfortunately, I feel like lately they have been kind of going away from that, and that foundation is becoming more and more and more blurred, where certain classes are getting certain abilities, and you know that they don't necessarily need. I think that, like, one of the things that I noticed recently was the meme builds. You know, putting in a class, giving an ability to a class as a meme more than an ability that it needs. Let's get everything in the foundations and all the required things to make the class, so that people know going into early access, what is this class supposed to be? Is it a DPS class? Is it a tank? Is it a healer? Is it a utility? What is this class? Then later on, we can go back and add in the meme builds, right? We can add in the silly abilities that don't really mean anything for fun reasons. I feel like we got too far into that, and that was a bad direction to go, ultimately. So hopefully they're getting back to the core of how things work. You good on mana or wait? Yeah, sure. Go for it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to use my cooldowns. Of course, our 5-minute cooldowns, so. Shouldn't force memes. They need to happen organically. I agree with that, Helter Smelter. That was one thing that was like, why are you trying to create a meme skill and a meme ability? Like that, the whole point of a meme build is that they created a skill for the class, and then people found weird, unique ways to use that. That creates the meme. If you're trying to force a meme build, it's not a meme, right? It's just, it doesn't work that way. So yeah, that's where I would much prefer them to just create the base of the classes and say, this is what they are, here's the foundation, and build upon that. Like take Wizard and Monsters of Memories, they had a vision of a combat dual wielding and people complained, so they got then got a sitting and meting. Well, they're not doing either of those things now. You can still dual wield, like that is still a thing, all your base. You can still dual wield as a wizard and go that route if you want to. The other route is actually using your staff and instead of dual wielding, using a staff. So now you have two options with the wizard that are both similar, right? What name are you referring to? What meme are you referring to specifically? Well, like the necromancer getting an ability that allows them to proc with their melee attacks, right? That's a meme build. What necromancer is actually going to keep up a 5 or 10 or 15 minute or whatever buff, constantly keep that up and be meleeing in combat? That's a meme build. Like, that's something they did in EverQuest, and they added it in as kind of a, hey, we'll give it a necromancer just because it kind of fits the theme of necromancer. And people then decided that they wanted to build a character around that. They want to build a necromancer that uses, you know, strength gear and dexterity and goes for like this life tap procking build. Okay, I'll give me 1 second. Just gonna pull one back. Yeah, it's fading in 2 minutes. I'd like to see Wizard and Spellblade merge. Yes, I would too. I think that we have too many classes. I agree with that 100%. I think that the hybrid classes need to become more unique and less of a hybrid between two classes. Like, I don't even want them to be hybrid classes. I want a ranger to be a ranger and do ranger things, and I want a paladin to be a paladin and do paladin things. I don't want a paladin being a cleric fighter. I don't like that. So I would rather see that. The Spellblade, you know, it just kind of feels bad. But anyway, they're not. I don't think they're going to get rid of those now. I think they are what they are. They're in the game. I don't think they're going anywhere. But yeah, I want a wizard to be a wizard, and I want a spellblade to be a spellblade. You know, they started making them too close together. That's the homogenization that we talked about earlier. There's too much homogenization between classes. I know it's a big word. I apologize. Just like the wizard melee takes away from spellblade identity, it does. It absolutely does. A lot of the meme abilities were meant to be for low-level casters and healers to have something to do in combat. Yeah, but they didn't give it to them until later in the game. They were straight up meant to be memes. Helter Smelter. They were memes. Some of the abilities that were added were literally, quote unquote, this would be a really fun meme build. That's literally what was said as they were putting them in the game. So, and I disagreed with them at the time. I disagree with them now. Otherwise, it's just a middle brown mess of abilities. Yeah. A muddled brown mess of abilities. 100%. How does Elementalist feel? Elementalist feels kind of bad. It feels like a wizard with pets. And I think it needs to be more of an Elementalist. It just has wizard nukes with a pet. It needs more of the synergy between what the Elementalist can do and what their pet can do. More of those abilities need to be in the game. Less wizard nukes and something a little bit, you know, like give them nukes of all flavors. You know, give them a rock nuke and an air nuke and a fire nuke and a water nuke that do different things and they work with their pet. You know, wizards can have just fire spells. Like, I've got fireball and I've got my ice thing that gives them a snare. Cool. That's all the wizards need. They don't need anything else, right? Just give them like these big nukes. But the Elementalists, you know, more stuff that just blends what they do with their pet. 100 people in here on a Friday afternoon, right? I love it, Nova. Love it. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Do appreciate it. Right, but unless they do something special, people would just go for the best DPS. Yes, absolutely. All your base. I agree with that, and that's what I keep saying is, why would you play a class? That was my biggest argument for Charm. I'm not going to go into Charm again, but why would you play a class other than whatever's doing the best? Why would you play the other class unless it brings something to the table? So if they find out that Rogue is the best DPS and it has good utility, why would you play any other class, right? But if, let's say, the Ranger brings a lot more utility but a little less DPS, okay, now we have a reason to bring the Ranger into the party because it has utility and the Rogue lacks the utility. That's the reason. So as long as your class brings something to the party, it doesn't matter what it is. It can be DPS, it can be healing, it can be tanking, and it can be utility. Those are the four things that classes in Monsters and Memories can do. And depending on your class, you're going to have more or less of a varying of those things. So let's say you have 100 points that you could put into those four categories. Your class could be like 50 in DPS, 20 in tanking, and 30 in healing, but 0 in utility, right? Or you could have 50 in utility, 20 in DPS, and 30 in tanking. I don't know, just to kind of mix it up. Or you could be 99 in DPS and 1 in utility, right? That's another thing. So like splitting it up, and that's how you would balance the classes, is give them different things that they bring to the party. I'm hoping that's the direction they kind of go with it. So like a Ranger, for example, is going to bring a lot of utility with some decent DPS and the ability to off-tank, but its healing is kind of garbage. Like it's pointless. So that's what a Ranger would bring to the party. A Fighter brings to the party really good tanking with some pretty good DPS, but it has 0 utility and has 0 healing. So yeah. Too bad no invites today. Yeah, there's some issues. New Wizard Wand thing is cool, but it wasn't stacking seal like it was supposed to. Uh-oh, that's not good. Yeah, hopefully they fix that. An Inquisitor tank should be the best tank for a Spellcaster, but I suspect a Warrior would just be the default tank as they have the highest DPS. Well, I disagree with that. I don't think they have the highest DPS. I think that Shadow Knight and Warrior both have very high DPS. But that aside, physical damage is the primary damage of enemies in this game. So, like 90% of the damage that most enemies do is going to be physical. The fighter is the best physical mitigation tank in the game. So they're going to be very good for fighting most enemies. However, when fighting a magical-based enemy, an Inquisitor is absolutely going to be the better option because they have an ability to reduce more physical damage, and they also have they have ability to reduce magical damage or elemental damage. Nah, I don't know. I just use another ability though. But they also have the ability to put up like these barriers against magical damage. So they're very good against magical tanks. So I think there's going to be, you know, a variety of both. I still think that the fighter is going to be the best overall tank in the game for in-game content, strictly because they reduce physical damage by 5% better than any other tank in the game. Like, that's the reason. That's what Magician was in EQ, which is bad since Monster Memory should be evolving the concept. I agree, yeah. I agree. Yeah, the Magician in EQ is basically a wizard with a pet. In EverQuest, or in Monsters of Memories, I think they just need to have more leverage on those pets. Like, they have a little bit of that, right? So if you have a fire pet out and you cast a water spell, it does like fire blast or whatever, and it blinds the target or it knocks them back or whatever. It does those kind of things. Okay. So we just need higher variation in combat types. Like where will Pally fit in? So Paladin should be. Paladin is a good tank with very high effective health pool, right? So they're able to heal themselves. They're able to tank really well. They're going to be lower on the damage, and they're going to have some utility. So they're like, you know, of those four categories, they're going to be like 50% tank and like 25% healing, 25% utility, and then very low damage or whatever, right? That's what they're going to do. So that's where the balance kind of comes in. Why no invites today? They're trying to fix a lag netcode issue that's been going on since the last patch a couple days ago. So they're trying to fix that, and then once they fix that, hopefully they'll invite new people or more people. Pally's elite. I think Pally's good, right? But do you need that in group content? You typically have healers. Well, that's the thing, you know, like you want to play a paladin. That's kind of what I was getting at with hybrids should not be a thing. It should not be a cleric fighter. Currently, a paladin is a cleric fighter, so they just have some tanking and they have the ability to heal themselves. That's what it is. They need to get away from that and make a paladin, not a cleric fighter combination. So that's a whole other topic, right? So like we're debating, or we're not debating, but we're talking about two different subjects when you change the topic like that. So I can tell you what a paladin currently is. I can tell you what I would like a paladin to be, and then I can tell you in the middle of those two what I think should happen. What happened with Nick? We don't know. If you the Nick situation, I'll go over it again since we haven't talked about it in 30 seconds. This is what happened with Nick. This is all we know. What Sean said right here. I personally am not talking about Nick. I'm not going to speculate on what happened. I don't really care what happened. That's behind closed doors with the team and whatever's going on with that. If you are in discussions with Nick through Discord or DMs or whatever, take those to Sean and deal with them that way. If you have questions about classes, take those to Zillith. And then I would say that's where we are. You guys feel free to talk about it all you want. I'll read them, but I'm not going to comment on it. Is Pally the premier undead mob tank? No, paladins don't tank mobs better than any other class. No. Now, should they make them that way? Maybe. Sure. I mean, maybe. But what's going to end up happening, you know, like, there's always going to be a best overall tank. Always. It's just going to happen. There's going to be a meta, right? It doesn't matter what they do. There's going to be a meta. So you might as well just kind of do that. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. 100% agree. Hybrids tend to just get pushed aside at high-end gameplay, at least in EQ. They did, yeah. Paladins became a much better class later in EQ after a bunch of AA points and, you know, leveling and all that. They changed them and they definitely made them better. But, you know, warriors were always overall the better tank. Thematically, they can be fighter cleric hybrid, but not mechanically. Well, yeah, thematically, sure. But yeah, they just, I think that paladins need faster heals that are less mana efficient so that they can actually use them in combat. You know, have like abilities that allow them to intercept damage for other players in the party is another really cool way that they could do them. You know, so yeah. Hang on. I'm looking at something real quick. All right, sorry, I'm trying to listen to something and do something real quick. All right, I'm gonna pull. Ah. Assuming they don't add diminishing returns to stun. Yeah, stun right now is super duper 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 crazy strong. So like Inquisitors are very powerful at the moment with their stun because there is no diminishing returns currently. Is Ranger tank worthy or just an emergency off tank? It's an emergency off tank. You can use Ranger as a tank probably for the first like 10 levels or 20 levels maybe. But after that, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. I am not going to be checking out PvP server now. Do we know of any production? Hang on, I'm trying to... Do we know if production companies are involved with Monster Memories? No, nobody. There's no companies that are involved now. Easy for me to say, but I hope it stays that way. My poor heart remembers WildStar. Oh, dude, yeah, WildStar is one of those like MMOs that went out and people were like, no. I never played WildStar, but I know where you guys are coming from with that. Hang on a second. Sorry, I'm trying to do like 4 things at once right now. Okay, let's see. All right. Sorry, I'm looking at a bunch of stuff and I don't know, man. I don't know. My son's grades and everything. Apparently, the price of charisma gear like went through the roof, like crazy expensive. Everybody wants it. Yeah, I can give you money too. It's fine. Yeah, just get whatever you need. Yeah, I got you covered, man. I can cover the whole thing if you want me to. Oh, yeah. You should. You should be using it now. Sorry. My skills got bugged there for a second. Well, they're going to be sad. I have 100 charisma and it doesn't matter. It matters, Wizard Strangler. It definitely matters. But anyway, I'm not talking about charm today. If you have complaints or whatever, if you want to talk about charm, you can talk about those over on Discord or Reddit or whatever. There's plenty of people over there debating and arguing both sides of it, and you can read it there. Do skills auto fire by default toggle? Is that why some are red in your CD? No. So I'm using an in-game macro right here. You got a macro list or whatever. So I'm using cast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as my macro. I'm hitting the button and it automatically is firing off my abilities. Some of these abilities are on global cooldown, so I'm going to wait for these to come up and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if I hit 1, it's going to fire off. All of those abilities are going to go onto a global cooldown. And then if I use the ability, though, if I actually use the ability, it puts it onto its normal cooldown. So a global cooldown is about 1.5 seconds. And then they go on normal cooldown when you actually use the abilities. So that's what's causing them to all fire off like that constantly. Oh, look at that. Lunar Festival wrappings. There you go, Andy. That Lunar Festival wrappings, that's the robe we were trying to get you to get. And then other pieces like that, the Lunar Festival set. Well, that's the robe. There's like the entire set. You have gloves, pants, everything. I got two. I swear that spawned on me or something else. Right, I use the cooldown. Hopefully this doesn't respawn here. In other words, simple mash buttons use a lot of EQ rating. And these, yeah, it's button mashing. Yeah, we might have to run or camp or something. I don't know. Yeah, it just broke. I could try to train from here. Yeah, we're gonna have to train. We can't do this. Yeah, we're gonna have to run. Here, I'll go first. I'm going down the hill. Oh my gosh. Worst time to get a phone call. Yep. It's going to be a big train. Holy moly. Yeah, we're training out so we can pick you up on the way back up. You coming to Fallen Pass? Yeah. All right. We can meet you down at Pyrmos Village. This is going to be a massive train. Yeah, it's not bad. Poor guards. Yeah, these poor guards are going to get destroyed. I mean, we might be able to zone before they all get to town. That's from the restructuring of the stats. Yeah, that'll definitely do it now. We made it. All good. We're safe. How does the camp out fast exploit work? You just have to have a second character. You Alt F4, log in, and then log in your second character. That's how you do it. I don't recommend doing it. It's technically an exploit. Don't do it. But that's how it works. Give me 1 second. 1 second. My sister called me during that train. Let me find out, make sure everything's okay. Give me 1 second, guys. My sister's calling me, or called me, and I need to make sure it's not like a big deal. So give me like 30 seconds. Okay. I tried to call her back. She didn't answer, so I don't know what's going on with her. Hopefully she's okay. I sent her a text too. I'm sure she'll let me know. All right, I'm going up to the stable master. Wait there. Yep, we can wait for him down here and we can all invis together up there. Yeah, the pet thing, I don't know what's going on with that. When you purchase a donkey for carrying stuff, I can't read the rest of that because it's cut off by this other thing. Is it permanent purchase or is it a rental? It's permanent. You own the donkey. If the donkey dies, you actually have to get it resurrected. And if you give the donkey coffee, it will spawn every 5 steps and clone itself. Yes. It's hilarious, dude. I don't know what was going on with that. Did we ever figure out what caused that? I assume the devs know, but I don't know what caused that. I don't know what caused it. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, this is closed testing. Whoops. These are the archive closed testing. My bad. I forgot about those. Uh-oh. Poop socking elitist and incompetent pugs rant. Oh, jeez. Is there any happy medium? No, there's not. I'm not fortunate enough to have a static group of skilled friends who can grind for multiple hours a day, max trade skills, reach the end game. That's okay. I enjoy finding groups and meeting new people. That said, the amount of people who don't know how to do basic things like slash assist the tank to not break mez is infuriating. I agree. I was so excited to get into beta, but the past 2 weeks have honestly been depressing. Half the server is rolling in gold, rocking platinum jewelry and steel gear after less than a month. This right here is something that I said for a long time has got to slow down. While the other half doesn't seem to have any concept of how to functionally play the game. Yeah. I'm sure I'm only seeing either extreme, but there's plenty of middle ground. But where? Where can I find a happy medium? Some decent, competent groups that are open to people outside of their closed 4-man poop socking clique. It's tough. Tough situation you're in, buddy. I agree. That is a very tough situation that they're in. You know, this is something I've been talking about quite a bit lately. Like, the devs are going to have a huge uphill battle dealing with some of this kind of stuff. You know, it's gonna be rough. Okay. Let's go, Mario. Acid caused it. Lots of acid. That's what caused the pink donkeys. I did. Right. It's probably one of those ones where, like, I invite you and then instantly goes away or something. That might have been it, too. It's what class balance will be built on? What's going to be what class balance will be built on? The acid thing? Maybe. Snoozums, the Nick situation is this. I'll be very brief with it again. I don't mind talking about it. I'm not going to comment on any speculation, anything like that, according to what Nick is happening versus the team. If you guys want to talk about it, feel free to talk about it as much as you want in chat. The speculation. Oh my God, my sister's calling me. Give me a second. All right, sorry about that, guys. All right, I'm ready whenever. Sorry, my sister called me again. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. My sister, she called me twice, and I just want to make sure everything was fine. So yeah, what's going on with Nick? I don't know any more than you all know. If you have questions, if you were talking to Nick through DMs prior to this, those should be referred to now going over to Sean. If you have questions about class changes and stuff like that, that's going to be a Zillith thing probably going forward. And yeah, feel free to... yeah, appeared. Invisibility's there, but the other one's gone. Oh, wait. See Invis, Sense Magic Invis. I don't... Oh, we... Yeah, IVU in a minute. Okay. But yeah, feel free. You guys chat as much as you want. I mean, that's up to you guys. Yeah, I see that he's streaming. I'm specifically not talking about it because speculation and all that. I don't want to... I don't even want to go there. Honestly, like... I don't even want to go there. But I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to take the high road on that situation. I've got a lot of opinions. As you all know, I'm like probably the most opinionated person that you've probably ever met in your life. I have a lot of opinions on the situation, but I just, it's not right for me to talk about them, and it's not conducive to the situation, so there's no reason to go over it. Yeah, Drama Quest, exactly. It's a big drama thing, and yeah, I don't want to be part of it. Oop, it broke again. I'm going to pull over to the side here. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing okay. Like, you know, drama aside, game aside, I don't wish ill will towards anyone. We do an IVU from this point, or no? We gotta do Invis for a little bit longer, right? Yeah, I hope everybody's doing okay. Whatever happened, and I don't wish any ill will towards anyone. You know, it sucks all around. I'm appearing again. I'm in the cave. I don't see one. I see nothing here. Alright. I'm here. Yeah, Criddle knows the truth and he's hiding it, confirmed. Yeah, I know nothing more than what you all know. Absolutely nothing more than what you all know. This tunnel over here. Yeah, just follow me. You with us, Andy? Yeah, there's one roamer where I'm at, so just whenever you get IV or whatever, come up to me. That's us. We've had a fire here. Yeah, we ran from this. This is where we camp. Oh, down this ramp. There's 3 back there, but you can camp right here, and then what we do is Yeah, well, we pull these 3, and then there's one that spawn. That one right there that's roaming over there. That's the only one that spawns up here, and you can kite around if you need to. You can kite around this big boulder. Well, that's just what we do. All right. It's YouTube content. It's great. I mean, yes, I could definitely profit off of talking about Nick. I'm not going to do that. I'm choosing to take the high road in that situation. It's not the right thing to do. It's not nice for anybody involved. I'm not going to do it. Like I could talk about it. I could make YouTube videos on it. I could do a lot of things. I'm not going to. I'm sure other content creators will, and people can go over there and be drama queens with all of them. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, maybe not. I'm not going to even talk about Alex either. Like whatever, Alex can do Alex. I don't care. He can do whatever he wants to do. I'm not. I refuse. I refuse to do it. That's just not me. I'll talk about anything in the game, and I'll be very opinionated and a drama queen about things in the game. But no, that's as far as I'm going with it. I've had a lot of opinions that I have not said. I've held my tongue quite a bit for a while on a lot of topics. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to lower myself to attacking individuals or people in general. I'm just not going to do it. It's gross. It's gross. I think it's completely fair to talk about how it might affect the game moving forward without it being drama. I don't think it's going to affect the game at all going forward, Bob. At all. Not in the least. So that's all I would say in a video. Like literally my entire YouTube video based on that type of thing. I think that the vision of the game is going to continue. I think the game is going to continue to develop pretty much exactly like it has over the past 5 years. I don't think that one person leaving for whatever their reasons, I don't think it's going to affect the game in the least. Somebody else will fill the shoes and fill that role. If we're talking about the game in general, I think it's, in my opinion, it's a positive thing. I did not like the direction that Nick was going with a lot of the classes. That's talking about the game. That has nothing against Nick. Like, I'm sure Nick's a great guy. I disagreed with him on the charm situation. Clearly, I disagreed with the charm situation. Clearly. So, like, I don't think anybody has any, I disagreed with a lot of his take and what he was doing with a lot of the classes and the balance. But I don't think that's the reason. I'm not going to speculate on any of that on other stuff. So I think that Monsters and Memories might honestly be in a better situation in some ways, depending on who takes over the class. Like if the class is who's gonna take that, like Zillith, I don't know what he's gonna do, what his plans are, changes that he's gonna make. I don't know who they're gonna put in for that role of what Nick is doing or what Nick did. I don't know who's gonna fill those shoes, but they're gonna go their direction, and we'll see what happens. This might be harsh, but people placeable as long as they're I mean, exactly, Westmore. Like, whatever is happening with Nick is happening with Nick. That's what I was talking about, though, and I'd agree with your points. Yeah, Bob. Yeah, I mean, I could talk about that, sure. I don't mind talking about that. I as far as the direction that the classes were going in this game, I highly disagreed with a lot of the decisions that were being made. I don't know what that's going to happen going forward. They might continue going in that direction with a lot of these things. Maybe. I don't know. He could literally... Yeah, exactly. That's the speculation, Curly, that I'm not going to be involved in. Right? That's the speculation that I'm literally not going to be involved in. Like, I will talk about Monsters and Memories. His balance streams seem to be less and less grounded in data gathered from gameplay and more about how he felt, more watched his stream. He was easily influenced by chat at times. That's another one of those things that I'm, again, not going to really refer to. I have hinted at certain things like that in the past. But I specifically didn't talk about those for the past year that I've been covering this game, because that's more about a person and less about the game itself. Made me uncomfortable. Stop watching because of it. Yeah, I think several people did, Mesker. But again, I'm not going to go into that. What is the current state of Charm? I haven't seen people trying to get a hold of pets. So, current state of Charm. I'm going to give you the quick version, and then I'm going to refer you to the thing. Charm recently requires now Charisma to be able to actually use effectively. So you need higher Charisma for higher level mobs. If you get high enough Charisma, it could theoretically be better. People are still kind of testing that. Stein is going to test it now. He just got his Charisma up to like 55 or something. So he just got a little bit more Charisma. We're going to test it out ourselves. I still see people charming quite a bit. It is happening. So go with where you want on that. If you want to debate that topic, I'm going to refer to you to Discord or Reddit. There are plenty of threads on Charm to debate that topic to your heart's content. Make rogues great again. I'm in that ballpark. Let's play. I'm absolutely in the ballpark of make rogues better. Make rogues great again. Rogues have had the short end of the stick for a while. Awesome. Excited to see that. Wonder what it's like 100 Charisma would do. Yeah. Somebody in here earlier was talking about having 100 Charisma, and it still didn't feel good, so I don't know. I think it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. It's an opinion. Some people are going to think that Charm should work. Some people are going to think it's not going to work. Again, I'm tired of talking about it, I'll give you the information, right? I'll give you the information on it. I'm just not going to debate it anymore. Finally, we can get Charm nerfed and Monk's buffed to top DPS. Right, Italica? No, I don't think that Monk should be top DPS either. I think they should be better DPS, but... yeah, that's the kind of speculation right there, Straker. Is it Straker? Straker? Yeah, I don't know. That's why I don't want to speculate, and I'm not going to talk about it. Doubt it. They aren't using any art copied. Wait, what? Has EQ people commented about how this game is so close to EQ? Might be legal trouble. There's zero legality issues so far. Zero legality issues between Daybreak and Niche Worlds Cult. They have been doing everything. Yes, the game is very much similar to EverQuest. However, they've been doing everything they can to differentiate themselves artistically. There's zero assets that are taken over from a different game and put into this game. Everything that they've made in this game, they've made themselves and their art team, which have done, in my opinion, a phenomenal job. They are changing the names of spells and cities and everything. It's all unique content. There's nothing that is copied from EverQuest that EverQuest or Daybreak would own. There are no trademark infringements. There's no copyright, nothing like that. It's all above board. What class is the highest and lowest APM, in my opinion? Lowest APM would probably be Cleric. Highest APM would probably be Bard. Hoping the Wizard and Rogue can both be great DPS one day. They've unresolved problems for a long time now. I agree with that. Yeah, 100% agree with that. I am all in on the Rogue Wizard buffing them or making them better in whatever way possible to make those classes feel good, because both of them feel bad. Has there been any indication Daybreak will be pursuing litigation? No, none whatsoever that I know of. How are Wizards compared to EQ Wizards in terms of nukage? They are weaker in terms of nukage. Like Wizards and EverQuest are actually a lot stronger because they have things like mana burn. So they have the ability to burn things down very quickly, but they're very similar in their play style in the two games. However, this game has dual wielding and now these staves where you can leverage staves to do certain things for the Wizards. So I think both of those things are a good change for the Wizards to kind of open up their gameplay outside of meditate, nuke. So We'll have to see. I don't know how I feel about it. I didn't like the idea at first because it basically made the wizard have to melee and then sit down on meditation ticks and then nuke. And it made him a very high APM class. Since they've changed meditation recently, they're making some adjustments. We'll see where the wizard ends up. I don't know if I like or don't like the direction they're going. We'll see. Yeah, we'll definitely see. A good bard, yes. Yes, a good bard will use a lot of APM. I thought the 6-second server ticks was a copy over mechanic. It kind of was, but I mean, you can't own the 6-second server ticks. Like, that's not something that's ownable. Thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it, bud. Did those come up as a? They did. Cool. They came up as a thing here. Thank you so much for the bits. Very, very much appreciated, my friend. Have there been any long-term story elements added to the game? Warring factions. There's a lot of those. They're hard to find. Like the lore of this game, you got to go and like read stuff, find notes, talk to NPCs. You kind of have to go out of your way to find some of that stuff, but there are things out there, yeah. That cool, though. Thanks for answering. Yeah. Have you seen in-game Necro? Yes. My friend here, Stein is a level 51 Necro here. He had a level 60 Necro on the closed alpha server. So yeah, I've seen a lot of in-game Necro. Can you quad kite? You can quad kite as a wizard, yes. And wizards and druids both can quad kite currently. Two-handed weapons, any good for fighter? Or is dual wield strictly better? Dual wield is better most of the time, but there are some weapons, some two-handed weapons out there that are really good damage delay ratios. And they're just fantastic. So if you get those two-handed weapons, some of those weapons are better than dual wield, and some dual wield are better than two-handed. So you just have to figure it out for yourself and kind of see what's what, but it depends. It's a Dark Souls style of lore telling. Yeah, kind of like that. That was the main concern, that lore wasn't necessary in the game yet. There's quite a bit of lore. In fact, the lore is going to come to an end in this castle right here, this green castle in the background that you can see from Night Harbor. This is supposed to be like the culmination where everything kind of comes together, according to what some of the devs were saying in previous streams and stuff. That's where we're going to end up at the high level once early access starts. That's for this region though. So like as they add in new areas in the game, there's going to be lore going on throughout the entire game, and they're going to keep adding to that. If you have questions on lore, though, I recommend seeking out Nicodemus. Nicodemus is a dev for the game. He sometimes jumps into different chat channels or different streams and stuff, but he also does stream the game periodically, and he is one of the quest writers and lore people for this game. Very, very cool person to talk to. Are they happy? Or who happy? The Necromancer? So you're talking about Stein? He's happy and not happy with things right now in the game. He doesn't like the charm changes because it clearly nerfed his class, and his class just felt like it lost any type of identity. I think the Necromancer is in kind of a good place, bad place. It's one of the most powerful solo classes in the game, but it's also in a bad place because if you put it into a group, the TTK, time to kill, on the mobs is very low, meaning that you will not be able to really utilize a lot of their abilities. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry. Necro in group has utility in CC. It's got some utility in CC for a group, but it feels bad to play a Necro in a group. Like they can kind of heal. They can CC one mob. Their mez is now exclusive to one undead mob at a time. So their CC is not great. They can root, of course. You know, it's it's a thing. It's a thing. They're not in a great place. You know, it depends on what you like though about the Necromancer. Do you want to be able to do damage with your Necromancer, or do you want to join a group and kind of be stuck, you know, rooting with one mez and then casting root on mobs and pumping your healer for mana, you know, and sending in a pet? Some people like that gameplay, some people don't like that gameplay. So it's kind of hard to say. They kept the stat from Charm even for undead. Is it? Yes. Yes. They did do that. What do you think about Beastmaster? Beastmaster is in a pretty good spot. It's very, very strong. All right, I'm ready to go whenever. All right. Why'd you mez that one? You gonna charm that one?
Yeah.
Feels odd on a Necro, but Charm was busted? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna try out Charm here. We'll see how it goes. So far it's looking decent. Yeah, we just have to see how often it breaks. Solo versus group use. Necros were never DPS kings. No, you can't. You can do that, Mulgar. Like it depends, right? It depends. Like you don't want to be playing a class one way and then join a group and it plays completely differently. And I understand that. It's, you know, some people want to be able to join a group and be like, I want to just be able to use my dots and actually do damage to the mobs. Like I don't want to be a CC class. So, but they choose a Necromancer to use their dots and use their pet. And then they find out, oh, you're just exclusively a CC class. So I totally get it. All right. We ready to pull, or what are we going to try? Oh, you got one? But anyway, yeah. I'm not going to debate with people back and forth about it. The thing is that some people are going to like it, some people are not going to like pretty much every decision that is made in this game. Hey, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. I don't know why it didn't come through. Did it come through on the bottom here? Weird. Oh, that was something else. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. I think if they stick to the class statements, people will like the outcome. Yeah. They need to stick to that. One of the challenges with making a game that caters to such a specific crowd, it's hard to innovate away from expectations. It is, yeah. It's very hard to get away from expectations. I think that, you know, they should try new things. Definitely try new things. Absolutely should try new things. Eventually, they add high damage, low tick count, and solve the issue for groups. But was still meh. But in EQ, there was an era Necro top DPS. Once dots got crit. Yeah. We'll just have to see what they do with it. Like, there's a lot of ways that they can do it. What do you think about clerics being incentivized to use melee to better fit the warrior priest fantasy? I would prefer clerics become priests and wear cloth armor and just be really good healers. To be that's what I would prefer to see. I don't like that clerics the way they currently are, and like I don't want them to become melee clerics because that's just a paladin. In the game the way that it currently is, a melee cleric is literally just a paladin. It broke. Stunned it. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I'm okay with cleric if they wanted to make a cleric class that is a melee-oriented, like lower damage, high heal class. But I feel like that just ends up being like a paladin currently. I just like that's where that, you know, why do we have spellblades and wizards? They just feel too much the same. You know, it's kind of like that same thing. It seems about like what it was prior to the patch, right? You want me to pull, or do you want to pull when? All right. You just let me know if you want me to pull or anything. Disagree. Spellblade, wizard. Well, yeah. I mean, the Spellblade, wizard are definitely different. I've mostly been doing that today. They're a little bit different, but they kind of started to blend them because they're like made the wizard need to melee and then get their procs off, which is going to just increase their damage done to the mob and then do a nuke. So that's kind of what Spellblade kind of was. It's just meleeing and then getting procs. It was, they kind of were very similar in their gameplay. No, constant pull. Yeah, we can pull these duo just like one after another, like no nonstop. Yeah. Yeah, it's not fast by any means, but it's like, you know, each fight takes. Yeah, each fight takes like 2 minutes. How's Fighter? I like Fighter. I think it's in a pretty good place. You know, it's the highest defense. Break. Stunned. Yeah, I think fighter's okay. Have you seen any difference in the ultra rare drop rates versus alpha? You know, it's hard to tell because I haven't really camped a lot of the ultra rares, but I would say yes. I feel like there's certain items that are out there that are more common. I agree. Redesigning the pure priest class would make sense, coming from D&D background. Plate wearing, toting cleric. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I'd rather see a priest that's high healing. For a little while. I think that's going to change once people get into it. You know, it's just like now. It's just everybody wants that gear, and nobody was saving it prior to this. So once the market calms down, I think it'll be good. Wizard brings a lot of utility as well. They have some utility. They don't have a lot. They have some. But like that's kind of like saying the rogue as well. Rogue has some utility, but that's why the rogue and the wizard are supposed to be very high DPS with some utility. You know, like that's kind of the whole thing. Elemental is good for solo. Yeah, Elemental is good solo. Evac and Viz port. Yeah, I'm talking about combat utility. Right? A lot of people can invis. Of course, yes, port is kind of exclusive to 2 classes. You know, but some utility. Like, yes. They can cast invis. Okay, cool. That doesn't really help in combat. Their snare in combat is very short-lived. So it's okay utility, but it's not great utility. They have, you know, they can give faster cast speed to certain people. That's, you know, pretty, it's nice, but not amazing. Yeah, so we've been pulling today. We pull one of these, and then one from out here, and then one of these, and then one from out here, and it got them nice and split. And you pretty much nonstop pull. Yeah, pretty much any pet class is good at solo. The Necromancer, the Beastmaster, Elementalist, even Enchanter is really good at solo. Using Charm, it's very good at solo, but it can still solo-ish. But yeah, it's probably the weakest solo. But Enchanter's utility is insanely good. Insanely good. And that's where the balance comes in that I talk about, right? Enchanters don't need to have high DPS or be able to heal or anything, like, because their utility is literally top tier utility. Was playing a mid-range rogue recently, and basically have 4 interrupts available compared to other classes. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, like they have multiple interrupts, beneficial. But Inquisitor also has multiple interrupts with its stuns. It's got an interrupt, it's got a silence, it's got a stun, it's got another stun that stuns every 6 seconds. Like it's got more interrupts than a rogue does, technically. So, saw myself able to lock down casters during fights. Yeah, and that's great. And I think that's the utility. I think that's the utility that rogues bring to the fight is they're able to interrupt. They have a little bit of sap here and there, but ultimately they're a high DPS class. Here, I'll pull so you can just deal with that. I mean, I think it breaks. I just don't. I think it's about what it was before. Like, you're gonna get some longer breaks, some shorter breaks. I'm gonna try to break these up back here. Give me a second. Do rogues have a lot of abilities, or are they focused on auto attacks? They're auto attack with some backstab. No, don't worry about it. These will split up. They'll get really far apart, and they're easy to split once you break them. Like, that's what I was saying. Pull these one at a time, and then pull one from out here, and then go back and forth, and then you can just non-stop pull between them. You just gotta wait for the pathing. Their pathing is weird. Yeah, they're just kind of pathing all over the place right now. I always felt like Cleric was more a Pally M&M than a Pally was. Yeah, kinda. Oh my god, they do not want to get away from each other. There we go. Alright. Ink. And maybe he didn't move far enough. Alright, ink. They do, yeah. It's probably 5 and then 15, like all the other buffs in the game. That's very big. All right, ink. Oh my gosh. Mobs need to like, separate. Are we killing this one? Yeah, these are... Give me a second. I'm still waiting for these to go in different directions. Alright, we should be good. Alright, ink. Should pull one from around the corner. Oh my gosh. Use the cooldown. I don't have an interrupt or stun. That's all I got. Yeah, probably better to, if we're going to buff it, we need to have another healer here. Alright, take a minute. Is Charm a little more sketchy? It depends on your charisma. That's what we're kind of testing right now. So we got Stein's charisma up to about 50, 55 or something, and it feels okay. It's about where it used to be. Stunned. It's about where it used to be pre-change. And it's not good, it's not bad. I got it. It's not bad, but it's, you know, you need higher charisma is the short version of it. You need a decent amount of charisma now, rather than charisma not affecting it at all. Signs of OM, yeah. Let me know when you guys are ready and I'll pull some more. You ready?
Yeah.
Stunned. Oh, that lightning strike was awesome. The heck? Yeah, it's a lot more difficult when you have 3 people. Yeah, my stun is only every 60 seconds, so I'm trying to save it for that. Seems like he's getting a lot more breaks. Yes and no. Yeah, we're kind of talking about it in voice comms. He's getting. It depends, right? There were some breaks before that would just happen a lot, but he is getting probably more breaks on average than what he was getting prior to the changes. So we're thinking, yeah, we just need more charisma gear. He's only, like I said, about 50 to 55 charisma. So we're thinking like 60 to 70 charisma. And then these are also very magic resistant. They always were a little bit more magic resistant previously. So that's another factor. Yeah, but yeah, we're going to try to get him more charisma gear and keep testing it to see. It definitely requires more charisma, for sure. Like, that I can tell you for sure. Charisma matters. A little more sketchy? It's a little bit more sketchy. A little more sketchy. Have anyone experienced a Spellblade? Is it pretty auto-attack focused? Yes. Spellblade is basically put up buffs, turn on auto-attack, win game. You know, when you're off tanking as a Spellblade, there are a few more abilities they can do, but it's a pretty lackluster class at the moment. Simple is problems with probably what I need. Yeah, simple is very, yeah, it's a pretty simple class for right now. It might be changing in the future, so we'll see. definitely have a good rhythm now. They're not spawning, respawning as quickly. Well, they're respawning the same speed, but we are definitely pulling more of them. All right, we're starting to get a hold on it. Done. Yeah, we're getting there. You know, you get a few breaks, bad breaks here and there. You know, it definitely costs a good bit of mana, and then you gotta build that back up. Yeah, that was a break within about 30 seconds right there. Which is what you don't want to see. The troll, I don't know what he's doing, man. I don't know what he's doing. I mean, I have my own thoughts on what he's doing, but I'm not lowering myself to a bunch of speculation and drama and all that stuff. I'm just not going to do it. I have a lot of thoughts on the topic. We're going to get a Nick stream summary. Yeah. I'll do a Nick stream summary. I mean, I'll laugh about that. I mean, come on. I'll just sit there and stare at the screen for 5 minutes. And there's your summary. Taunted. Alright, it's on me. Alright, take a quick break. You never need a summary? Yeah. You don't know what to make of it? Bizarre? I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. But nope. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Someone will step up. They have a good team. Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about the team at all. That's why, like, I don't have thoughts on that. Like, I have thoughts on the situation, but I don't want to speculate because I think speculation is silly and it's for children. People that are sitting there like throwing all sorts of hate towards Nick or the team or both. That's silly. That's childish. Don't do that. Happy Friday, Justin Beard. How are you? Glad to have you here. No, I'm not. I have no thoughts for or against Nick whatsoever. I have thoughts on Monsters and Memories. It's not been a great week, but today's been good, and I just have a kind of live in the moment. Yeah, I feel you, man. That happens sometimes. I totally understand. I like the rain. Does it change how soft and hard it rains? You know, I haven't paid that much attention to it, 40-year-old gamer, to be honest. I don't think it has, like, varying degrees of rain, to my knowledge. Stunned. You guys ready? All right, I'll pull one. I think they need to do that if they don't have that. That would be a really good thing to have. And I would love to see it. I'm going to fight in the tunnel here for a second. I need to get my rested. It'd be nice if it varies, so kind of cool. Yeah. I mean, it's a cool feature for sure. Like, you need to have weather effects, right? You got to have weather effects. They're going to be adding in more weather effects, like blizzards. I mean, I would love to see like a tornado. You know, stuff like that would be really cool. Like, think about like a tornado in an area. Like the sky goes really dark. It's raining really hard, winding really, heavily, and then all of a sudden, just a tornado appears and it's like, whoosh, and it starts going through an area. And if you happen to be in it, it just may toss you in a direction. Be interesting gameplay mechanics for sure. Is your dwarf hitting with a bow? He does kind of hit with a bow, but that's just a graphical thing. But no, I'm dual wielding two weapons. I'm getting more and more concerned about the shift towards solo classes. I am too. Yeah, absolutely. It's making finding groups even harder. Even as a healer hard. Yeah, no one wants to bother. Exactly. That's what I've been saying for a while, is like, we're going further and further and further into allowing classes to solo. Too much viability in solo is going to hurt the classes that require groups to level. And it's going to be bad, ultimately. That's why I say... that's why I say that we need to have more focus, more incentivizing of groups, and less solo gameplay. I say it all the time, and people disagree with me quite often, and that's okay. They're allowed to disagree with me, but that's the reason. I think the shift towards solo has been nerfed. I can barely. Well, yeah, it's starting to kind of come back up. The TTK being extended, all of that stuff happening is, yeah. Oh, wait. I'm hoping solo gets reeled in, group is pushed more. That's what I'm hoping for too, yeah. I want to see group gameplay the best. I'll use some cooldowns. We'll be good. Yeah, I agree. Solo should always be harder grind, but it should be a viable option. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it too. Like, solo should be a viable option for those that want to do it and choose the right class for it. But grouping should always be the best overall option. But, you know, that's my take on it. Other people have different opinions, you know, and that's okay. Everybody can have their own opinion. We all have them, you know. If it doesn't, you're going to have all group-focused people move on unless they have a static. Yeah, that's what's going to end up happening, exactly. Like, I want to be able to see, you know, groups building up. I want to see, you know, pugs out there and people kind of grouping up and trying different things, different group combinations. Right now, we don't see many group combinations, you know. Like, prior to this change with Charm, it was like everybody wants to have a tank and a healer, and then as many Charm classes as possible. It didn't have a lot of variety in groups, which is why I say that Charm needed to be changed. Now, you know, we're still kind of seeing the same thing. You see solo classes all grouping together for the best overall experience gains, which I think is a bad thing. I think part of the issue is hinders grouping is taking the time to put the group together. Yeah. Planned campsite. Yeah. That's the thing, right? If you spend a bunch of time putting a group together and the group only stays together for 30 minutes or something, it's just not worth the amount of effort it takes to put a group together. You know, even if it takes you an hour to get a group together, get to a location and do something, and your group stays together for only an hour to 2 hours, you're probably better off just soloing the entire time for most classes. Or not most classes. For a lot of classes that are just very solo-heavy classes. You're just better off doing that. You don't have to worry about dealing with the drama of other groups. You don't have to worry about any of the other stuff as far as keeping a group together. You know, I think that in itself should account for something. You need to make the group experience bonus such that it offsets the overhead time. Yeah, I agree. 100% agree. We got to get the devs on that side, though. You got to talk to them about it. All right. That's up to you. Yeah. There's 2 mobs back here or 3 mobs back here. It's just whatever. Okay. All right, so you're gonna get that one. That's fine. Yeah. We could switch it on the next. We can switch it on the next roamer. It's 8-minute repop, so however long it's been since we killed the roamer. We will see. I think there's a big difference between a level 49 mob and 50 mobs anyway. Like, just in general. What's your take on Nick's leaving? I'm not really talking about it too much. I have a lot of thoughts on it, but I'm not going to speculate. As per the wishes of Sean, he specifically asked that people not speculate on it. I also think it's kind of childish that people are speculating and saying negative things towards the team or towards Nick. I'm taking the high road there and just being like, whatever happened, and it's done is done. I still have faith in the team. I still have faith in Monsters of Memories. I still think that they're going to continue to make a very good game. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to keep playing it because I enjoy the game, and I hope everyone involved the best in whatever it is that they do. That's my official statement. Been rough. A couple weeks. Monster Memories. Nikon, Ali, the lead tech, living. Mistargeted missile strike away. Yeah, from Eminem. Exactly. Yeah. I feel for stunned. I feel for Ali a lot right now. Like, I don't know what's going on in his neck of the woods, and I would hate to be in his neck of the woods. Like that's nuts what's happening. I couldn't imagine, hearing gunfire and missiles and tanks and all that kind of stuff right outside your window. I couldn't imagine that. We here in the U.S. are very fortunate that we don't have to deal with that stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to talk politics or anything like that. Like, I don't do that. But I will talk about the lives of the people. Like, I feel for anyone that has to deal with that. I really, really do. That's a terrible, terrible, terrible way to have to live your life. We're sitting over here playing video games. I'm looking outside. It's nice 70-degree weather, beautiful day. And other people are literally scared to leave their homes. I couldn't even imagine. I cannot imagine. I know the devs are vehemently against instances, but what if you had a 5-minute instance that requires a group to complete, and now that a group established it and encouraged them to stick together for completing a 5-minute dungeon? I don't think that a timer is a good idea in this game. So, like, if you want to talk about specifically a timer and doing like a 5-minute dungeon, I think that's ultimately a bad idea, because then it just encourages DPS races, and it encourages a different type of gameplay than what this game is trying to focus on. So, talking about the timer side of it, I would say that is probably not going to happen and shouldn't happen. Did you play World of Warcraft? Yeah. Yeah, I played World of Warcraft a ton. A couple different times. You think a casual player will be able to play this game? Absolutely. Yes. You need to find your people, though. If you want to play this game, and you want to enjoy the game, you need to find the right kind of people that vibe with you. If you're trying to play this game and you care about what other people are doing or not doing, there's the pop. You want to get that? It's blue. All right, I got it on me because it aggroed your pet. If you're switching, I'll get the pet. All right. Not necessarily a timer by design. It should take 5 minutes to complete with decent rewards. I mean, if your idea is that like approximately a 5-minute dungeon based on, you know, players and what they're doing, then, you know, that's fine. Like, I'd be fine with that. Yeah, like little 5-minute instances. Put together a group, go do a 5-minute instance kind of thing, you know, or a few minutes. But what is that going to end up doing? It's going to still promote people burning through instances as quickly as possible, like World of Warcraft does. World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV are both queue up for instance, do instance as quickly as possible, queue up for instance, do instance as quickly as possible, and rinse and repeat as much as you can, as quickly as you can. It promotes a certain type of gameplay that I disagree with for this type of game. In essence, a quick incentive to get people to group up, and now that the hard part of getting together is over, we can try to do other stuff. Yeah, it would be a tough thing to do. You need a static to play this game or a few groups you can sub to, I think. Not much random invites going around. Well, that's why I think they need to incentivize more random grouping. You know, like, incentivize grouping in general. You know, make it to where people don't want to necessarily run around solo all the time. And I think that they have gotten away from that. They have lost the vision there, and I think they need to get that vision back. Kind of like a Kickstarter for the group. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't know that would be easy to do, honestly, Nova. I think it would be difficult for them to put together and make it actually work right. Yeah, if you make it a 24-hour respawn, then it starts doing like the whole lockout thing. You have like the problem with that is everybody needs to do this one dungeon once a day. Well, what if you join a group and you've already done that dungeon for the day? Now you're not allowed to join the group. You know, there's a lot of issues with it. I don't know that they'd be able to go that direction. It'd be tough. I mean, I like your idea. I like the idea of it, but it's just I don't know that it would be something they could implement very easily. I want a group on your Wizzy? Yeah, I want to see more groups in general. Take a look at the social tab. I think a lot of people realize there are some group finding tools in the game already. Yeah, I mean, the social tab, yeah, like the group finder in here is pretty good. You know, like there's two groups looking for more people. Then you have an LFG tab. People need to utilize it, right? They need to get in here and actually utilize this stuff. But the issue still comes about when you get a group together and people stick around for a limited amount of time. They don't like who they're grouping with. They expect people to play a certain way. You know, they are only there for the loot, and once they get their loot, they drop out of the party. Those kind of things are happening, and you know, that's why we need to incentivize XP. We don't need to incentivize just grouping for items or just grouping for certain things. You need to incentivize the main reason for playing the game, or the main activity of the game, which is gaining experience. That's what I think they need to do.
Yeah.
Coming back. I've got one with me. I need a rebuff. I always thought a great idea was you could join a group, but you don't get loot. But at the end of those, players get help badges. You can go to NPC and buy stuff. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty cool idea. They did something like that in Final Fantasy XIV, where you could give players like a like, or you know, a thumbs up or whatever. I thought that was a really cool idea. What ended up happening though is players like tanks would end up getting a ton of likes very easily, as long as you're a good tank. Or like good healers, but then DPS rarely got anything. You know, so it was kind of lopsided. But yes, I think that's a good idea, is to be able to give your fellow player some sort of nod, like, you know, giving them a reputation kind of thing, like a thumbs up and a thumbs down, and allow other players to see that reputation. You know, does this player have a bunch of likes? Do they have you know, a bunch of not likes? You know, I think that could be a good idea, but again, you know, it does boil down to how would players use that or abuse that. It could be tough. Could be tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. It's some of these things are really good ideas, but you got to think through the entire process. How would it be used? How could it be abused? All of that. That's why it's not based on the players. Yeah, I mean, if you could take the players and you group, I mean, maybe. But like, how would that work in a static group? You just group up with a static and do content, and you automatically just get badges. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, it's a good idea in theory, but how would you abuse it? How would it be used, and how could you abuse it? I'm trying to think of something: incentivize forming and mitigating the wasting of time. Yeah, exactly. Coming up with something is great. So in round numbers, how many hours did it take you to get to level 50? I can tell you exactly how many hours I played the game. I have played the game for 9 days, 14 hours, and 11 minutes. So what would that be? We'll just say 10 times, so 240 hours to get to the point that I'm at. Approximately. A little less than that. Because 10 days would be 24 times 10. So it's approximately 200 hours if you push hard to get to level 50, and then approximately another 200 hours to get to level 60, give or take, right? It depends on what you're doing. You know, are you min-maxing as much as possible? Are you doing, you know, are you just kind of playing casually? You know, there's a lot of factors there. But I've got about 230 hours or so on this character right now. Any news on Nick? No news on Nick that I know of. We're still kind of avoiding that whole situation. Not avoiding it, but I'm just not talking about it. Couldn't a system like that be weaponized with toxic guilds hating each other? I mean, it could be. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you got to think of how it could be abused. Main reason I play dev in this chat and throw out my ideas to hear that You have to say because I can't think of everything. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we can't all. That's the thing about the devs, right? Like, I don't think that countering what a dev does is a bad thing. And I don't think that, like, you can't just, like, oh, the dev put it in the game, therefore that's the best possible option. No, they're just human. They can't think of everything. And we as players can't think of everything. I think it's great that we have a community where people can actually talk to each other and say, hey, here's an idea. How do you feel about that idea? Good, bad, indifferent? What are your thoughts? I think it's one of those things where, like, we should be able to discuss these things in a mature way. Because, you guys these are ideas that you guys have come up with, I think are great ideas. And I have never even thought of them. Like, I wouldn't have even thought of them. But, where can we see what the negative is to it? It needs at least one person in the group that hasn't run it. So if the full group ran again, no badges. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. You can cycle in one person at a time, whatever. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. Yeah. Crushed up can and a side curb, not a good image. I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna go into a bunch of speculation on what's going on with that. Personally, like, I disagree with what Nick's doing currently. That's as far as I can really go with it. I don't know why. I don't have any reason. I'm not going to speculate, but I don't know. It seems. Yeah. Oh, I pulled one. Crap. I'll use cooldowns. But yeah, I'm not going to go into a bunch of speculation on what's going on, why he's doing it, etc., etc., etc. That the children can do that all day. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know what's going through his head. I don't know what's going through the team's head. And frankly, it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. The game is going to continue, and that is all that I care about, to be honest. He's streaming and just chatting. It's Nick Hots. Hots. That's right. Yeah, we're gonna kill this and then take a break. Yep, all good. My stun is up, so if it breaks again, I'll try to grab it. People in general speculating about some sort of nerf to Sal that caused drama. Dude, guys, it's not worth speculating. There's so many things that it could be, potentially. I mean, I've got my ideas on things, but it doesn't matter, ultimately. Yeah, exactly. That's my thing. Is it Nidique? That's where I'm going with it, right? Yeah, that's why, like, I don't understand, you know, like, and I'm not going to speculate on it. I think it's ridiculous to speculate on it. You know, we're talking about people's lives here. Ready or wait? Good? Okay. Like, we're literally talking about people's lives here. Like, people are, they think it's funny, they think it's whatever, and it's like, that is just, it's distasteful. It is distasteful, man. Stop doing it. Take the high road. Nidiak. Nidiak. Okay. I'll try to remember that, Nidiak. Top 3 classes for soloing: sustain, survival, limited downtime. I don't know what to play. So, I mean, Necromancer is one of the top classes for that. I would say any of the pet classes, Necromancer, Necromancer, Elementalist, Beastmaster, all pretty good soloing. Being able to limit some downtime, and being able to solo pretty well. The Archer is also pretty good if you have the right, like if you have Speed of the Wild, it's pretty good at soloing. Ranger's pretty good at soloing, a little bit more downtime, or sorry, a little bit slower kills, but you can snare kite very easily. So yeah. How's the game feeling today? I'm enjoying it. We're still trying to figure out what's going on. We're still dealing with the devs trying to figure out what's going on with like this netcode or whatever's happening with that. They've already taken the server down once to fix some things. Hopefully we get that resolved here soon. All right, waiting for some pathers here. Looks like the family wants to go out to dinner, so I'm going to probably do that with them tonight. My brother-in-law apparently specifically wants to do that. He's the one that's got the cancer, so yeah, he's trying to do family stuff. Yeah, that'll be like at 5:30, and then until like probably 7:30 maybe. So like 2 hours. Yeah, so I'll probably jump off of here around 5-ish, 5:15. It's like an hour now. Pretty sure it's good to go at this point. I don't expect another patch today. Additional improvements to come as Ali feels is necessary. Perfect. Sounds good, Encrypt. I love it. Thank you so much for the update on that. I heard Chills is up, is on the upswing. Chili's is on the upswing. Is it? My son's favorite restaurant is Chili's. He loves it. He loves it. If we were to remove Charm from the equation, what would the top 3 solo classes be for you? The same ones that I just said. Necromancer, Elementalist, Beastmaster, Ranger. Wizard is actually good with quad kiting. Yeah, all that. Just got home from work, patching now. Nice. Well, hopefully you can get in, and hopefully no more downtime. I know Encrypt has been working on it hard, and the rest of the team, I don't know who else on the team is dealing with it, but they all been working on it. These Plagueborn Drakes considered undead. Yes, they are considered undead. However, they do not run when they get low on, or they do run when they get low on health. But they are undead. Yes. Chili's slaps. My son likes the molten lava cake from Chili's. He gets the kids pizza, French fries. He's got like his whole order. He thinks he's the coolest kid in the world because he gets to order himself. Like when he goes to Chili's, he gets to order his own food, and he's he thinks that's the coolest thing, right? He feels like an adult, so he gets the kid pizza with French fries, a side of ranch, and then he gets the molten lava cake for dessert. And he's just like in heaven. He absolutely loves it. So when I'm going back home next weekend, probably next Friday. So I will be taking most likely next weekend off from streaming, at least Friday for sure. And when I go home, I might take him out to Chili's, and because I haven't seen him in like it'll be a month when I actually get back home. So I miss my kiddo. And we got his report card today. All A's, 1B. He's got an 83 in one class. But everything else is an A. And that's because he forgot to do an assignment. So he got a 0 on an assignment. And we told him, we're like, buddy, you know, you gotta remember to do your homework. Gotta remember to do all your classwork. That's on you. He was very upset about it. So he's trying to bring that grade back up. That report card is pretty good. I think Chili's Venture, yeah, is warranted. Absolutely, it's warranted. That's awesome. How old is he? He's 12. Yeah, he's 12. So there's 2 things we're going to be doing with my son when I get home. 1, probably take him out to Chili's. And 2, I got the new Pokemon Pokepedia, whatever it's called, game. Pokopia, or whatever it's called. Animal Crossing Pokemon. I got that for him. He loved Animal Crossing. So, he loves Pokemon. So it's going to be awesome. I can't wait to play it. Like, I've been wanting to play it. So I get to finally play it. Wait for Pathers. Ink. So I'll probably do that Friday and then Saturday. Plus, you know, you guys are going to be playing the... What? I could try. I mean, I know how to do it. I don't know what materials he has. Yeah, we have to, I think it's going to be the gyms. We've got to see what gyms we have. Because I've got gyms on me as well. But I don't know what gyms it's going to take to make that. But we can look at it. I will do what I can. What do you have now? The earrings, rings, what do you have? Okay. Okay, so we want enchants for charisma enchants. Yeah, I can look at that. That's easy to do. He's got plenty of materials to at least make the tier 3 ones. Yeah, we can do that. He should have plenty of materials. If he doesn't, I have some on Criddle, so we just have to transfer over stuff. Yeah, we can do that tonight when I get back from dinner. How's XP in 51 going? Pretty good? Not going quickly, is it? You want me to wait on mana, or are you good? Okay. Yeah, you tend to do that sometimes. That dog is definitely overhealed. But playing a bit of WoW Classic, yeah, been having fun with that. Fun, but hate that so many areas are without music. Glad that Monster Memories have yeah, I love it. I love that Monster Memories has kind of gone the music route and not having combat music, because combat music would mean that you're constantly listening to combat music. We were talking about that the other day. I think it would be really cool to have like a a combat sound happen when you first initiate combat, or even make it to where when it specifically, when you attack certain NPCs, like named mobs or raid mobs, have it like a 5 or so second, like that kind of thing start up, right? I think that'd be really fun. But outside of that, I'm glad they don't have like combat music that you just getting, you get tired of listening to. We just have zone music, you know, is great. I think some raid bosses, though, if they, you know, end up doing raid bosses and all that kind of stuff, I mean, they are going to be doing it, but I think that if they do some raid bosses, that could be a lot of fun to have specific music for raid bosses. Kind of like what they did in Final Fantasy XIV, when they have like certain music for those raid bosses, like individual bosses. I always thought that was really epic, because as you fight the boss, like the sound changes, and it's just awesome. It's really, really cool. I appreciate you guys today, by the way. I just want to say this for anybody that's in here, Twitch or YouTube. I appreciate all of you being here today and hanging out and chatting, and also being very respectful of the situation that's happening, and being respectful that I'm not going to talk about it much. So you all are the heart and soul of this community. You know, some of the people that are just being drama-filled and trying to start stuff, like I disagree with those people, and I'm glad that you all are being awesome. So much appreciated there. Thank you so much for that. We got to lead by example, you know? Ink one. Cool ideas. Would love music for specific foes. Monster Hunter was unique musical theme for most monsters. Yeah, I think it's a really cool idea. You know, some people aren't going to like it, but I like it. I think it's neat. And, you know, Robert is just amazing with his music. Right? He's awesome. So, I just want more music. More music from Robert. Simply make it an optional toggle for rare battle music. Yeah, exactly. You know, an optional toggle. If you don't want to hear the battle music, just turn it off. I think it's a great idea. But I also don't like, you know, I don't like it when people have too much control over that stuff. You know, like, this isn't to diss anybody, but I don't like going into streams where people are playing a video game and they completely mute the game. And they don't listen to the music and the sounds. Like, somebody worked really hard on that. But at the same time, there's times when I don't read all the dialogue, you know? And somebody worked really hard on the lore and the dialogue, and I just kind of skim through it and skip it. So I get it. I totally get it. I think that, you know, people should be able to play the game what's comfortable for them and what they like. Music in the game is definitely a win. My guild for WoW watches me play and comments almost every time. Yeah, the The music is by far, I mean, I shouldn't say by far, is one of the best aspects of this game. I love the music. I love the theme behind it. I like all that. You know, I like the visuals as well, and I totally get that not everybody does. But I feel like the music is one of those things that's almost universally loved. You know, or universally enjoyed. Let's do it that way. Very few people I've heard that are like, I hate this music, it's garbage or whatever, you know? I haven't heard anybody say that. But if you don't like the music, you can also just turn it off, right? Just literally go into your settings, go here, go to options, go to audio, music, and just boop, turn it down. Just gone. So, you know, I guess that's always a thing for somebody. I'm looking forward to some epic track of the dwarf hometown. Oh, it's going to be so cool. Yes, absolutely. It's going to be awesome. I'm hoping there's like a jaunty tune. Like, I hope we get like a Havling City, and it's just a very jaunty tune. Like, I'm thinking, you know, like Lord of the Rings style Shire kind of place. And they're just like do 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 do. So pumped for dwarves. I hope dwarves is very bassy. You know? You hear like a lot of boom, 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 boom. Like I would love that. I'm not even a music person, but I love like music. I enjoy. I'm just not like musically inclined. But I think that dwarves having very bassy type of like of sounds, and like it echoes through the caverns. If they can make it that way, where if you're in like a dwarven mountain, it's just like, you know, like that kind of thing would be just awesome. That's what I'm really pumped for that. I think Robert's gonna do us well though. I think he's gonna do good for us. Lizard folk will be tribal. Yeah, like lizard folk, you could have a lot of those rainmaker sounds and a lot of like those wood instruments that are tapping, like the like that kind of thing, and a lot of like wood instruments like flutes. That would be really cool for them. Like the woodwinds, I guess, would be a way to go. Deep dwarves look so good. They do. They look really cool. I would love to play a deep dwarf. I don't know what they're going to get for a racial ability, but I would love to play one. I don't know what I'm going to do for an alt class, because I definitely expect to have my main character level 60 before Module 1 drops. So I'm trying to think of what I should make for a deep elf or a deep gnome, because those are going to be coming out with Module 1. So I don't know. We'll have to see what I do. I love the music from the Dwarf Hometown Lord of the Rings. I hope they can capture that vibe. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That sounds exactly like, you know, exactly what I'm thinking of. Is there a time frame on the modules? Yeah, there is. So they're looking at modules every 3 months or so after early access. So early access is supposed to be June 1st. That means that module 1 is sometime around September, maybe October. That's kind of what they're looking at. Definitely, Sean said definitely by quarter 4 of this year. So definitely sometime September, October, November, December, somewhere in there for the first module. And then approximately every 3 months is what they're planning. It might end up being 4 months or 5 months, depending on how much work they have to put into it and all that. So, you know, we'll see. Heard Monster Memories is dead with Nick leaving? Nah. I don't think so at all. I'm doing Deep Gnome Enchanter, Cthulhu Mythos Inspired. Nice. My brother's making a Deep Dwarf Inquisitor, Anti-Magic Golem. I love it. I love it. Unfortunately, the Deep Gnome and Deep Dwarf are not coming out at the same time. The Deep Dwarf is looking like Module 2 or Module 3. The Deep Gnome and the Deep Elf will be part of Module 1. So you might have to wait a little bit longer to get that Deep Dwarf in there. Okay. Do. Yeah, no worries. Stunned. What's the theme for Module 2? Do we know? I think swamps. I believe it is swamps. So, like, your trolls are going to come into Module 2, we think. And we're going to get a lot of swamp stuff. Swamp-type creatures. I don't think lizardmen as a race that we can play are going to be coming in. But I think lizardmen as a NPC will probably be coming in during that. Okay. So, race you want to be for a shaman? Yeah, troll shaman will be fun. I hope we get like an itchy butt. An itchy butt thing. Like when trolls are not moving, they're just standing still, they scratch their booties. Or pick their nose or something, you know? Something gross. Lock it behind a level 60 quest for status reasons? Yeah, that'd be fun. I would love to see, like, high-level quests be emotes that you can earn. Or maybe quests that are, like, locked to certain classes. Like a salute, you know? Like an honor salute kind of thing. Or, like, if you're a paladin or a cleric with certain deities and you know, follow a certain deity, you have certain types of salutes or prayers that you can do. I would love to see stuff like that as the game grows, but these are all things that are fluff, you know, not necessary until after 1.0, but I think it could still be fun. Emotes for quest rewards. A lot of other MMOs have done that. Yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I think it's a good idea. you don't need to make them necessarily difficult quests to do, but just something that's just a fun little addition, you know. I would like to see an Inspire emote, a Paladin. Yeah, say the emote Paladin thrusts his sword straight up in the air. Yeah, that would be cool. That would just be a really cool ability for Paladins. Inspire allies, you know? Something that they can do to, like, increase their strength or their dexterity or something for a short amount of time. Like, I don't know if they have, like, an attack skill in this game. You know, or anything like that, but something, you know, Inspire allies would be a really cool short-term buff that they can do. You know, like, I think that would be another really cool thing for Paladins to have to kind of boost their abilities is a short-term buff that boosts the healing received by the party members. That could be another aura that Paladins have. People have been asking for a second aura. An aura that gives 10% bonus to all healing done within the party. You know? Like healing output or healing received from the party. I think healing received might make them a little bit too strong, but I think healing output could be a good way to go because that would, you could keep that balance a little bit easier. So then, like, you would put the Paladin in a party with your healers for, like, raid situations, right? So you have the Paladin in the party with your healers in that group. You give them mana regen and all that kind of stuff. But then on very tough fights, you would just have the Paladin do that Inspire allies thing that it boosts the healing of the entire party temporarily. I think, you know, like, certain abilities like that is the direction that I would like to see them go with Paladins. Maybe short-term strength stamina buff. Yeah, something like that could be really cool. Absolutely. I think it would be really nice to have. Oh, wait a second. And then I think that like maybe the Shadow Knight should go kind of a different route if they get away from the Necromancer fighter kind of hybrid type thing, like a different route where they, they demoralize their opponent a little bit more. Allow them to bring down their stats a little bit temporarily. It would make the Shadow Knight more useful in a raid setting. Still have the fighter, like the fighter could be like the tank of the party, but then you need the paladin to be in the healer group, and you need to have a Shadow Knight be part of the DPS group to demoralize the target and bring its effectiveness down. And like I would love to see stuff like that. But we'll see what they do with it. We'll see. I'm all for having like the fighter be the overall best tank. I just there's gonna be a meta. There's going to be like a best tank anyway, so why not lean into that? But give the other tanks things that they can do to really make them shine in their roles. Having the cleric be the overall best healer, I think is another good idea, but like you have to make the other classes shine as well. And they do. I think the shaman and the druid already shine. They already do things very, very well with their buffs and debuffs and, all the things that they do. Perhaps all the school stuff and night differentiation starts after 60. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Like you get up to level 60 and then they're like, okay, now from level 60 on, that horizontal progression of just kind of allowing you to get certain abilities, learn certain abilities, maybe which deity you follow gives you certain abilities, and you can kind of, build your class that way. Want to see a rare ability spell, cool drops, upgrades? Yeah. They have those, Eminem Chatter. That actually is something they have in the game, and they're probably going to be working on more of that in the future. So there are some things out there. It's limited right now, but it is out there. And I agree with you. I think that's a really cool thing. Unique abilities for certain classes that are drop only, that don't make your class overpowered, but are still people go after those, especially things that are like quality of life upgrades. Like they took out Speed of the Wild, so they took out pack speed from the druid apparently and shaman, so they can no longer cast pack speed. But maybe they'll put that back in the game as a drop spell or a research spell to allow pack speed to be cast on the entire group rather than just an individual. Koth confirmed drop spell. I don't think that's the case at all. Stunned. Yeah, I don't think Koth is back in as a drop spell. Now, are we going to get Koth back in? You know, not to bring up the Nick situation, but that could be a whole thing that's happening. I'm avoiding that conversation right now, but I'll talk to you guys about it later. But you guys can talk about it. Nobody can hear you. I don't, but I have an idea. Oh, how'd you know? God, that was so terrible. But yeah, as far as like Koth coming back, I mean, it might. Nick was the one that I think wanted to remove Koth. So who knows what's going to happen now? Like, I don't know. But I don't know. I don't think Koth necessarily needs to be in the game. I know a lot of people like it. But, you know, I agreed with their stance on it. Basically saying that, hey, it does allow you to get a bunch of people in a certain area very quickly. You know, I think it needed a reagent attached to it for Koth. I think that was that's something that they could do. Classes could grow more with their roles with the new expansion. Yeah, they could. Absolutely, they could. We may get a copy and paste EQ classes now. I don't think so. Yes, exactly, Synodar. Exactly. Would you want an enchanter in your group? Yeah, enchanter's always good. I mean, we don't want one right now. I've got to leave here in a little bit. So I'm not, we don't want to add anybody to the group right now. But yes, in early access, we already have somebody planning on playing an enchanter in the group. That's going to be one of our static members of the group. Don't you have a version of that? Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that, Toxins. I don't think we have to worry about that. You know, I've got my opinions on things, but as far as the game is concerned, I think that the game is going to be in an okay place. I think we're going to be just fine. You know, this game is being built by a team. You know, not one person is more important than any other person. I think everybody has their purpose, and ultimately, I think the game is going to continue and be just fine. Static group going to be fighter, shaman, inquisitor, druid, wizard, rogue, bard. No, pretty far off. Pretty far off. Our static group is going to be, for sure, fighter, monk, enchanter, necromancer. Those are confirmed. And then I'm pretty sure a buddy of mine is going to play probably an elementalist. He prefers the elementalist. So most likely he's going to go that route, even though he disagrees with some of the direction that Elementalist has gone. So that's probably going to be our fifth. And then for our healer, we're kind of up in the air on the healer right now. We could go any of the three healers, but most likely it's going to be a druid or a cleric. and then finally a shaman in that order. But we don't really know what we're going to do for the healer for various reasons. Yeah, you kind of need a druid, exactly. Like, druid is very, very, very helpful. Like, the things that we're missing from our party, the ports, the speed of the wild, the heals, obviously. That's why we need a healer in the group. You know, there's things that are just missing. But it'll probably be, I don't know. It's looking very much like it's going to be a druid right now. But we might do cleric because we want to level up a cleric. And cleric is going to be one of the harder things to level in the game. But we feel like also if we level up a druid as our healer to 60, we can use that druid and the enchanter to help power level a cleric faster. So once we get to 60 on our mains, we'll be able to use our classes to power level somebody to be a cleric for like rezzing and stuff. So that's most likely what we'll do, is just power level people up after that. We'll probably just, or maybe we'll pick up a cleric that's you know, just as a random person that we meet along the way. Who knows? Which druid spells are you seeing fill in the gaps? For the druid, ports being one of them. The damage shield, which we can get from the elementalist. It's mostly ports and speed of the wild. That's why we want to have the druid. Ports, speed of the wild. But also, out of that group in particular, we don't have regeneration. That's another one. The armor class buff that druids bring in is pretty nice. But yeah, those are the main things. Is not Shaman better if you just want Sal? Shaman's good, but there's some overlap with Shaman and Enchanter. So we're already going to have the haste from the Enchanter. We're going to have the slow from the Enchanter. So we kind of want the ports from the Druid. And we don't, like, the Shaman is just not going to bring much to the party outside of Sal. Like, they're just not, there's just overlap, you know? Yeah. Nah, that's fine. Lich Spirit, surrender your body. Spirit Lichdom, increase your mana regeneration by 100 at the cost of 150. Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, we can make those. Alright, break whenever. Seems like there's going to be a lot of Shaman and Enchanters in EA. I think they're both... I think there's going to be a lot of Druid and Shaman. Or, sorry, Druid and Enchanter on Early Access. Dude, that's like the knockback for Wizards. It's a very dangerous spell. Hey, what's going on, Fee Waver? How you doing, bud? Necro is good for dots after they raise the TTK. Enchanter is nice CC buffs and CC. Necro be once raids are larger. Yeah, Necro's gonna be good for raids because they're dots. You know, just stack up a bunch of dots and you know, kind of win at that point, right? You don't see times that CC is needed. Yeah, because everybody's charming. Or not everybody, but a lot of people are charming. It's not required in the game. I think that it's going to be needed more as they increase the TTK and increase the difficulty of the game. Yeah, if you can give me IVU and Invis, and then, or I can just train out if you guys just want to do it that way. Yeah, if you give me just IVU and Invis, I'll run all the way. You guys can gate. All right. No, all good. I can run out. Plus every healer group will have a Necro for mana and raids. Well, Necros can pump, so can enchanters. They can pump mana. You know, so like I don't know. I think that you know, we'll have multiple ways to do that. I wouldn't mind seeing like a mana steal or a mana transfer for enchanters. I think that'd be a pretty cool ability. Be able to like target an NPC and siphon mana from them and give it to the enchanter, and then be able to give their mana to somebody else. Be a pretty cool thing to have. You don't like enchanters pump mana? I mean, I think that every ability, like at least 2 or 3 classes should be able to do it, not just exclusive to one. For the most part, but you know, I mean, I get it. You know, it's kind of fun for one class to be able to do something, but it's nice when you have multiple classes that can do things. Lich CD plus Whispers convert to 79 mana restored to target in that cooldown with 61% of Gith's mana at level 50. Yeah, I mean, it could be a lot. It can be a lot for sure. I don't know if it's supposed to work that way though. Like, Whispers shouldn't work with other cooldown abilities like that. It should only factor in your innate meditation or mana regen or whatever you're getting every 6 seconds. It shouldn't. Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to look at it. But anyway, any focus effect items that increase dot fire? Not yet, Uncle Joe. I would like to see something like that. They have items in the game, or they're going to be adding supposedly items in the game. They're going to be like Bane weapons. So to say like 10 damage, 30 delay, but Bane, you know, 5 undead or something. So to be 15 damage, 30 delay specifically to undead. That kind of thing they've talked about, but anything outside of that, they haven't really talked about too much. Bug report: invisibility should remove your shadow as light is passing through you. Well, yeah, that's true. It should remove the shadow. Spellblade generated mana for doing melee and then launch spells and proc stuff. Yeah, I mean, they kind of do generate mana in a sense because they make spells free to cast. So I guess in a sense they kind of do. Tooltip says 400% of your mana regen. Can't test because no key. Yeah, so it's 400% of your mana regen. So your 6-second tick mana regen. So if you're getting 10 mana per tick, it gives you 40 mana per tick, is what it does. So if you are meditating and you have 100 meditation skill and you're sitting down, sitting down on your character and you're meditating and you're getting 10 mana every 6 seconds, you get 40 mana every 6 seconds. It does add in clarity or enlightenment on top of that. So if enlightenment is giving you 10 and you have meditate giving you 10, that's 20 mana per tick. You get 80 mana per tick from the whispers is how it works. Lich increases your mana regen value by 100 flat though. Lich, I don't think it's that high. I don't know what Lich gives mana regen per tick. I can ask Andy. Andy, you there? Yeah, he's gone right now. He's not responding. I don't think it's 100 mana per tick. I don't think that's correct. It's higher than enlightenment, but it's not that much higher. Like, it's not that much higher. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm going to go ahead and go. My family wants to go out and do some, just like get some dinner, kind of hang out, chill for a bit. So I'm going to go do that. Yeah, we'll see how things go. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to raid anybody today because I haven't looked up anybody to raid, and I don't want to stir the pot anywhere. So I think we're just going to be done with that for today. I'm going to try to start raiding people here and there if I can, but I don't like today is kind of one of those weird days. I don't want to stir the pot with anybody, so we're not going to do that. But anyway, I appreciate everybody being here today. Thank you all much for all the support, all the love, just being here chatting with me, the subs, the bits, all of that kind of funness. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. or maybe earlier Eastern, and we're going to be streaming more Monsters and Memories going through all next week, and just kind of continue to do what we have been doing. So thanks for being here. Appreciate you, and I will see you all next time.